were the players of under 17 who were there in Saranpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
जो बाउंड्री वॉल है देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। यहाँ पर मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है। अभी तक 4 लोगों की मौत यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है, जिसमें कि कुछ को कैलाश अस्पताल पहुँचाया गया और कुछ को सिविल अस्पताल में पहुँचाया गया।
बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सतीश पूनिया सड़क पर निकले हैं बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ने के लिए। आगे बढ़ते हुए यहाँ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जिस तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डंडे बरसाते हुए पुलिसकर्मी आपको नजर आएंगे कि पुलिस बल इतना तैनात था, बावजूद इसके 3 से 4 बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ी है।
These were the players of
Supreme Court to continue hearing the pleas challenging the orders of the Karnataka High Court today. Republic Newsbreak echoes as Solicitor General tells top court hijab protests began after PFI campaign. A fresh face-off before elections in Karnataka as Congress JDS oppose Bhagavad Gita in schools. BJP asks, what's the problem? Farooq Abdullah differs with Mehbooba on Gandhi's favourite hymn, says I too used to sing Gandhi's favourite hymn. Cong leaders' Hindu hate is on tape. Media in charge of Madhya Pradesh caught abusing Brahmin community. Will the Vadra Congress break their silence? Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma to meet his Mizoram counterpart Zoram Tanga to hold another round of talks on the pending Assam-Mizoram border issue. A very good morning. Thanks for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Nivedna Prabhu. First up, Cong leaders' Hindu hate is on tape. Now, media in charge of Madhya Pradesh caught abusing the Brahmin community. He can be heard abusing and seems aware that he's being recorded, but he has no fear. His defense to his hateful video is even more shocking. He calls it a BJP conspiracy. Take a look.
किसका? ब्राह्मण भी तो चमचगिरी करते हैं। हाँ, ठीक है ना।
That was the Congress hate abuse tape that shocked the nation. The man in the video is a leader of the Congress. In fact, he is the Congress media department chief in Madhya Pradesh. He can be heard abusing and seems aware that he is being recorded, but he has no fear. But his responsibility or position as a politician has not held him back from spewing venom. His defense to this hateful video, he calls it a BJP conspiracy.
अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर मुद्दों में बदनाम हो रही है, तो इस तरह की कुछ सी चालें करके वह कोशिश कर रही है कि कांग्रेस में भटकाव हो जाए और हमारी बातें दब जाए। वो दबेगी नहीं। मैं कह रहा हूँ आपसे कि मैं उन पर लीगल एक्शन लूँगा। वो कोई इंटरव्यू नहीं है।
A conspiracy or a hateful video, but his remarks have created massive outrage.
आज उनके जो मीडिया कोऑर्डिनेटर प्रवक्ता हैं, वो ब्राह्मण समाज को भद्दी भद्दी गालियां बक रहे हैं। वो खुद ब्राह्मणों के कुल से आते हैं और ब्राह्मण समाज को ही गाली बक रहे हैं। घोर निंदनीय है। आज कमलनाथ जी और राहुल गांधी जी को माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
The BJP staged a protest outside Kamalnath's residence demanding action against the hate monger.
कमलनाथ जी को हम लोगों ने ज्ञापन दिया और उन्होंने इस बात पे सहमति भी जताई कि किसी भी समाज या किसी भी वर्ग के खिलाफ टिप्पणी करना ये ठीक बात नहीं है। उन्होंने कहा कि मैं वीडियो चेक कराऊंगा और हम सब लोगों ने उनसे इस बात के लिए विशेष तौर पर कहा है कि राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में इस प्रकार की अमर्यादित भाषा का प्रयोग करना ठीक बात नहीं है।
Top Congress leaders are silent. There has only been subtle denial.
Cornered and embarrassed, the Congress party is trying to distance itself from Mishra. Kamal Nath even invited some BJP delegation to make their case, but the party is clearly left red-faced, with Mishra now crying conspiracy.
But this isn't the first time that a Congress leader has taken charge of making anti-Hindu comments. While on the one hand, Rahul Gandhi on multiple occasions has declared himself a Hindu and Brahmin, leaders from the Congress party have made controversial comments time and again. Action is yet to be taken and the Congress party is yet to answer on this hate monger. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A big political controversy has broken out over Mehbooba Mufti's comments on students reciting a Gandhiji hymn after giving it a communal spin. Now, NC Chief Farooq Abdullah has now countered Mehbooba, saying singing a bhajan does not make anyone a Hindu.
Revival of cinema in the Kashmir Valley almost after 32 years. Yes, the cinema hall in Sonwar of Srinagar today was inaugurated by LG Manoj Sinha, and he said that it's not only the revival but Modi government is establishing peace, normalcy in the Kashmir Valley. The cinema lovers, for them it's a big move coming from the LG administration, and also LG Manoj Sinha has announced that they have identified, his administration has identified land for film city.
For the first time in 30 years, theatre owners opened their shutters on Tuesday for the residents of Srinagar. This after the last theatre shut in 1990 amid a rise in terror attacks across the valley. In Kulgam, school students were seen singing Gandhiji's hymn with great fervour, 11 days ahead of Gandhi Jayanti. But while Kashmir moves forward in a new direction, Mehbooba Mufti was at it again. From touting the hymn as a Hindu bhajan to colouring it as a Hindutva agenda.
एक भजन गाने के लिए कहते हैं, वो तो कोई ऐसा कोई सॉन्ग नहीं है, हिंदू मुस्लिम का सॉन्ग नहीं, वो एक भजन है जिसकी हम कदर करते हैं, इज्जत करते हैं, पर मुसलमान बच्चों से भजन कहलवाना, तो ये करना क्या चाहते हैं? वो मेरा इनसे सवाल है कि आप करना क्या चाहते हो, और आप गांधी जी के कौन बनते हो? आप तो वही लोग हो जो गोडसे की पूजा करते हो, जो सबसे बड़ा आतंकवादी है जिसने गांधी जी की हत्या की, और वो गांधी जी जिन्होंने हिंदू मुस्लिम के लिए अपनी जान दे दी, तो ये हमको गांधी जी का पाठ क्यों पढ़ाते हैं?
The BJP questioned Mehbooba's attempt to divide the Union Territory on the basis of religion.
Mehbooba Mufti has lost her political sport in Kashmir Valley. That's why she is spitting venom in Kashmir Valley to divide the society. But everybody in Jammu and Kashmir knows the credential and designs of Mehbooba Mufti. Raghupati Raghav Raja Ram, that was a bhajan used and sung by Mahatma Gandhi ji during the freedom struggle to unite the whole countrymen.
But interestingly, even Farooq Abdullah, who often parrots the same ideology, countered Mehbooba Mufti on this one.
मैं खुद भजन गाता था, तो क्या भजन गाने से क्या मैं हिंदू बन गया? या अगर हिंदू अजमेर शरीफ की दरगाह में जाता है तो क्या वो मुसलमान बन जाता है? या हमारे कई लोग जो है माता के दर्शन के लिए जाते हैं तो क्या वो हिंदू बन जाते हैं? नहीं, वो एक उस उम्मीद से जाते हैं कि मेरी मुश्किलें यहाँ दूर होगी, वो उसके लोग हैं.
Despite all efforts to run down Gandhiji's hymn, the video of young kids has sent across the strong message. This is Naya Kashmir. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Big news coming in. Telangana State President Bandi Sanjay challenges Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao. Says at any time, in any place, ready to show our strength. Bandi Sanjay calls CM KCR as Qasim Chandrasekhar Rizvi. Now, Bandi Sanjay has made that particular comment attacking the KCR as well. This was during the fact that he was addressing a program, and after carrying out his Padyatra in the Medchal constituency, when he did make this statement as well. He's gone. We also have more information on this. Let's listen.
కేసీఆర్తో కొట్లాడాల్సిందే మేడం. నేను మళ్ళీ సవాల్ చేస్తున్న రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రికి, నీతోని కొట్లాడడానికి మేము సిద్ధం, బల ప్రదర్శనకు మేము సిద్ధం. డే టు టైం డిసైడ్ అయ్యి నీ దమ్మెందో, భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ కార్యకర్తల దమ్మెందో, భారతీయ జనతా పార్టీ కార్యకర్తల దమ్మెందో, కాషాయపు దళం, కాషాయపు దళం, కాషాయపు దళమెందో, దళం దమ్మెందో చూపడం. మేము छत्रपति शिवाजी वारसुलमे మేము వస్తాం, సర్దార్ పటేల్ వారసులమే మేము వస్తాం, భగత్ సింగ్ వారసులమే మేము వస్తాం. నువ్వు కాసిం చంద్రశేఖర్ రజ్వీ, నువ్వు నీ ఎంఏ పార్ట్ 1 తీసుకొని వస్తారా? చౌరస్తా గాని, ప్లేస్ గాని, టైం గాని డిసైడ్ అయ్యి బల ప్రదర్శనకు మేము సిద్ధం. అనవసరంగా హిందూ ధర్మ రక్షకులను, నా గో రక్షకులను, నా హిందూ ధర్మ రక్షకులకు జోలికి వస్తే నేను ఎట్టి పరిస్థితుల్లో ఈస్పట్టమన్న విషయాన్ని రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రి గుర్తుంచుకోవాలి.
Now, well, that was Bandi Sanjay attacking and calling out the KCR as Kazim Chandrasekhar Rizvi. Now, remember this comment. He has also made another one just a few days back when he stated that the Telangana government is on a ventilator, and he was requesting people to also give support to the BJP. But of course, now we'll have to wait and watch what KCR's reaction on the same will be, considering the fact he's been calling him such names and the government as well. But moving on to other news. It's a crucial day in Aam Aadmi Party's MLA Amanatullah Khan case after the recovery of lakhs of cash and weapons during ACB searches on September 16th. The AAP MLA was arrested and sent to 4-day custody. Accused in the Delhi Waqf Board corruption case, Amanatullah Khan's 4-day custody, which ends today.
It is a crucial day for the Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan, as his custody ends today. After the recovery of cash amounting to lakhs of rupees and an unlicensed weapon during ACB searches on the 16th of September, the Aam Aadmi Party MLA was arrested and sent to 4-day custody. Accused in the Delhi Waqf Board corruption case, Amanatullah Khan's 4-day custody ends today. He will be produced before the court, where the court will decide whether he will be given bail or will stay in jail or police custody. But even before his court appearance late last evening, the Aam Aadmi Party MLA had complained of chest pain. The Aam Aadmi Party MLA was taken to the Hindu Rao Hospital in Delhi. However, due to some technical issues, he was later taken to the AIIMS hospital, where his medical checkup was completed. Whether these are just antics to avoid action or not will only be known once the medical reports are out. But the Aam Aadmi Party MLA now faces massive allegations. He is accused of illegally recruiting 32 people in the Waqf Board, violating the norms and government guidelines while doing so. He is accused of renting out the properties of Waqf Board illegally and misappropriating the funds of the Waqf Board as well as grants provided by the Delhi government.
अरविंद केजरीवाल अमनतुल्ला खान जैसे अपराधियों के संरक्षक हैं। तालीम के लिए जगह थी, स्कूल था और मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी के लिए ही था। उसको तोड़ करके उस पे कटरा बनाना और कटरा बनाने के एवज में बहुत पैसे लेना, इलीगल ब्लैक मनी का बड़ा बिजनेस देख के आया है वहां से।
The Aam Aadmi Party MLA is yet to act on Amanatullah Khan, but with the court all set to decide Amanatullah's fate in court, it will be crucial for the Aam Aadmi Party as multiple party leaders remain under agency scanner. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
We're slipping into a short break right now, but on the other side, a fresh face-off before elections in Karnataka as Congress JDS oppose Bhagavad Gita in schools. BJP asks, what's the problem? Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma to meet his Mizoram counterpart Zoram Tanga to hold another round of talks on the pending Assam-Mizoram border issue. We will be back with a lot more. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
जयपुर में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता लंपी गायों को लेकर के जिस तरीके से सरकार का रुख रहा है उसको लेकर के यहाँ पे बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अशोक गहलोत सरकार को घेरने की तैयारी में आज बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता निकले थे। 3 से 4 लेयर सिक्योरिटी है, इसके साथ साथ में अलग अलग जो लाइन है पुलिस कर्मियों की वो बनी हुई है। यहाँ इन्हें रोकने के लिए
were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
जो बाउंड्री वॉल है देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। यहाँ पर मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है। अभी तक 4 लोगों की मौत यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है, जिसमें कि कुछ को कैलाश अस्पताल पहुँचाया गया और कुछ को सिविल अस्पताल में पहुँचाया गया।
बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सतीश पूनिया सड़क पर निकले हैं बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ने के लिए आगे बढ़ते हुए। यहाँ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जिस तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डंडे बरसाते हुए पुलिसकर्मी आपको नजर आएंगे कि पुलिस बल इतना तैनात था, बावजूद इसके 3 से 4 बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ी है।
These were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
Excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley. Revival of cinema almost 32 years earlier when the cinema halls were targeted by the terrorists, so it was difficult for the owners of these halls to open the cinema halls. But now with the improvement in the situation in the Kashmir Valley, we are seeing cinemas back in the Kashmir Valley.
जयपुर में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता लंपी गायों को लेकर के जिस तरीके से सरकार का रुख रहा है उसको लेकर के यहाँ पे बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अशोक गहलोत सरकार को घेरने की तैयारी में आज बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता निकले थे। 3 से 4 लेयर सिक्योरिटी है, इसके साथ साथ में अलग अलग जो लाइन है पुलिस कर्मियों की वो बनी हुई है। यहाँ इन्हें रोकने के लिए
were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet.
Big news coming in. The Bruhat Bengaluru Mahanagar Palike has been in the news for all the wrong reasons, and the Karnataka High Court had wrapped them on 19th of September and given them 10 days deadline to fill up all the potholes in the city. Now, in the latest embarrassment for the Bengaluru civic body, the Sumanahalli Flyover, which is only 12 years old, has caved in for the second time in 3 years. Now, the flyover is situated on the Gorguntapalya Nayandali section of the outer ring road over the busy Magdi road connecting Nagarbavi and the Dr. Rajkumar Samadhi. For more information on this, we're joined in by Prajwal, who let's cut across live to Prajwal. Prajwal, we do understand this is of course the latest embarrassment for the Bruhat Bengaluru Mahanagar Palike. In fact, this is not the first time that we've seen roads cave in Bengaluru. This one, of course, being the latest. This is a part of one of the busiest areas in Bengaluru, which is West Bengaluru. But in terms of what has currently happened, has the BBMP reacted on this? Because we know that the Karnataka High Court had wrapped them. In fact, if we were to talk about the 221 pothole statement that they made, that would probably mean a smirk on Bengalurians' faces as well, because Bengalurians know that it's not 221 potholes all over the city. But in tandem with this latest update, what is it that you have in terms of this road caving in, the flyover rather?
The Sumanahalli Flyover is one of the major connecting roads for the outer ring road between Gorguntepalya to Nayandhalli, because these two connect the heartlines of Bengaluru, if I may say so. Because if you are moving towards Nayandhalli, you connect towards the busy Mysuru road, and if you are going towards the Gorguntepalya, you will be connecting towards the Tumkur road. And we know for a fact that earlier the Peenya elevated corridor was also in the news for all the wrong reasons, because traffic was not allowed on this particular road too, on the flyover especially, which resulted in traffic snarls for over 7 to 8 kilometers. This incident was reported at 12:30 in the afternoon, and immediately officials from the BBMP were present at the spot. They are going to start the repair works from the 22nd of September, that is tomorrow, and one part of the flyover will be closed. Let us understand that this particular flyover is in the Bengaluru West and is in the Rajarajeshwari Assembly constituency, which incidentally also has a minister from this particular constituency who's representing the people here. And on an average daily, you will have anywhere between 50,000 to 75,000 vehicles passing through this particular road, and this will definitely take a toll on the traffic too. So people have already been advised by the traffic police stating that a circular has already been issued stating that the people should be avoiding this particular flyover. Whoever is traveling from Nayandhalli towards Gorguntepalya to be avoiding this flyover, because it will be taking a lot of time and they will have to use the underpass which is near the Sumanahalli junction beneath. And particularly looking at the binding strength of this structure, Mr. Prahalad, who is the chief engineer of the BBMP, when he spoke, he said that the structure is absolutely okay. The cement structure is absolutely okay. We're having problem only with the slabs which has been laid near the medians too. And the hole was so large that we could also see the road beneath us. And moreover, now being the Dasra season, we will be seeing a lot of traffic which will be moving towards Mysuru and the areas of say from Yashwanpur, Yalhanka, Gorguntepalya, Nelmangla, and most of the Bengaluru rural areas. If the citizens will be traveling towards Mysuru road, this is the one of the main roads that they will be taking to reach their destination. And if this particular road is not fixed within a span of time, then there will definitely be a problem for a lot of citizens too. And the traffic is something which the cops have said that could go out of control, and it is better for them to avoid these roads.
Right. Well, that was Prajwal getting us all those latest details about the Sumanahalli Flyover, which has caved in. On the other hand, like he stated, the Bruhat Bengaluru Mahanagar Palike will start the work from tomorrow onwards. And of course, commuters have been asked to avoid this particular road, which leads to Mysuru as well, in a busy junction. But moving on to other news now, breaking news coming in. Students are protesting in a private university in Jalandhar as a student committed suicide. Huge number of students were on roads inside the campus of lovely professional university. This comes after a first-year student staying in hostel committed suicide, leaving a suicide note behind. Now, the police claims that suicide note reveals that due to some personal reasons, student had taken this extreme step. After the suicide information, students staged protest against the authorities, demanding justice. Now, this is the breaking news that we have that's coming in right now. If you look at those exclusive visuals on your screens as well, this is from Jalandhar University where those protests are took place. Now, the students were protesting after a student committed suicide, and a huge number of students were on roads inside the campus of lovely professional university is what we understand. For more information on this, we're joined in by Amandeep. Amandeep, just a few days ago, we saw, a student protest happening as well, but of course for another reason. But now the latest one being coming out of this particular university, we understand that a student has committed suicide. But give us more details about this. What have we gathered so far?
Well, Navedna, this protest happened last night, and in fact, the protest remained continued till the midnight just because one first-year student has committed the suicide inside the hostel. And later on, these students were alleging that there were after every so many days, there was suicide happening. And in fact, they are blaming the administration for not dealing with the situation in a very proper manner. That is the reason. All the students staying in the hostels, they came out and started raising slogans, "We want justice." And meanwhile, the heavy police deployment was done by the local police as well, and the administration officers reached at the spot, and even the university the administration has also reached at the spot. This happened inside the campus of lovely professional university, and even when a student committed suicide, though the police have also initiated the proceedings of 174 CRPC, but now till midnight there was unrest created inside the campus, and later in the wee hours today itself, it has been controlled by the police, and students has been sent back to their hostels. But yes, the students are alleging that a student of first year has been committed suicide inside the hostel, but the authorities are not paying heed to it. And even they have also alleged that there were other protests, there were other suicide also, but that was not any time revealed. Yes.
All right, that was Amandeep getting us all that information, but we also have a police who's reacted about this particular incident. Let's listen in.
ਅੱਜ ਮਿਤੀ 20/9/2022 ਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਕਰੀਬਨ 5:30 ਵਜੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਲਵਲੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਯੂਨੀਵਰਸਿਟੀ ਫਗਵਾੜਾ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਰਿਸੀਵ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਐਲਪੀਯੂ ਦੇ ਫਸਟ ਈਅਰ ਦੇ ਸਟੂਡੈਂਟ ਨੇ ਬੜਾ ਹੀ ਮੰਦਭਾਗਾ ਕਦਮ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਸੁਸਾਈਡ ਕਮਿਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ। ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੁਰੰਤ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਮੌਕੇ ਤੇ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਮੌਕੇ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹ ਸੀਲ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ, ਤੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਅਸੀਂ ਮੌਕਾ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਰਨ ਤੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਸੁਸਾਈਡ ਨੋਟ ਵੀ ਬਰਾਮਦ ਹੋਇਆ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਬੱਚੇ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਕੁਝ ਪਰਸਨਲ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਦੱਸੇ ਇਹ ਐਕਸਟ੍ਰੀਮ ਸਟੈਪ ਚੱਕਣ ਦੇ। ਤੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਹੋਰ ਆਪਣੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਅਗਲੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਅਮਲ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਿਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਸੰਬੰਧੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਦੇ ਘਰਦਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਜੋ ਬਹੁਤ ਜਲਦ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਪਹੁੰਚਣਗੇ। ਜੋ ਵੀ ਅਗਲੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਸਮੇਂ-ਸਮੇਂ ਸਿਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਅਪਰਾਈਜ਼ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਊਗਾ।
Well, this unfortunate incident transpired in Jalandhar's lovely professional university where a student committed suicide. Of course, like Amandeep was getting us that information as well. The students were protesting, demanding for justice. There was a lot of unrest as well, but the police took cognizance of the same. We will continue to track that story. But we're slipping in a short break. On the other side, massive anti-hijab revolution in Iran. Women remove hijab against moral policing of women's bodies. And Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif faces treason charges for consulting his fugitive brother. All of this and much more on World This Morning. On the other side, stay tuned.
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
जो बाउंड्री वॉल है देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। यहाँ पर मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है। अभी तक 4 लोगों की मौत यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है, जिसमें कि कुछ को कैलाश अस्पताल पहुँचाया गया और कुछ को सिविल अस्पताल में पहुँचाया गया।
बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सतीश पूनिया सड़क पर निकले हैं बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ने के लिए आगे बढ़ते हुए। यहाँ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जिस तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डंडे बरसाते हुए पुलिसकर्मी आपको नजर आएंगे कि पुलिस बल इतना तैनात था, बावजूद इसके 3 से 4 बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ी है।
These were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
Excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley. Revival of cinema almost 32 years earlier, when the cinema halls were targeted by the terrorists, so it was difficult for the owners of these halls to open the cinema halls. But now, with the improvement in the situation in the Kashmir Valley, we are seeing cinemas back in the Kashmir Valley.
जयपुर में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता लंपी गायों को लेकर के जिस तरीके से सरकार का रुख रहा है, उसको लेकर के यहाँ पे बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अशोक गहलोत सरकार को घेरने की तैयारी में आज बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता निकले थे। 3 से 4 लेयर सिक्योरिटी है, इसके साथ साथ में अलग अलग जो लाइन है पुलिसकर्मियों की वो बनी हुई है यहाँ इन्हें रोकने के लिए।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
जो बाउंड्री वॉल है देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। यहाँ पर मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है। अभी तक 4 लोगों की मौत यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है, जिसमें कि कुछ को कैलाश अस्पताल पहुँचाया गया और कुछ को सिविल अस्पताल में पहुँचाया गया।
बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सतीश पूनिया सड़क पर निकले हैं बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ने के लिए आगे बढ़ते हुए। यहाँ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जिस तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डंडे बरसाते हुए पुलिसकर्मी आपको नजर आएंगे कि पुलिस बल इतना तैनात था, बावजूद इसके 3 से 4 बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ी है।
These were the players.
The headlines from across the globe. Massive anti-hijab revolution in Iran. Women remove hijab against moral policing of women's bodies. Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif faces treason charges for consulting his fugitive brother. Strong Hurricane Fiona jolts Turkey, affecting lives and causing widespread devastation. The United States government delivers over 25 million of the COVID-19 booster shots. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz hits out at Putin, saying he cannot win the Ukraine war. Hello and welcome. You're watching The World This Morning on Republic. I'm Rukma. In our top story, in a symbolic act of opposition to the severe Iranian rule, a large number of women protesters gathered and removed their hijab or the black headscarf in protest, as a young woman died while in police custody in Tehran earlier this week after she was arrested by the moral police. Following this, several women activists raised their voices against the moral policing of what they called women's bodies. Here's more.
Mahsa Amini's murder is a turning point for Iranians and the tipping point for the Islamic Republic. Iran is witnessing massive protest in several parts of the country after young women died in police custody in Tehran earlier this week. This is the first time since 1979 when we see women coming out to the streets in such large numbers to protest against compulsory hijab and gender apartheid regime. In a symbolic act of opposition to the several Iranian rule, a large number of women protesters gathered and removed their hijab. The furious women protesters were seen cutting their hair and burning hijabs in a bid to fight back against the mandatory veiling of women. The protesters also chanted anti-government slogans and called for the removal of the dictator government. Walking unveiled is punishable crime in Iran. Risking it all across Iran, women removed their hijab in public and seen daring police to arrest them. As protests rage on in Iran, security is beefed up. Riot police used water cannons, tear gas, guns and bullets to contain the protesters taking streets. Notably, removing the hijab is a punishable offence in Iran since 1979. The same year, Islamic Revolution and members of the morality police enforced a strict dress code for women. Since 2008, Iran has witnessed several protests against hijab diktat. The women have united against what they say is a gender apartheid regime and are demanding their basic rights. However, Iranian hardliners have demanded serious punishments for women who flout the hijab law in spite of demonstration. Agency report, Republic TV.
In a quickie, big scash news alert. Fresh protests have now erupted. Watch how Iranian protesters took over the municipality of Sari, the capital of Mazandaran province, and took down photographs of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei and his predecessor Khomeini. Sari citizens put down the images of Khomeini and Khamenei installed at the municipality's entrance during protests against Mahsa Amini's murder. One person is reportedly dead as Palestinian forces exchanged fire with militants in the center of the West Bank. A manhunt has been launched for the gunman. Here's more.
Palestinian security forces exchanged fire with militants in the center of West Bank's second largest city, as angry residents pelted an armored jeep with objects and chased it away. One man was reported dead. The incident, sparked when arrest raid against local militants, marked a rare case of deadly internal Palestinian fighting in the occupied West Bank. The sound of gunfire echoed through the city, known as West Bank's business capital, for several hours. The violence was reminiscent of how Palestinians typically protest against Israeli troops. The northern West Bank is known as a stronghold for Palestinians, and the Palestinian Authority has frequently had difficulties maintaining control in the area over the years. Meanwhile, police officers and troops of the Israeli Defense Forces have launched a manhunt for the alleged Palestinian gunman who opened fire at the troops operating along the northern West Bank security barrier near the town of Fakua. Agency report, Republic TV.
United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has said that they need hope and action in these troubled times. He warned that geopolitical divides are undermining the work of the Security Council, international law, and people's faith in democratic institutions, as well as all forms of international cooperation.
In an alarming assessment, UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres told world leaders that nations are gridlocked in colossal global dysfunction and aren't ready or willing to tackle the major challenges that threaten the future of humanity and the fate of the planet.
The United Nations Charter and the ideals it represents are in jeopardy. We have a duty to act, and yet we are gridlocked in colossal global dysfunction. The international community is not ready or willing to tackle the big, dramatic challenges of our age. This crisis threatens the very future of humanity and the fate of our planet.
Speaking at the opening of the General Assembly's annual top-level meeting, the UN chief pointed to the war in Ukraine, multiplying conflicts around the world, the climate emergency, the dire financial situations of developing countries, and recent reversal of progress on such UN goals as ending extreme poverty and providing quality education for all children.
Our world is in big trouble. Divides are growing deeper, inequalities are growing wider, and challenges are spreading farther.
Guterres said that our world is in peril and paralyzed, but there's hope.
Excellencies, progress on these issues and more is being held hostage by geopolitical tensions. Our world is in peril and paralyzed. Geopolitical divides are undermining the work of the Security Council, undermining international law, undermining trust and people's faith in democratic institutions, undermining all forms of international cooperation. We cannot go on like this.
Stressing that cooperation and dialogue are the only path forward, he warned that no power or group alone can call the shots. He urged leaders gathered in the vast General Assembly hall to work as one, as a coalition of the world, as United Nations. Agency Report, Republic TV.
In other international news, Ukraine's chief diplomat dismisses Russia's moves to annex parts of his country controlled by separatist forces. This comes after separatist leaders of 4 Russian-controlled areas of Ukraine said they are planning to hold referendums this week for the territories to become part of Russia.
Because Russian aggression was not an attack on just Ukraine. It was an attack on the world based on rules. It was an attack on nations, on the most fragile nations who are now suffering because of hiking prices and food shortages. We do have a capacity to resolve these problems.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met with Turkey's Minister of Foreign Affairs on the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly, which is being held in New York. Blinken and Foreign Minister Mevlut discussed tensions in the South Caucasus and the U.S. effort to facilitate dialogue between Azerbaijan and Armenia and help achieve a long-term political settlement to the conflict.
Blinken, my dear friend Tony, I'm very happy to see you again. And I agree with you that each time we meet, we discuss many issues from bilaterals to regional issues and global ones. And today I look forward discussing aspects of bilateral relations and our good cooperation in many areas, and also the regional issues, the war in Ukraine, and also the situation in South Caucasus.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken helped to launch the Alliance for Afghan Women's Economic Resilience while he was in New York attending the United Nations General Assembly session. He further said that women should get equal rights, irrespective of where they stay.
Today, women could contribute $1 billion to Afghanistan's economy if they were simply allowed to. They could provide lifelines for families facing poverty. They could help create more stable, more resilient communities at a time when those are desperately needed in Afghanistan. In short, equality and economic opportunity actually go hand in hand. And they're prerequisites for sustainable peace and sustainable security.
One person lost his life during an exchange of fire that broke out between Palestinian security forces and militants in the center of the West Bank's second largest city. The rare case of deadly internal Palestinian infighting in the occupied West Bank also reflects the deep unpopularity of the internationally recognized Palestinian Authority, which is widely seen as collaborating with the system of Israeli military domination. Hungary needs time and is urging its European Union partners to be tolerant after the bloc's executive branch recommended suspending billions of euros in funding over concerns about democratic backsliding and the possible mismanagement of EU money. Hungarian Justice Minister Judith Varga said that Hungary has proposed 17 measures which are capable of remedying all the concerns expressed by the European Commission.
Time is needed because even if there are accelerated procedures to adopt laws and amend legislation, you need to set up new institutions. For that you have to hire new personnel, and this is why until the mid-November we shall have this possibility. And I will also ask member states to be tolerant, to be positive, to be constructive and forward-looking, because at the end of the day.
Time now for a short break, but coming up on the other side, Prime Minister of Pakistan Shehbaz Sharif faces treason charges for consulting his fugitive brother. Also coming up, Baltic nations close borders to Russian tourists and business over the war in Ukraine.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सतीश पूनिया सड़क पर निकले हैं बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ने के लिए आगे बढ़ते हुए। यहाँ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जिस तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डंडे बरसाते हुए पुलिसकर्मी आपको नजर आएंगे कि पुलिस बल इतना तैनात था, बावजूद इसके 3 से 4 बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ी है।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
Excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley. Revival of cinema almost 32 years earlier, when the cinema halls were targeted by the terrorists, so it was difficult for the owners of these halls to open the cinema halls. But now with the improvement in the situation in the Kashmir Valley, we are seeing cinemas back in the Kashmir Valley.
जयपुर में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता लंपी गायों को लेकर के जिस तरीके से सरकार का रुख रहा है, उसको लेकर के यहाँ पे बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अशोक गहलोत सरकार को घेरने की तैयारी में आज बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता निकले थे। 3 से 4 लेयर सिक्योरिटी है, इसके साथ साथ में अलग अलग जो लाइन है पुलिस कर्मियों की वो बनी हुई है यहाँ इन्हें रोकने के लिए।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
जो जो बाउंड्री वॉल है देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। यहाँ पर मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है। अभी तक 4 लोगों की मौत यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है, जिसमें कि कुछ को कैलाश अस्पताल पहुंचाया गया और कुछ को सिविल अस्पताल में पहुंचाया गया।
बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सतीश पूनिया सड़क पर निकले हैं बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ने के लिए आगे बढ़ते हुए। यहाँ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जिस तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डंडे बरसाते हुए पुलिसकर्मी आपको नजर आएंगे कि पुलिस बल इतना तैनात था, बावजूद इसके 3 से 4 बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ी है।
These were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
It's a big excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley. Revival of
Welcome back, and breaking news coming in now of French President Emmanuel Macron hailing Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the UN General Assembly session. Emmanuel Macron said that India's stand on the war was right, not for revenge against the West or for opposing the West against the East. He said it is time for our sovereign equal states to cope together with challenges we face.
These challenges. Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, was right when he said the time is not for war. It is not for revenge against the West or for opposing the West against the East. It is the time for a collective time for our sovereign equal states to cope together with challenges we face. This is why there's an urgent need to develop a new contract between the North and the South, an effective contract which is respectful for food, for biodiversity, for education.
So French President Emmanuel Macron at the UN General Assembly praises Prime Minister Narendra Modi's stand on war, says this is not the time for war or revenge. Moving on to other news stories from across the globe, Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan once again rakes up the Kashmir issue. In his address to world leaders at the high-level UN General Assembly session, saying India and Pakistan, after having established their sovereignty and independence 75 years ago, still have not established peace and solidarity between each other. This is much unfortunate, he said. We hope and pray that a fair and permanent peace and prosperity will be established in Kashmir.
Pakistan, after having established their sovereignty and independence 75 years ago, they still haven't established peace and solidarity between one another. And this is much unfortunate. We hope and pray that a fair and a permanent peace and prosperity will be established in Kashmir.
So you were just listening in. Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan at the UN General Assembly raking up the Kashmir issue in his address to the Assembly that's currently underway. And now moving on to other news, Baltic nations like Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania have closed their borders to Russian tourists and business from entering their countries over the war in Russia. As a result, Russians are beginning to feel the pinch and have reacted angrily over the ban.
Russians are beginning to feel the heat after Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania closed their borders to Russians over the war in Ukraine. Under the coordinated travel ban, Russians wishing to travel to the Baltic countries as tourists or for business, sports or cultural purposes will not be allowed, and even if they hold valid visas for the European Union's Czech-free Schengen area. In the Russian capital, Russians were displeased with the move.
Это очень печально на самом деле, потому что чем больше наши русские люди будут ездить за границу, тем больше они узнают про Европу и европейские ценности. Нельзя запрещать въезд никому.
Короче, это крайняя позиция, не нужно это делать.
Прекрасно. Я думаю, это просто здорово, потому что пусть им будет очень плохо. Потому что русские не привезут им денег вообще. Поэтому они останутся с голой жопой.
The Prime Ministers of the three Baltic nations and Poland have agreed earlier this month to stop admitting Russian citizens, saying that the move would protect the security of the 4 European Union member nations. The ban includes exceptions for humanitarian reasons, family members of EU citizens, Russian dissidents, serving diplomats, transportation employees and Russians with residence permits or long-stay national visas from the 26 Schengen countries. In Tallinn, Estonians felt split on the ban, while some believed it would affect business in the Baltic countries and others deemed it the right decision.
Нет, ничего не изменится. Это хуже только для стран, которые приезжали, люди тратили деньги. Это плохо для туризма, это плохо для людей, которые работали в сфере туризма. С точки зрения того, что в России что-то психологически изменится. Точно нет.
Я думаю, что это правильно. Вообще, в принципе, реагировать жестко на происходящее нужно, к сожалению, страдают люди. Но, опять же, в Украине еще больше страдают люди.
Чем это русские виноваты? Что такие? Ну, так идет и запрещено. Почему многие русские у нас здесь живут и в Таллине, и там без запрета к своим ездить или свои сюда ездить, это, я думаю, неправильно. Мы не виноваты, русские.
Estonia, a nation of 1.3 million, has registered hundreds of thousands of border crossings by Russian citizens since February. While the Baltic countries can't, however, stop Russian citizens from entering via another Schengen nation, they want similar travel restrictions to be taken by all 27 EU member states. The EU already has banned air travel from Russia after it invaded Ukraine. But before the ban, Russians could still travel by land to Estonia and apparently were then taking flights to other European destinations. Agency report for Republic TV.
And coming up after a very short break, fresh face-off before elections in Karnataka as Congress, JDS oppose Bhagavad Gita in schools. The BJP asks, what is the problem? All the details here on Republic in the Morning Express. Stay tuned.
These were the players of under 17 who were there in Saranpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
It's a big excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley. Revival of cinema almost 32 years earlier when the cinema halls were targeted by the terrorists, so it was difficult for the owners of these halls to open the cinema halls. But now with the improvement in the situation in the Kashmir Valley, we are seeing cinemas back in the Kashmir Valley.
जयपुर में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता लंपी गायों को लेकर के जिस तरीके से सरकार का रुख रहा है, उसको लेकर के यहाँ पे बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अशोक गहलोत सरकार को घेरने की तैयारी में आज बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता निकले थे। 3 से 4 लेयर सिक्योरिटी है, इसके साथ साथ में अलग अलग जो लाइन है पुलिस कर्मियों की वो बनी हुई है यहाँ इन्हें रोकने के लिए।
were the players of under 17 who were there in Saranpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
जो बाउंड्री वॉल है देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। यहाँ पर मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है। अभी तक 4 लोगों की मौत यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है, जिसमें कि कुछ को कैलाश अस्पताल पहुंचाया गया और कुछ को सिविल अस्पताल में पहुंचाया गया।
बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सतीश पूनिया सड़क पर निकले हैं बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ने के लिए। आगे बढ़ते हुए यहाँ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जिस तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डंडे बरसाते हुए पुलिसकर्मी आपको नजर आएंगे कि पुलिस बल इतना तैनात था, बावजूद इसके 3 से 4 बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ी है।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saranpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
It's a big excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley.
Face off over the Bhagavad Gita in Karnataka. The Congress and the JDS oppose. The BJP asks, what's communal? Uproar over Congress Hindu abuse tape. Will the Congress party now break their silence? Crucial cabinet meeting at 10:30 this morning. National logistics policy is on the agenda. The 200 crore rupee scam gets bigger after Jacqueline Fernandez designer Lipakshi is to be grilled today. Big Assam Mizoram border meet today. Himanta Biswa Sarma is to hold talks with his counterpart. From Iran, the anti-hijab revolution to the focus on the PFI's role. Arguments to continue in the top court as hijab debate rages on. Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Now, in a major political controversy from the state of Madhya Pradesh, the Congress leader KM Mishra was caught spewing venom against Brahmins. When the MP Congress leader was asked about injustice done to Brahmins, the former was heard using derogatory words for the community, adding that Brahmins are the chamchas of the BJP. In its defense, the Congress party claimed that the video is edited. Here's more.
किसका ब्राह्मण भी तो चमचगिरी करते हैं हाँ ठीक है ना यार.
That was the Congress hate abuse tape that shocked the nation. The man in the video is a leader of the Congress. In fact, he is the Congress media department chief in Madhya Pradesh. He can be heard abusing and seems aware that he is being recorded, but he has no fear. But his responsibility or position as a politician has not held him back from spewing venom.
किसका ब्राह्मण भी तो चमचगिरी करते हैं हाँ ठीक है ना यार.
His defense to this hateful video, he calls it a BJP conspiracy.
अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी हर मुद्दों में बदनाम हो रही है, तो इस तरह की कुछ सी चालें करके वह कोशिश कर रही है कि कांग्रेस में भटकाव हो जाए और हमारी बातें दब जाए। वो दबेगी नहीं। मैं कह रहा हूँ आपसे कि मैं उन पर लीगल एक्शन लूँगा। वो कोई इंटरव्यू नहीं है।
A conspiracy or a hateful video, but his remarks have created massive outrage.
आज उनके जो मीडिया कोऑर्डिनेटर प्रवक्ता हैं वो ब्राह्मण समाज को भद्दी भद्दी गालियां बक रहे हैं। वो खुद ब्राह्मणों के कुल से आते हैं और ब्राह्मण समाज को ही गाली बक रहे हैं। घोर निंदनीय है। आज कमलनाथ जी और राहुल गांधी जी को माफी मांगनी चाहिए।
The BJP staged a protest outside Kamalnath's residence demanding action against the hate monger.
कमलनाथ जी को हम लोगों ने ज्ञापन दिया और उन्होंने इस बात पे सहमति भी जताई कि किसी भी समाज या किसी भी वर्ग के खिलाफ टिप्पणी करना ये ठीक बात नहीं है। उन्होंने कहा कि मैं वीडियो चेक कराऊंगा और हम सब लोगों ने उनसे इस बात के लिए विशेष तौर पर कहा है कि राजनीतिक क्षेत्र में इस प्रकार की अमर्यादित भाषा का प्रयोग करना ठीक बात नहीं है।
Top Congress leaders are silent. There has only been subtle denial.
Cornered and embarrassed, the Congress party is trying to distance itself from Mishra. Kamalnath even invited some BJP delegation to make their case, but the party is clearly left red-faced, with Mishra now crying conspiracy.
But this isn't the first time that a Congress leader has taken charge of making anti-Hindu comments. While on the one hand, Rahul Gandhi on multiple occasions has declared himself a Hindu and Brahmin, leaders from the Congress party have made controversial comments time and again. Action is yet to be taken and the Congress party is yet to answer on this hate monger. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, after the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi raised questions over the Srinagar Jamia Masjid, asking why the masjid is shut every Friday, the Srinagar police has now fact-checked Owaisi, saying that the Jamia Masjid is fully open. So that is the response that Asaduddin Owaisi has got from the Srinagar police. He had in fact he had also tweeted, and the response that's come in from the Srinagar police is also being tweeted. So there it is. Jamia is fully opened only on 3 occasions post-COVID. It was temporarily shut for Friday noon prayers owing to inputs of terror attacks and law and order situation. This was after Jamia authorities had failed to take responsibility of happening inside. Staying far is no excuse of ignorance. So that is the response that has been given. Gursimran is joining us on this now. Gursimran, Asaduddin Owaisi, of course, had attempted to create quite a political controversy over this, but now what we are learning is that the Srinagar police has been very quick to respond.
Yes, the Srinagar police has put the facts straight to Asaduddin Owaisi, wherein they have said that it was only on the 3 occasions, that is on the Friday prayers, that the masjid has to be shut down. Reason being the terror threats that were received by the Jammu and Kashmir police, and also the law and order situation apprehensions and that the reason remained that the authorities of the Jami Masjid, they didn't take the responsibility that they are responsible for the law and order situation if it happens, and then the Jammu and Kashmir police had to shut it down. It has remained fully operational for the namaz on the normal days, and JNK police has also made it very clear that there is no substitute to the ignorance that these politicians have now developed, that they only want to question the establishment just for the sake of doing opposition, because we have seen that how the things are changing in the Kashmir Valley, the reopening of the multiplexes as well as the normal life being resumed in the Kashmir Valley. This doesn't suit the narrative of many politicians, and apart from this tweet, there was also a press statement that was issued by the Srinagar police, which clearly marks a mention that how some politicians who are not on ground, they are making such false claims which are far from the reality.
All right, Gursimran over there bringing us those details of the comment that has been made by the Srinagar police. Thank you very much for joining us, Gursimran. Now, ahead of elections early next year, Karnataka has become a hotbed of political activity. Senior Congress leader Siddaramaiah called on the former Prime Minister H.D. Devagowda at the latter's residence. Here's more.
Ahead of the elections in Karnataka, some critical meetings taking place in Bengaluru. BJP and Congress strangely flocking to JDS meeting HD Devegowda. It's significant because the Congress party and his leader Siddaramaiah, who met Devegowda, wants some sort of power play. He's trying to send a message that in case of a hung assembly, perhaps the JDS can be in alliance with the Congress party. As far as the BJP is concerned, they're keeping all cards open. Both parties, however, are calling it a courtesy visit. But anything is possible in Karnataka, like we've seen in the last elections when the JDS decided to form the government with the Congress party, and Kumaraswamy initially was chosen the chief minister. Of course, the government fell apart. But all eyes will be on which party says what. We are hearing on record that JDS may not go with the Congress party. On record, they say that doors are shut to the Congress party, but anything is possible. Interesting run-up to the Karnataka elections has begun.
Ahead of elections early next year, Karnataka has become a hotbed of political activities. There's been 2 political meetings in the last 24 hours. On Monday evening, former CM and senior Congress leader Siddaramaiah met his political mentor, HD Devegowda. Amid speculation over the meeting, senior BJP leader Yedurappa also met HD Devegowda on Tuesday. While the BJP leader is yet to issue a statement about the meeting, the Congress leader has said that the leader met Devegowda to inquire about his health. Siddaramaiah and Devegowda were known as political betnoirs since 2006. Siddaramaiah quit as Deputy Chief Minister and subsequently joined the Congress after being expelled from the JDS. However, the hung verdict in the 2018 Assembly elections had forced both the stalwarts to swallow their pride and join hands to fight for survival, which resulted in the formation of the Congress-JDS coalition government in the state under leadership of Gowda's son HD Kumaraswamy. However, due to internal squabbles, the coalition government collapsed in 2019, which paved way for the formation of the BJP government in Karnataka. While the sources privy to the developments said that the meetings were just a courtesy call, speculation is rife. Has JDS shut the doors on Congress ahead of the 2023 polls? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, the JDU's MLC Dinesh Singh was questioned at the Patna airport by IT authorities. Dinesh Singh has been detained at the Patna airport after he arrived there from Delhi and was questioned regarding cash that was recovered from him. So, the JDU MLC Dinesh Singh being questioned at the Patna airport. I think those pictures on your screen are from the Patna airport, where he was detained by IT authorities. He's been questioned by them. Now, this is with regards to some amount of cash that was recovered from him. We are still trying to ascertain the full details of what happened. But let's listen into what he said.
अब देख रहे हैं ना, सामने जा रहे हैं, कोई बात नहीं थी भाई, ये बात क्या नहीं, पैसा की बात आ रही थी कि पैसा लेकर जा रहे हैं, कोई पैसा की बात नहीं, देखिए कहाँ पैसा है।
7 बजे लैंड किए हैं और अभी 10 बजे से ज्यादा हो गया।
इनकम टैक्स की टीम आई थी, कोई टैक्स की टीम नहीं है, कोई बात नहीं भाई,
बता सकते हैं सर,
कोई बात अगर आइएगा सुबह डेरा पर।
And Prakash Singh is reporting on this. He joins me on the phone line. Prakash, give us more details of what you're hearing from the IT authorities, because the MLC over there clearly denying that anything of this sort had happened.
Well, on information that the JDU MLC was carrying some cash on board a plane from Delhi to Patna, and as and when the JDU MLC Dinesh Singh reached Patna, the IT authorities got hold of him. They quizzed him for around 1.5 hours, but when the JDU MLC Dinesh Singh got out of the airport, he claimed that there was no cash recovered from him, and told the media that he's empty-handed. But as a matter of fact, some cash were recovered from him amounting to 7 to 8 lakh, and that's what the IT authorities were asking, where did he get this money from on board the plane. So no details were divulged, but there was a bag which was taken by the IT authorities from the airport, and we get to know that some cash were recovered, but not much cash to the tune of crores, but some cash to the tune of few lakh rupees, which is being ascertained as to whether it is of Dinesh Singh or not. So Dinesh Singh went away from the airport claiming that nothing was found.
All right, Prakash Singh reporting on that. Thank you very much for joining us. As Prakash is pointing out, some amount of cash was recovered from the MLC according to police, rather to IT authorities. Thank you, Prakash. Now, in a crackdown on anti-India elements, the State Investigation Agency of Jammu and Kashmir has conducted raids in Jammu and Kashmir. Raids have been conducted in 2 locations in Jammu as well as the Srinagar Valley. What we are given to understand is that these raids have been conducted by the State Investigation Agency. This appears to be a crackdown that is taking place. There are raids that have been conducted in 2 locations in Jammu, and there is one in the valley. Let's go across to Gursimran, who has more details on this. Gursimran, tell us more.
See, right now we are at the location where the crackdown of the State Investigation Agency is going on. The Jammu and Kashmir police has been deployed to maintain the law and order situation. Important to mention that these are the second consecutive day of the raids by the Special Investigation Agency. Yesterday we know that 4 districts of the Kashmir Valley were raided that were in connection with the funding to Fly Arm Trust that was being run by Jamaat-e-Islami even after the ban by the Ministry of Home Affairs. And today we are being told that the raids are being conducted at 2 locations. One location is in Jammu, one is in Kashmir Valley, and these 2 locations, those persons who were involved in the anti-India activities, they are being raided by the State Investigation Agency. Important to mention that this person whose residence is being raided, his son is in a foreign country, and possibly the angle of the foreign money being pushed into India without any accounts, that is one of the angle that the investigating agency is probing. And apart from that, how they were spreading the anti-India activities in the Kashmir Valley, that is also part of the investigation. This was a well-planned raids that were planned a week ago, we are being told, and now they are being executed by the State Investigation Agency. This was after their details, be it the bank accounts or the credentials that were totally traced by the State Investigation Agency. A senior official, a DSP rank official, we are being told, is holding this important case, the investigation of this case, and he got the details of the bank account as well as the other details after the thorough investigation and analysis of the data. The raids were planned a week ago and now are being executed. We are being told that more and more raids will take place, and also there is high possibility that some arrests too will take place.
Now, as you're pointing out, Gursimran, is the agency also looking perhaps at the source of this?
Yes, the source of funding is also being monitored, as if we go by the recent incidents, there have been number of incidents where the foreign money being pushed into the dirty money that is being pushed into the trade of terror by those living in other countries but fueling the factory of terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. That's why the State Investigation Agency is leaving no angle unturned, and they are looking into every possible angle. I'll request Gaurav to show you that the SIA vehicles can be seen everywhere. They were in the civil vehicles as well as in the cops can be seen deployed here in the large numbers to maintain the law and order, and also to ensure that there is no hindrance in the ongoing raids that are being taken out by the State Investigation Agency. Very important to mention that yesterday also 4 districts of Kashmir were raided, and today 2 districts, one in Jammu and one in the Kashmir Valley, are being raided by the State Investigation Agency.
All right, so as Gursimran is pointing out, of course, these raids are being carried not just in Jammu but also in the valley. Now, Gursimran, you were, of course, telling us about how detailed the probe has been so far, and also the fact perhaps that this investigation could be widened. Can you tell us more?
See, very sure this investigation will widen because we are getting to know that subsequent searches will also take place. I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals of this house. We are the only channel live from the location showing you the SIA raids that are taking place in Jammu as well as in the Kashmir Valley. Important to mention that I spoke to some of the senior official who is handling this case, and we are being told that the subsequent raids will follow and there is high possibility that some more arrests will take place. What we have been told as of now that this is in connection with the anti-India activities that were being propagated by this individual and one other individual in the Kashmir Valley as well as in parts of Jammu, and that's why the raids were planned a week ago and are being now being executed. There is a larger conspiracy to it that is being unearthed by the State Investigation Agency. Important to mention that SIA's premier investigation agency that was formed by the J&K government on the lines of National Investigation Agency, so that those terror cases which the NIA doesn't take, they can be probed thoroughly by the SIA, and now the raids are underway here in the Bhathindi area of Jammu.
All right, thank you very much, Gursimran, for bringing us those details. So Gursimran, of course, is getting us the latest on SIA raids that are being carried out in Jammu and Kashmir. A massive political controversy has broken out over Mehbooba Mufti's comments on students reciting a Gandhi Ji hymn after giving it a communal spin. The NC chief Farooq Abdullah has now countered Mehbooba Mufti, saying that singing a bhajan does not make anybody a Hindu.
For the first time in 30 years, theatre owners opened their shutters on Tuesday for the residents of Srinagar. This after the last theatre shut in 1990 amid a rise in terror attacks across the valley.
Revival of cinema in the Kashmir Valley almost after 32 years. Yes, the cinema hall in Sonwar of Srinagar today was inaugurated by LG Manoj Sinha, and he said that it's not only the revival but Modi government is establishing peace, normalcy in the Kashmir Valley. The cinema lovers, for them, it's a big move coming from the LG administration, and also LG Manoj Sinha has announced that they have identified, his administration has identified land for film city.
In Kulgam, school students were seen singing Gandhiji's hymn with great fervour, 11 days ahead of Gandhi Jayanti.
Taking the kind of position that she took against Raghupati Raghav Rajaram in Kashmir schools to be sung on the occasion of Mahatma Gandhi's birth anniversary on October 2, if Mehbooba Mufti thought that she could pander to extremist Islamist sentiment within the valley, she got a fact check by none other than Farooq Abdullah, who said just because singing bhajans did not make him lesser Muslim, Hindus visiting Ajmer Dargah do not become lesser Hindus. Students in Kashmir singing Raghupati Raghav Rajaram would not become lesser Muslims as well.
But while Kashmir moves forward in a new direction, Mehbooba Mufti was at it again. From touting the hymn as a Hindu bhajan to colouring it as a Hindutva agenda.
एक भजन गाने के लिए कहते हैं, वो तो कोई ऐसा कोई सॉन्ग नहीं है, हिंदू मुस्लिम का सॉन्ग नहीं, वो एक भजन है जिसकी हम कदर करते हैं, इज्जत करते हैं, पर मुसलमान बच्चों से भजन कहलवाना, तो ये करना क्या चाहते हैं? वो मेरा इनसे सवाल है कि आप करना क्या चाहते हो, और आप गांधी जी के कौन बनते हो? आप तो वही लोग हो जो गोडसे की पूजा करते हो, जो सबसे बड़ा आतंकवादी है जिसने गांधी जी की हत्या की, और वो गांधी जी जिन्होंने हिंदू मुस्लिम के लिए अपनी जान दे दी, तो ये हमको गांधी जी का पाठ क्यों पढ़ाते हैं?
The BJP questioned Mehbooba's attempt to divide the Union Territory on the basis of religion.
Mehbooba Mufti has lost her political sport in Kashmir Valley. That's why she is spitting venom in Kashmir Valley to divide the society. But everybody in Jammu and Kashmir knows the credential and designs of Mehbooba Mufti. Raghupati Raghav Rajaram, that was a bhajan used and sung by Mahatma Gandhi ji during the freedom struggle to unite the whole countrymen.
But interestingly, even Farooq Abdullah, who often parrots the same ideology, countered Mehbooba Mufti on this one.
मैं खुद भजन गाता था, तो क्या भजन गाने से क्या मैं हिंदू बन गया? या अगर हिंदू अजमेर शरीफ की दरगाह में जाता है तो क्या वो मुसलमान बन जाता है? या हमारे कई लोग जो है माता के दर्शन के लिए जाते हैं तो क्या वो हिंदू बन जाते हैं? नहीं, वो एक उस उम्मीद से जाते हैं कि मेरी मुश्किलें यहाँ दूर होगी, वो उसके लोग हैं।
Despite all efforts to run down Gandhiji's hymn, the video of young kids has sent across the strong message. This is Naya Kashmir. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And news just coming in, we are getting in fact visuals from Puducherry where a clash broke out between supporters of Father Periyar and the Dravid Kharagam and the Hindu Front organization. I think these are pictures that we are getting for you from Puducherry where this clash has broken out. Varshini on the phone line with us to explain to us what really happened. Varshini, tell us more of what happened. It does appear to be quite a violent, aggressive sort of a situation.
Well, yes, this issue has been, erupted yesterday when the Tandai Periyar Dravida Kazhagam, members of this group have come to the ground to. They have staged a protest, and we hear that this protest was regarding the issues going on between. The protest that they wanted to stage, and similarly when the Hindu association, the Hindu Front people also came down to the roads and there was a clash between them. Apparently the Tandai Periyar Dravida Kazhagam people had been trying to, tear the manuscripts of during their protest on the roads, and this did not go well with the people from the Hindu Front and the other groups. And when they had also come to the ground to the same spot, trying to stop them from doing this kind of a protest on the road in front of the public, a clash has erupted, and it has even gone violent, where there has been several, a kind of a scuffle between these two groups, and the police had to interfere and try and calm down the situation. And they had also arrested the people who had participated in the protest, and they have detained them. So there was a kind of a law and order issue that also erupted in the Puducherry city when this protest was going on, and the clash that erupted between the Hindu groups and the Tandai Periyar Dravida Kazhagam in Puducherry.
All right. Varshini reporting on that. Thank you very much for bringing us those visuals. As Varshini is pointing out, things did get quite out of hand in Puducherry. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, a crucial cabinet meeting takes place at 10:30 this morning. The national logistics policy is on the agenda. And the 200 crore rupee scam is getting bigger after Jacqueline Fernandez designer Lipakshi is to be grilled today.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
It's a big excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley. Revival of cinema almost 32 years earlier, when the cinema halls were targeted by the terrorists, so it was difficult for the owners of these halls to open the cinema halls. But now with the improvement in the situation in the Kashmir Valley, we are seeing cinemas back in the Kashmir Valley.
जयपुर में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता लंपी गायों को लेकर के जिस तरीके से सरकार का रुख रहा है, उसको लेकर के यहाँ पे बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अशोक गहलोत सरकार को घेरने की तैयारी में आज बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता निकले थे। 3 से 4 लेयर सिक्योरिटी है, इसके साथ साथ में अलग अलग जो लाइन है पुलिस कर्मियों की वो बनी हुई है यहाँ इन्हें रोकने के लिए।
were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
जो बाउंड्री वॉल है देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। यहाँ पर मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है। अभी तक 4 लोगों की मौत यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है, जिसमें कि कुछ को कैलाश अस्पताल पहुँचाया गया और कुछ को सिविल अस्पताल में पहुँचाया गया।
बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सतीश पूनिया सड़क पर निकले हैं बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ने के लिए। आगे बढ़ते हुए यहाँ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जिस तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डंडे बरसाते हुए पुलिसकर्मी आपको नजर आएंगे कि पुलिस बल इतना तैनात था, बावजूद इसके 3 से 4 बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ी है।
These were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
Excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley. Revival of cinema almost 32 years earlier, when the cinema halls were targeted by the terrorists, so it was difficult for the owners of these halls to open the cinema halls. But now with the improvement in the situation in the Kashmir Valley, we are seeing cinemas back in the Kashmir Valley.
जयपुर में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता लंपी गायों को लेकर के जिस तरीके से सरकार का रुख रहा है, उसको लेकर के यहाँ पे बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अशोक गहलोत सरकार को घेरने की तैयारी में आज बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता निकले थे। 3 से 4
were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see the lunch which was served in the toilet.
बाउंड्री वॉल है देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है।
जयपुर के बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो है विधानसभा की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं, लेकिन विधानसभा से ठीक पहले उन्हें रोका गया है।
Here are the headlines at 8:30. Face-off over Bhagavad Gita in Karnataka. Congress and JDS oppose. BJP asks, what's communal? Uproar over Cong Hindu abuse tape. Will Vadra Congress break its silence? Crucial cabinet meet at 10:30 a.m. today. National logistics policy on the agenda. $200 crore scam gets bigger after Jacqueline designer Lipakshi to be grilled today. From Iran anti-hijab revolution to focus on PFI role, arguments to continue in top court as the hijab debate rages on. After Chandigarh University, massive protests erupt over students' death at Jalandhar University. Very good morning. Thanks for staying with us on the Morning Express. I'm Nivedna Prabhu. We have big news coming in. Lovely Professional University releases a statement on the suicide of a student, states initial investigation and all contents of the suicide note points towards personal issues of the deceased. Now, the university is providing full support to the authorities for further probe. Now, this comes after massive protests erupted at the university in Jalandhar following the suicide of a student. So in terms of this particular incident, the latest update being is that Lovely Professional University has released a statement on the incident. Now the student protest in the private university, as a student of course committed suicide. On the other hand, of course, huge number of students were on the roads inside the campus of Lovely Professional University. Now this comes after a first year student staying in a hostel committed suicide, leaving a suicide note behind. So of course now the university has reacted on the matter as well and has stated that the initial probe is on and all the contents of the suicide note points towards personal issues of the deceased. On the other hand, they have also stated that the university is providing full support to the authorities for the probe. For more information on this latest development, we're joined in by Amandeep. Amandeep, the latest we understand is that Lovely Professional University has released a statement, has also stated that in the personal, the suicide note, it looks like it is related to, personal issues of the deceased. But what can you tell us further about this?
Well, absolutely. This is a fact that the police have recovered a suicide note from the room of the hospital who has committed the suicide. And even it has been quoted by the police as well that there are certain personal issues due to which he has committed suicide. But, Navedna, the point is, what are those personal issues? A first-year student who has recently shifted to the hostel, who has recently joined the university, what kind of personal issues he was suffering from? The family, he was away from the family, and even when he comes from the family to the university, how the difference about the personal and this studious problems to him. The point, this is the fact of the matter, and even the entire investigation is now, Navedna, depending upon the parents of the student who will be visiting today to the university, and the body will be handed over to them also, and even they will tell either how to probe this entire incident. It is the high possibilities they might file a complaint regarding the murder or something else, or they will not get satisfied with the suicide theory of the police and the university administration as well. So lot of complications are still arising just because the way students are protesting outside the university on the roads inside the campus. In fact, it was raising so many questions that why the students are coming out when the personal issue and he has committed suicide. What is the concern of these students? Why they are raising slogans? We demand justice. Why they are demanding justice and coming out on the roads in the midnight inside the campus? They are leaving their hostels and straight away going across the university authorities as well. Why they are not satisfied with the suicide theory? Just because if we believe that the police is saying right, that it is only the personal issue due to which he has committed the suicide, then why the students are coming out? Why the huge protest is visible during the midnight?
Right. Thank you for getting us all the latest information in terms of this developing story. Of course, an unfortunate incident has transpired where a student did commit suicide in a reputed university. Now, the university, Lovely Professional University, has released a statement saying that the initial probe is on, and on the other side, they will be cooperating with the authorities in terms of this particular incident. But moving on to other news now, the BJP claimed that a person close to AAP leadership was awarded liquor contract under its now withdrawn excise policy as it launched a fresh attack on Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal over the alleged excise case.
BJP has now levelled another set of allegations against the Aam Aadmi Party, saying that there are certain vendors who have now been photographed along with Aam Aadmi Party leaders.
Liquorgate scam continues to haunt Aam Aadmi Party. BJP launched a fresh attack on Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal over the alleged excise row. The BJP claimed that a person close to AAP leadership was awarded liquor contract under his now withdrawn excise policy. BJP showed a picture of Karamjit Singh Lamba with Kejriwal and AAP MLA Saurabh Bhardwaj and detail about a liquor trader linked with Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal.
ये बताना अति आवश्यक है, ये करणजीत सिंह लांबा जो हैं, ये तस्वीर देखिए, लाख लाख शब्द कहेगी ये तस्वीर भ्रष्टाचारी अरविंद केजरीवाल के बारे में।
He alleged that the Delhi government flouted rules and did not maintain transparency in awarding the liquor contracts.
करमजीत सिंह लांबा, आप कैंडिडेट सीयर पार्क वार्ड, अरे ये कैसे हो गया? मतलब आम आदमी पार्टी का जो कैंडिडेट है उसी को सारे नियमों की अनदेखी करके शराब का ठेका दे दिया जाता है.
There was no immediate reaction from Lamba. Meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party continues to assert that the allegations of corruption in framing the excise policy is BJP's political vendetta, as it was rattled by Kejriwal and his party's political rise. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
After French President Emmanuel Macron hailed Prime Minister Modi at UNGA, saying that India's stand on war was right, not for revenge against the West or for opposing the West against East. Clearly, Macron hailing Prime Minister Modi for his point of view. He also went on to say that it is time for our sovereign equal states to cope together with challenges we face. US NSA Jake Sullivan says PM Narendra Modi's speech, "Not time for war," is a statement of principle. Now, US security advisor went on to state this. Now, this comes after the fact that, of course, Prime Minister Modi had also given his viewpoint about the Ukraine war and went on to state that today's era is not of war. And, this was when Prime Minister Modi had spoken earlier, a couple of days earlier. And now a reaction, of course, coming in where Sullivan has said that after Macron, now US NSA Jake Sullivan hails Prime Minister Modi for his point of view. Earlier, of course, Macron's statement came in reference to PM Modi's path of peace, a message which went to Russia's President Putin.
I think what Prime Minister Modi said, a statement of principle on behalf of what he believes is right and just, was very much welcomed by the United States and for the Indian leadership, which has longstanding relationships in Moscow from the very top all the way through the Russian government, to continue to reinforce that message that now is the time for war to end. And the way this war should end is for Russia to abide by the basic terms of the UN Charter and to return the territories that it has seized by force. This is a message that every country, however they feel about Russia, Ukraine, the United States, everyone should be able to center around this basic proposition. You cannot conquer your neighbor's territory by force, and peace will come fastest and most decisively to Ukraine if Russia abandons that effort. And we would like to see every country in the world making that case. They can do it publicly if they like, they can do it privately if they like, but sending that clear and unmistakable message to Moscow at this time is the most vital thing I think we can collectively do to produce peace in that region.
Now, Jake Sullivan, of course, reacting there and talking about Prime Minister Modi's point of view in terms of the fact that this era is not for war, when PM Modi was in conversation with Putin. And Sullivan, of course, has reacted about the same, stating that, of course, US also is in tandem with his point of view. But moving on to other news, it's a crucial day in AAP. We're talking about the fact that in terms of Jake Sullivan, the United National Security Advisor, talking about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's message to Russian President Putin on the Ukraine war was very much welcomed by the US. In fact, while addressing a press conference at the White House, Jake went on to say that a statement of principle on behalf of what he believes is right and just, and it was very much welcomed by the US. Now, of course, the remark of the Indian leadership, which has long-standing relationships with Moscow. So now, of course, Jake reacting about the same in terms of Prime Minister Modi's point of view. Let's listen in to what Emmanuel Macron also had to say.
Modi, the Prime Minister of India, was right when he said the time is not for war. It is not for revenge against the West or for opposing the West against the East. It is the time for a collective time for our sovereign equal states to cope together with challenges we face. This is why there's an urgent need to develop a new contract between the North and the South, an effective contract which is respectful for food, for biodiversity, for education.
Well, this is, of course, a statement coming in from Jake Sullivan, the United States National Security Advisor, who is now hailing Prime Minister Modi for his point of view. This comes after, of course, how Emmanuel Macron also had given his point of view, hailing Prime Minister Modi for that clear message saying that this era is not the era of war. So, of course, many people right now appreciating Prime Minister Modi for his point of view when he was, of course, in conversation with Russian President Putin. But we're slipping into a short break. Lots more lined up on the other side. Uproar over Congress Hindu abuse tape. Will Vadra Congress break its silence is the question. Crucial cabinet meet at 10:30 a.m. today. National logistics policy on the agenda. We'll get you all of that on the other side, only on the Morning Express. Stay tuned.
जयपुर में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता लंपी गायों को लेकर के जिस तरीके से सरकार का रुख रहा है उसको लेकर के यहाँ पे बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अशोक गहलोत सरकार को घेरने की तैयारी में आज बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता निकले थे। 3 से 4 लेयर सिक्योरिटी है, इसके साथ साथ में अलग अलग जो लाइन है पुलिस कर्मियों की वो बनी हुई है। यहाँ इन्हें रोकने के लिए
were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
जो बाउंड्री वॉल है देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। यहाँ पर मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है। अभी तक 4 लोगों की मौत यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है, जिसमें कि कुछ को कैलाश अस्पताल पहुँचाया गया और कुछ को सिविल अस्पताल में पहुँचाया गया।
बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सतीश पूनिया सड़क पर निकले हैं बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ने के लिए आगे बढ़ते हुए। यहाँ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जिस तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डंडे बरसाते हुए पुलिसकर्मी आपको नजर आएंगे कि पुलिस बल इतना तैनात था, बावजूद इसके 3 से 4 बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ी है।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
Excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley. Revival of cinema almost 32 years earlier when the cinema halls were targeted by the terrorists, so it was difficult for the owners of these halls to open the cinema halls. But now with the improvement in the situation in the Kashmir Valley, we are seeing cinemas back in the Kashmir Valley.
जयपुर में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता लंपी गायों को लेकर के जिस तरीके से सरकार का रुख रहा है उसको लेकर के यहाँ पे बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अशोक गहलोत सरकार को घेरने की तैयारी में आज बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता निकले थे। 3 से 4 लेयर सिक्योरिटी है, इसके साथ साथ में अलग अलग जो लाइन है पुलिस कर्मियों की वो बनी हुई है। यहाँ इन्हें रोकने के लिए
These were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given,
Welcome back. It's a crucial day in Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan case after the recovery of lakhs of cash and weapons during ACB searches on September 16th. The AAP MLA was arrested and sent to 4-day custody. Here's more.
It is a crucial day for the Aam Aadmi Party MLA Amanatullah Khan as his custody ends today. After the recovery of cash amounting to lakhs of rupees and an unlicensed weapon during ACB searches on the 16th of September, the Aam Aadmi Party MLA was arrested and sent to 4-day custody. Accused in the Delhi Waqf Board corruption case, Amanatullah Khan's 4-day custody ends today. He will be produced before the court, where the court will decide whether he will be given bail or will stay in jail or police custody. But even before his court appearance late last evening, the Aam Aadmi Party MLA had complained of chest pain. The Aam Aadmi Party MLA was taken to the Hindu Rao Hospital in Delhi. However, due to some technical issues, he was later taken to the AIIMS hospital, where his medical checkup was completed. Whether these are just antics to avoid action or not will only be known once the medical reports are out. But the Aam Aadmi Party MLA now faces massive allegations. He is accused of illegally recruiting 32 people in the Waqf Board, violating the norms and government guidelines while doing so. He is accused of renting out the properties of Waqf Board illegally and misappropriating the funds of the Waqf Board as well as grants provided by the Delhi government.
अरविंद केजरीवाल अमनतुल्ला खान जैसे अपराधियों के संरक्षक हैं। तालीम के लिए जगह थी, स्कूल था और मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी के लिए ही था। उसको तोड़ करके उस पे कटरा बनाना और कटरा बनाने के एवज में बहुत पैसे लेना, इलीगल ब्लैक मनी का बड़ा बिजनेस देख के आया है वहां से।
The Aam Aadmi Party MLA is yet to act on Amanatullah Khan, but with the court all set to decide Amanatullah's fate in court, it will be crucial for the Aam Aadmi Party as multiple party leaders remain under agency scanner. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Time for a short break, but on the other side, crucial cabinet meeting at 10:30 a.m. today. National logistics policy on the agenda. And the 200 crore scam gets bigger after Jacqueline Fernandez designer Lepakshi to be grilled today. All of this and much more on the Morning Express. Stay tuned.
These were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
जो बाउंड्री वॉल है देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। यहाँ पर मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है। अभी तक 4 लोगों की मौत यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है, जिसमें कि कुछ को कैलाश अस्पताल पहुँचाया गया और कुछ को सिविल अस्पताल में पहुँचाया गया।
बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सतीश पूनिया सड़क पर निकले हैं बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ने के लिए आगे बढ़ते हुए। यहाँ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जिस तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डंडे बरसाते हुए पुलिसकर्मी आपको नजर आएंगे कि पुलिस बल इतना तैनात था, बावजूद इसके 3 से 4 बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ी है।
These were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
It's a big excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley. Revival of cinema almost 32 years earlier, when the cinema halls were targeted by the terrorists, so it was difficult for the owners of these halls to open the cinema halls. But now with the improvement in the situation in the Kashmir Valley, we are seeing cinemas back in the Kashmir Valley.
जयपुर में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता लंपी गायों को लेकर के जिस तरीके से सरकार का रुख रहा है, उसको लेकर के यहाँ पे बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अशोक गहलोत सरकार को घेरने की तैयारी में आज बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता निकले थे। 3 से 4 लेयर सिक्योरिटी है, इसके साथ साथ में अलग अलग जो लाइन है पुलिस कर्मियों की वो बनी हुई है यहाँ इन्हें रोकने के लिए।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
जो बाउंड्री वॉल है देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। यहाँ पर मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है। अभी तक 4 लोगों की मौत यहाँ
Also, what's making news across the globe, a bipartisan group of mayors said that whatever political differences they might have, they are united in fighting against recent voting restrictions enacted in some Republican-controlled states that they view as an attack on democracy.
We are all standing here together, Democrats and Republicans, elected officials on all different levels, to say that the infrastructure should be nonpartisan. Absolutely. The campaigns can go and do what they do, but the infrastructure, our democracy, is nonpartisan. And when that happens, then I think people can start trusting the system, respecting the process, and then feel comfortable with the outcome, regardless of where it may be.
New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern and French President Emmanuel Macron hailed progress made by the Christchurch called Cyber Security Initiative, which was set up after a white supremacist in New Zealand live-streamed the slaughter of 51 Muslim worshippers on Facebook in 2019.
It's clear that you can prevent this kind of terrorist behavior, and what will guide people to terrorism through artificial intelligence. And it's impossible to pretend the opposite. So we will put pressure as well to have more commitment. The third point, because algorithm and artificial intelligence are the 2 pillars of our strategy to have, I would say, a much more efficient prevention. And I think the change, reverting to your question, is that all these players are more and more aware that the current system is no more sustainable, because the pressure will increase constantly.
US Attorney General met with Ukrainian Prosecutor General at the Justice Department to discuss investigating atrocities that have occurred since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine in February. The two signed a memorandum of understanding that establishes a framework for the two governments to work more closely to identify, apprehend and prosecute individuals involved in war crimes.
Know that the road ahead is neither short nor easy, but we and our Ukrainian partners will work tirelessly to pursue truth and justice. Our message is clear. There is no hiding place for the perpetrators of these atrocities.
US Secretary of State met with Lebanese Prime Minister at the UN. Lebanon has been in the grips of a 3-year severe economic crisis that has left 3/4 of its population in poverty after the Lebanese pound lost more than 90% of its value.
An attempt of Pakistani drone intrusion has been foiled by the border security force in the Gurdaspur sector. Yesterday midnight at around 11:30, a Pakistani drone tried to enter the Indian territory in the Gurdaspur sector, after which the BSF troops fired upon the Pakistani drone, which possibly went back. The SIA raids are going on here in the Bhatinda area of Jammu, and I'll request Gaurav to keep showing you the visuals that the State Investigation Agency is carrying out raids here at Jammu as well as in Srinagar, and these raids are expected to continue and go further in multiple locations across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir over the use or illegal use of the passports. With Gaurav Sahni, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सतीश पूनिया सड़क पर निकले हैं बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ने के लिए आगे बढ़ते हुए। यहाँ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जिस तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डंडे बरसाते हुए पुलिसकर्मी आपको नजर आएंगे कि पुलिस बल इतना तैनात था, बावजूद इसके 3 से 4 बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ी है।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
Excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley. Revival of cinema almost 32 years earlier, when the cinema halls were targeted by the terrorists, so it was difficult for the owners of these halls to open the cinema halls. But now, with the improvement in the situation in the Kashmir Valley, we are seeing cinemas back in the Kashmir Valley.
जयपुर में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता लंपी गायों को लेकर के जिस तरीके से सरकार का रुख रहा है, उसको लेकर के यहाँ पे बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अशोक गहलोत सरकार को घेरने की तैयारी में आज बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता निकले थे। 3 से 4 लेयर सिक्योरिटी है, इसके साथ साथ में अलग अलग जो लाइन है पुलिसकर्मियों की वो बनी हुई है यहाँ इन्हें रोकने के लिए।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
जो बाउंड्री वॉल है, देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। यहाँ पर मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है। अभी तक 4 लोगों की मौत यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है, जिसमें कि कुछ को कैलाश अस्पताल पहुँचाया गया और कुछ को सिविल अस्पताल में पहुँचाया गया।
बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सतीश पूनिया सड़क पर निकले हैं बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ने के लिए आगे बढ़ते हुए। यहाँ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जिस तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डंडे बरसाते हुए पुलिसकर्मी आपको नजर आएंगे कि पुलिस बल इतना तैनात था, बावजूद इसके 3 से 4 बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ी है।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
Excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley. Revival of cinema almost 32 years earlier, when the cinema halls were targeted by the terrorists. So it was difficult for the owners of these halls to open the cinema halls. But now with the improvement in the situation in the Kashmir Valley, we are seeing cinema.
The face-off over the Bhagavad Gita in Karnataka, the Congress and the JDS oppose. BJP asks what's communal. After France, the United States of America lauds Prime Minister Modi's diplomacy at the world stage. Crucial cabinet meeting at 10:30 this morning. National logistics policy is on the agenda. 200 crore rupee scam is getting bigger after Jacqueline Fernandez, designer Lipakshi, is set to be grilled today. From Iran anti-hijab revolution to focus on the PFI's role, arguments are to continue in the top court as the hijab debate rages on. After Chandigarh University, massive protests erupt over students' death at the Jalandhar University. Good morning and welcome. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. In fact, we begin with reports that are just coming in from the United Kingdom. Communal tension in another town in the United Kingdom is being reported after Leicester mob surrounded a Hindu temple in Smethwick, Birmingham. Videos show hundreds surrounding a temple, chanting religious slogans, making obscene gestures at people inside the temple complex. The British police were forced to intervene as tensions continued overnight. Men were seen climbing temple walls once again. We are going to try and get you those pictures of this town in Birmingham where tensions between Hindus and Muslims seem to be peaking. Now, do remember there was communal tension that was reported in Leicester as well. There were several arrests that were made in Leicester to try and control the situation, but a repeat situation being reported in Smethwick in Birmingham. Let me go across to Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor on the phone line. Abhishek, give us more details of what's happening, and obviously this appears to be snowballing.
Yes, and that's why, Nupur, it seems that there is a plan, there is coordination with which this is happening. So this is Smethwick in West Midlands and Birmingham, and before that we had Leicester, and we had similar violence taking place a month back as well. This is well coordinated. There's almost same set of people, possibly of Pakistani origin, all of them Muslims. And in this case, the Durga Center, the Durga Bhavan Hindu Center targeted, and the pictures clearly show element of vandalism, element of preparation, given the fact that almost the entire crowd comes in hoodies. Thankfully, in this case, the police was proactive, unlike in the case of Leicester, where the scale of vandalism was much higher, and police created a cordon around the temple and kept the crowd on the other side of the road, and it seems that the situation has been brought under control. This was last evening, and now we are told that the crowds have dispersed. But what is important is that this is happening too often to let go of it as a one-off kind of protest or activism. This is clearly aimed at intimidating the Hindu community, frightening the locals there, and it almost amounts to a crackdown on, Hindu activities taking place. So, for example, in this case, in Smethwick, reports suggest that there was a cultural event planned, and these mobsters did not want that to go ahead, and that's why they came in this huge crowd and led to police intervention and subsequently, of course, dispersal. But look at the gestures. I'm going through the videos, some of them, and these are horrible gestures aimed at insulting and intimidating those who were inside. So this kind of hooliganism, I believe, needs a well-coordinated response. We have seen the Indian High Commission making a statement yesterday, day before, and it seems it has had some impact so far as the local administration is concerned, but the civil society also has to intervene and do something about it. We have seen statements coming in from ISKCON, for example, in the case of Leicester, and now similar pictures coming out from Smethwick in Birmingham.
No, absolutely, Abhishek. Both these areas, Leicester as well as Birmingham, do have a huge South Asian community. And what we are given to understand is that reports seem to suggest that this has been brewing for quite some time now, and the match between India and Pakistan was the only a trigger. But police seem to suspect that the tension has been simmering for a while now.
Well, so the match does not mean that you have to indulge in vandalism. The match was almost a month back. The latest, for example, in the case of Smethwick, it's nothing to do with the cricket match. There was some cultural event planned at the temple, and these hooligans came in. So I think while the match might have been a trigger a month back, now it is more like a coordinated effort to intimidate the Hindu community in all those neighborhoods in England where in many instances the Hindus and Muslims, most of them of Pakistani origin, live side by side. So I think this is clearly an attempt at changing the dynamics on the ground in terms of inter-community relationships. And it can be seen, as I am repeatedly mentioning, that the mobsters, the crowd, they are coming in hoodies and the kind of sloganeering, for example, they are indulging in. It is Allahu Akbar and Nara Takbir. This is clearly aimed at cowing down and intimidating the Hindu community. The temples are targeted. It's not in equal fight. We have not seen pictures coming in of a similar crowd of Hindus coming in and cornering people in a mosque. Had it been so, there would have been pictures. There are none. So it's clear that Hindu temples and the community is being targeted, and it's happening repeatedly. And that's why I think a call was taken and the Indian High Commission came out with a statement. Perhaps there would be a follow-up or should be a follow-up from the government of India as well.
Absolutely. Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor, joining us on that. Thank you very much for those inputs. As Abhishek was pointing out, that the Indian High Commission has taken this up at the highest levels. And more news coming in. A Pakistani drone intrusion attempt has been foiled. The Pakistani drone attempted to enter the Indian territory in Gurdaspur in Punjab. The BSF, which was patrolling the area, fired multiple rounds at the Pakistani drone, after which it possibly went back. Massive searches have been launched in the area. So this is another Pakistani drone intrusion, seems to have been foiled. Gursimran reporting on this. He joins us live. Gursimran, give us more details of what happened. Of course, we are given to understand that because of the interception, it perhaps did go back.
See, another attempt of the Pakistani side to push in weapons and narcotics via drone has been foiled by the border security force along the international border. See, this was a series of repeated attempts that are being done by the Pakistani side so that they can do the surveillance of the forward area that is being manned by the border security force, as well as to drop weapons and narcotics. And this comes in the Gurdaspur sector of Punjab, where a Pakistani drone tried to enter the Indian territory at around 11:20 yesterday night, after which it was fired upon by the alert troops of the border security force. And we are getting to know that it possibly went back to the Pakistani territory. Soon after the incident, massive searches have been launched in the entire area to rule out the possibility of any dropping. The forces are trying to ascertain that if this drone doesn't went back, whether it has got down after getting shot at by the BSF's bullet, that is yet to be traced as the searches are on in the area. But yes, this is a growing threat when it comes to the drone, which is regularly being used by the Pakistani side. If we speak of this year only, over 50 incidents of drone dropping or drone sighting have been reported in Jammu and Kashmir as well as in several parts of Punjab, which clearly hints that this is a bigger threat, and the Pakistan is now using the drones, the custom-made drones, to push weapons and narcotics into the Indian territory.
Right. Absolutely, Gursimran, as you're pointing out, this appears to be a bigger threat. And we've seen these drones come in very frequently now. Gursimran, just I think 2 days ago or so, there was another attempt that was made, and there were some amount of arms that were believed to have been dropped.
Yes, it was day before yesterday, and that was also in the Amritsar sector when the recovery was made. 3 packets of heroin, 1 pistol and 8 rounds were recovered by the border security force from a drone dropping that has taken place at early hours of the day. And important to mention that we have seen that the bag that was carrying it had clear mention of the Pakistani address as well as the Pakistani mobile numbers, who has sent it and where it was to be delivered. The case has also been registered by the Punjab police, and the further investigation in that case is also underway. But yes, this is a serious threat. By day we have seen how the Pakistan is almost on the daily basis using the drones to push in weapons, narcotics and doing surveillance along the international border, be it in Jammu and Kashmir or in parts of Punjab where it wants to destabilize the internal situation. We know how desperately Pakistan is trying to do this, as the terror commanders have been wiped out by the security forces, and now they are only resorting to the drone tactics to go and get the weapons as well as narcotics delivered in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir as well as in Punjab.
Right, Gursimran reporting on that from Jammu. Thank you for joining us. So Gursimran, of course, bringing us the details of what has happened in Punjab once again. Now, in a fresh face-off, the Karnataka Congress has questioned the ruling BJP over the introduction of only the Bhagavad Gita in the school curriculum and asked why not the Quran or the Bible, clarifying the stance of the state government. Karnataka's Education Minister B.C. Nagesh has said that the Bhagavad Gita is not a religious book. So that is the clarification that we are getting from the Karnataka Education Minister. Lots of reactions coming in to this. Let's listen in to what D.K. Shivakumar of the Congress said earlier.
The Education Minister of Karnataka doesn't know Bhagavad Gita was being distributed at the time of King Manteya for 2 rupees to everyone. There is nothing new is there. Rajiv ji in the entire Doordarshan for 3-4 years, he has come out with a scheme that everyone should see Ramayana, Mahabharata every Sunday. Rajiv ji has promoted Bhagavad Gita to every men and women of this country. So this is the philosophy of Congress party, and he is trying to hijack now.
Sir, many. All right, we are also now getting a reaction from the Education Minister of Karnataka, B.C. Nagesh, who says that the Bhagavad Gita is not a religious text.
I doesn't know why they are comparing Bhagavad Gita with Quran or etc. Quran is a religious book. Bhagavad Gita is not a religious book. It doesn't speak anything about the worship of the God or any things of religious practices. Bhagavad Gita is basically a moral thing which inspires the students. As we know that even during the freedom movement, most of the freedom fighters who were in jail for years together were inspired by Bhagavad Gita, and it motivated them to fight for the election, and the moral strength they got because of Bhagavad Gita. I doesn't know why Congress still, after learning many lessons, still wants to oppose anything which is connected with Hindutva, and to appease only one class, they will always speak of Quran or etc. etc. I want you to ask for the Congress person whether Quran is religious book or not.
All right, so let's go across right now to Prajwal, who's reporting live on this. Prajwal, this is obviously picking up steam given the fact that elections are just around the corner. And the comment that was made by D.K. Shivakumar seems extremely interesting because he doesn't essentially attack it. He says that it was Rajiv Gandhi who asked people to watch the Mahabharata and the Ramayana on Sunday. So is there perhaps, a political fight over this?
You know, absolutely, because seems like the Congress is treating a very cautious line here, because there are different statements coming in from different Congress leaders, and seems like the Congress, camp is divided even over the Bhagavad Gita issue too, because yesterday we saw Siddaramaiah, who is the leader of the opposition, and Priyank Kharge both opposing the introduction of Bhagavad Gita, and they also stated that if it was about moral science and life values, they could even be picked from the Quran as well as the Bible too. But DK Shivkumar is not, he's not denying it, or he's not saying that the Bhagavad Gita should not be introduced, but he's claiming, he's claiming credit for the introduction of the Bhagavad Gita, or he stated that the Congress government has already done this in the past. So what is new over here? And this definitely seems like, that the elections are nearing. We know that the elections are in 2023, fast approaching in Karnataka, and it seems to be a very interesting thing that is happening in the Congress. So is the Congress unified or divided? That is the big question that the leaders of Congress will have to answer.
Oh, yes, absolutely, Prajwal. And, what's very stark, of course, is the fact that they don't know what line to take and what is going to appease each part of the voter. So is that something that, isn't that something that we see every day in the comments that come in from the Congress party?
Definitely, because even if you look at what has happened in this year in April, when a reputed school in Bengaluru had stated that taking the Bible is mandatory, otherwise the students will not be allowed. The Congress were again split into two camps over there, and interestingly at that point of time, DK Shivkumar refused to comment on this particular issue, and he stated that the block education officer will be taking the necessary action whatsoever, and the primary and secondary education minister, Mr. BC Nagesh, has been very clear from the beginning, saying that the Bhagavad Gita is not a religious book. This was not told yesterday. This was not told just a few weeks ago. This has been clear since the very beginning, the stand of the Karnataka state government. But somewhere the Congress camp seems to be divided, from Priyank Kharge to Siddaramaiah to Zamir Ahmad, and now DK Shivkumar, the KPCC party president, stating that he's neither here nor there, puts Congress in a tricky situation here.
All right, do stay with us. I'm going to come back to you. Tanveer Ahmed on the phone line with us. Tanveer Ahmed, how do you see what's happening in Karnataka? The education minister, of course, seems to suggest that the Bhagavad Gita is not a religious text. It's more on the lines of a series of lectures. Also, we see the Congress party completely divided on it. We had DK Shivakumar, who actually says that this is something that the Congress party had thought of before.
Firstly, is not a religious authority to comment whether Bhagavad Gita is a religious book or not religious book. And second thing, the religion which speaks about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam or Sarve Jano Sukhino Bhavat, people who want to divide the society, they are including this book, is absolutely laughable. Why? Because the first shloka of Bhagavad Gita says, Karmanyavadikaraste ma phaleshu kadachala. You do your deed, don't worry about your fruits. They are worrying about the fruit much before doing the deed. So it's not the book. It is the intention, and people who want to really introduce should definitely be questioned. Bhagavad Gita is a great book. Everybody should learn. And when I was in 8th standard, used to learn Bhagavad Gita and Dvaita and Advaita. So it is not religious centric. But the people who are introducing this book to make it compulsory, their intention are only pole-oriented. Neither the people of Karnataka nor a Hindu who wants to respect, promote, protect and propagate his religion would really like their intentions to be surfaced, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Ahmed, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you very much for joining us. So the JDO over there saying that they are opposed in a sense to the manner in which it has been introduced. Prajwal also was reporting on this from Bengaluru. Prajwal, thank you to you as well. And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. In a fresh face-off, the Karnataka Congress has questioned the ruling BJP over the introduction of only the Bhagavad Gita in the school curriculum, and asked why not the Quran or the Bible, clarifying the stance of the state government. The Karnataka Education Minister BC Nagesh has said that Bhagavad Gita is not a religious text. The Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing has now summoned actor Jacqueline Fernandez's designer Lipakshi for questioning in the Sukesh Chandrasekhar case. This comes after Jacqueline Fernandez was grilled for over 7 hours 2 days ago. The arrested Aam Aadmi Party lawmaker Amanatullah Khan will be produced before the court today at the end of his police custody remand in a case registered against him by the Anti-Corruption Bureau over alleged irregularities in appointments as the Waqf Board. Delhi's Bharatiya Janata Party President Adesh Gupta on Tuesday asked the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena to probe the Waqf Board's alleged encroachment of the Delhi Development Authority land in Deer Park near Hauz Khas, which he claimed was taking place with the help of an area MLA Somnath Bharti. Bharti refuted the charge and said that the BJP was attempting to communalize people in order to seek votes. The JDU's MLC Dinesh Singh is being questioned at Patna airport by IT authorities. Dinesh Singh was detained at the airport after he arrived from Delhi and was questioned regarding cash that was recovered from him. The Union Cabinet meeting will be held today at 10:30 a.m. The Union Cabinet is likely to approve the national logistics policy in its meeting. This comes after Prime Minister Modi unveiled the policy which seeks to cut transportation costs by promoting seamless movement of goods across the country. Mizoram's Chief Minister Zoramthanga and the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma are slated to meet in New Delhi to find a solution to resolve the long-standing border dispute between the two northeastern states. This will be the second such meeting between the two chief ministers on the border issue. The Supreme Court will hear a batch of pleas challenging the orders of the Karnataka High Court, where it had held that wearing of hijab isn't essential religious practice and hence the same cannot be permitted at educational institutions. Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde is on a 2-day visit to the national capital. Sources have said that Shinde will meet Nitin Gadkari and the Union Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnav during this visit. Now, in the Amravati hate-killing case, sources have suggested that the absconding accused, Saheem Ahmed, is likely to surrender before the special NIA court. This comes after the NIA announced 2 lakh rupees in cash against him in connection with the case. A massive fire incident has been reported in Chittoor in Andhra Pradesh. The fire seems to have broken out in the wee hours this morning in a plates manufacturing warehouse in which 3 people unfortunately were charred to death. Now, the incident was reported early this morning, and we are given to understand that the fire department rushed to the spot. Further investigations are on. Aneri is reporting on this. She joins us live. Aneri, give us more details of what happened. Unfortunately, of course, we are now learning that 3 people have lost their lives.
That's right, Nupur. 3 people were burnt alive in this incident, which has been reported in Chittoor district of Andhra Pradesh, where we see that the fire incident which was reported was massive. As you can see in the visuals also how the fire was escalating, and also at the same time there were 3 people. This is a plastic factory where we see that there were 3 people inside that they were residing there, and also the reason for the fire is yet to be known, but however we see that there was a massive fire which broke out in Chittoor in a plastic company where there were 3 people who were inside and they were burnt alive when the fire accident took place. But what we are seeing is that now the probe is being taken up, investigation is being taken up into this matter, and what was the reason why exactly this fire incident has been reported is yet to be known. But yes, investigation also has been going on into this matter, but also at the same time, not to forget, 3 people have lost their lives in this fire incident which has taken place. Well, this was a massive fire which broke out in Chittoor district of Andhra Pradesh.
All right, Aneri bringing us the details of this fire. Thank you very much for joining us. As Aneri is pointing out, 3 people unfortunately lost their lives in this fire that took place in the Chittoor district of Andhra Pradesh. You are watching Republic TV. A lot more coming up next, including after France, the United States of America lauds Prime Minister Modi's diplomacy at the world stage. And after Chandigarh University, massive protests erupt over students' death at the Jalandhar University.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
These were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
It's a big excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley. Revival of cinema almost 32 years earlier, when the cinema halls were targeted by the terrorists, so it was difficult for the owners of these halls to open the cinema halls. But now with the improvement in the situation in the Kashmir Valley, we are seeing cinemas back in the Kashmir Valley.
जयपुर में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता लंपी गायों को लेकर के जिस तरीके से सरकार का रुख रहा है, उसको लेकर के यहाँ पे बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अशोक गहलोत सरकार को घेरने की तैयारी में आज बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता निकले थे। 3 से 4 लेयर सिक्योरिटी है, इसके साथ साथ में अलग अलग जो लाइन है पुलिस कर्मियों की वो बनी हुई है यहाँ इन्हें रोकने के लिए।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
जो बाउंड्री वॉल है देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। यहाँ पर मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है। अभी तक 4 लोगों की मौत यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है, जिसमें कि कुछ को कैलाश अस्पताल पहुँचाया गया और कुछ को सिविल अस्पताल में पहुँचाया गया।
बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सतीश पूनिया सड़क पर निकले हैं बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ने के लिए। आगे बढ़ते हुए यहाँ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जिस तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डंडे बरसाते हुए पुलिसकर्मी आपको नजर आएंगे कि पुलिस बल इतना तैनात था, बावजूद इसके 3 से 4 बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ी है।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
It's a big excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley.
Here are the headlines at 9:30. Face-off over Bhagavad Gita in Karnataka. Congress and JDS opposed. BJP asks, what's communal?
Mr. Modi said a statement of principle on behalf of what he believes is right and just. Was very much welcomed by the United States.
After France, United States lauds Prime Minister's diplomacy at world stage. $200 crore scam gets bigger after Jacqueline Fernandez, designer Lipakshi, to be grilled today. From Iran anti-hijab revolution to focus on PFI role, arguments to continue in top court as the hijab debate rages on. After Chandigarh University, massive protests erupt over students' death at Jalandhar University. Days after Leicester, communal tensions in Birmingham, mobs target Hindu temple. Big news coming in. 2 people have been arrested in relation to connection with ISIS in Shivamoga. Now the search is on for the 3rd terrorist and the cops believe that there may be more people behind this. Now the accused have been identified as Sharik, Maaz and Sayyid Yassin. Now Sharik and Sayyid Yassin are residents of Tirthahalli Taluk in Shivamoga and Maaz is a resident of Mangaluru. Now Maaz and Sayyid Yassin have been apprehended and search is on for Sharik. The accused are suspected to have undergone training at terror camps. Now, Mohammad Yassin is an electrical engineer and Maaz is a mechanical engineer and it is suspected they have undergone training to assemble bombs. Now, the accused have been booked under UAPA. For more information on this, we're joined in by Prajwal. Prajwal, we definitely understand in this is, of course, a big breakthrough as well coming in. But we understand 2 have been arrested and the 3rd person is absconding. But what are the other details that we've gathered so far in this?
Nivedna, more and more details are coming about their modus operandi as well, because from what we understand, Maaz is a resident of Mangaluru and he's also an electrical engineer, and he was the one who was trained at terror camps in making bombs too, and they had also conducted blasts on the banks of River Tunga in Shivamoga using these dynamites, and they had planned to carry across explosions in Karnataka. This is the initial investigations according to the sources, highly placed sources who have revealed to Republic. And apart from this, we are also learning that Yasin too, who is also an engineer, was more of influenced by Maaz, is what the parents of Yasin have stated. And now the Shivamoga police, a team of Shivamoga police, which also comprises of the FSL team, has visited Mangaluru, and they have also gone on and conducted a spot inquest in the apartment where Maaz was staying, and several mobile phones have been seized by the cops in this particular regard. And apart from that, more details have come out now that both the accused number 1 Sharik, who is still absconding, and accused number 2 Maaz, who has been apprehended by the Shivamoga cops, were also involved in a similar incident, or more of a in a similar incident in 2020 when they had painted Lashkar Zindabad, and also stated that if the RSS tries to preach Hindutva, then they would have to contact the Taliban and the Lashkar to eliminate the RSS. So this was written on a prominent apartment in Mangaluru in 2020 December on the Arya Samaj Road, and a police complaint was filed in the Kadri police station, and later they were apprehended and they were sent to jail they were sent to prison for over 1 year, and they were released on bail in 2021. Since then, the NIA has kept a close watch on them, and more of their antecedents is still being dug out. And according to what the Shivamoga SP has stated, there are more and more murky details coming out, and only after arresting Sharik will more details be available in this particular case. What is also very interesting was that this particular terror angle was exposed on the 15th of August when a person by the name of Prem Singh was stabbed by Zabiullah, and once the cops checked Zabiullah's cell phone, they got the contacts of Sharik, Yasin and Maaz too, and there was frequent communication between these 3 terror suspects and Zabiullah. And later, when the cops further probed, they finally got to know that these people were in touch with terror organizations, and that being the ISIS, and they were always communicating frequently on WhatsApp too. So more details are yet to come, but this is the latest background information that is coming out on all the 3 terror suspects in the Shivamoga terror case, Nivedna.
Prajwal, we also understand that a team of Shivamoga cops arrived in Mangaluru and conducted a spot inquest at Maaz's flat. What information do we have on that front?
The spot inquest, a team comprising of even the FSL, 2 were officials from the FSL was also present. The mobile phones have been recovered there, Nivedna. So many mobile phones have been recovered, but we do not know the nature of information which was present on these mobile phones. But they have been seized, and the department is thoroughly going through all the sensitive information which is which was on the mobile phones. But at this point of time, the cops are not revealing anything because they stated that that the information might be quite sensitive too. So once a detailed probe is done, all the information will be out there for the media.
In terms of course, reactions coming in, the Karnataka Home Minister Araga Nanedra had also reacted on the matter. Could you tell us more on that?
Yes, the Home Minister stated that that there was no question of giving this to the NIA because the cops themselves were capable. The Karnataka cops themselves were capable enough to go ahead and investigate this incident. And if the help of the National Investigation Agency was needed, they would be taking that. And one very interesting thing over here is the fact that the NIA had started observing Maaz and Sharik because they were involved in the graffiti case in December 2020, and therefore all their antecedents were also taken out. And this also led to a very interesting incident which happened in Shimoga recently, where Maaz and Sharik had torn up a poster of Veer Savarkar, and a lot of communal tension was reported in the area, and they were held responsible for it. But there was no sort of action taken here. So that initially the Home Minister was also quite apprehensive of the fact that he does not want to divulge any other details, but he's also not ruled out NIA stepping in, but he stated that the Karnataka State Police are quite capable to handle the case by themselves.
Right. Okay. Now, of course, in terms of reactions coming in from the family's front, we also understand that, one of the accused was missing for a couple of days. His father did react, stating that they had not filed a missing complaint. Any loopholes in terms of that? What are the updates we're talking about in terms of this?
Maaz's parents had filed a habeas corpus in this particular case, saying that he has been missing for a few days, but the police made it quite clear, and an FIR was filed on the 19th of September itself, stating that 3 people in regard to the terror suspect case have already been detained by the people, out of which one of them is still at large, and the accused number 2 being Maaz was apprehended too, and this ruled it out completely, and the police said that there is definitely not any foul play. But coming from looking at what Yasin's parents have gone ahead and stated, they have said that both Maaz as well as Sharik were the ones who have radicalized their son, and he is definitely innocent, and only after the arrest of Sharik will the complete details be out. And she went on record to state and claim that her son was innocent and he had no role to play in this.
All right. Thanks, Prajwal, for getting us all that information. Of course, the 2 have been arrested by the Shimoga police in connection with ISIS. But on the other hand, the 3rd person is absconding. We will try getting all the details regarding this big story right here on Republic. But moving on to other big breaking news coming in. Communal tension in another town in the United Kingdom after Leicester. Mobs surround a Hindu temple in Smethwick, Birmingham. Now, video shows hundreds surrounding a temple, chanting religious slogans, making obscene gestures at people inside the temple complex. Now, what we're also learning is that the British police were forced to intervene as tension continued overnight. Men were seen climbing temple walls again. Now, communal tension broke out in another part of United Kingdom. In fact, just a few days ago, we had seen something similar which did happen in Leicester. Now, this is yet another incident coming out of Smethwick in Birmingham, where we can see in those visuals as well that we have accessed exclusively right here. Now, these videos, of course, are going viral on social media, where after Leicester, of course, mobs surround a Hindu temple. Now, this time around in Smethwick in Birmingham. Now, the video shows hundreds surrounding a temple, chanting religious slogans, making obscene gestures at people inside the temple complex. Now, the British police were forced to intervene as tensions continued overnight. For more information on this, we're joined in by our senior executive editor on the phone lines with us, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, we do understand this is yet another incident that we're seeing a few days back. We did see that in Leicester, but what details have we gathered so far about these videos that have surfaced online?
Well, I mean, every video clearly shows that it's the Hindu temple which is under attack and the Hindu community which is the target. We have not seen any video coming in where a similar picture could be shown where a mosque is at the center of the activity. So it's clear that these mobs, these Pakistani mobs, I would say, of course, Pakistani origin mobs are targeting the Hindu neighborhoods in these British towns. and we have seen this latest one coming in Smethwick in Birmingham, and this is attacking Hindus and using the proxy of Hindutva. And remember the origin, there was a Prabhat Feri going on, a procession for a religious ceremony, and the objection was that it should not pass from in front of a mosque. So almost a no-go area being created or sought to be created, and that's why this targeting of the Hindu community. Number one. Number two, this all seems very well coordinated and planned. The hoodies in which these people are coming in, and then followed up by a statement from the Muslim Council of Britain, which turns the argument on its head and blames the Hindus for carrying out their procession, and which led to the crystallization of these attacks and this targeting. So I think the British, the local administration would need to take note of this, and that's the reason perhaps given the manner in which these coordinated attacks have been carried out, that the Indian High Commission really took it up, because this was not a Hindu-Muslim issue between Indians. This is these Pakistani origin Muslim citizens of Britain carrying out these attacks and targeting the Hindus using Hindutva as a proxy, and well coordinated, well planned, executed attacks. I think that's the reason why even there could be a statement from the Ministry of External Affairs, because those words are being weighed, because remember the British are just coming out of a period of national mourning, and because of the death of Queen Elizabeth II. All right, we have Manjinder Singh Sirsa on the phone. Mr. Sirsa, we have seen these well-coordinated, well-planned attacks taking place on the Hindu community, mostly from Pakistani origin Muslim citizens of Britain. The High Commission has taken a position. You think that the government of India should really, scale it up and take it up with the authorities in UK, so that there is a proactive clampdown on these hooligans and the vandalism they are causing? All right. The call with Mr. Manjinder Singh Sirsa of the BJP dropped. We'll try to connect with Vijay Chauthaiwale. He takes care of the BJP's interest overseas and is a member of the foreign policy team of the party. And let's see if we can get some more establishment voices on how they see these developments in the United Kingdom. These are well coordinated. There's a third instance of the Hindu community being targeted in the United Kingdom, and the triggers are not what they are made out to be. We have not seen any picture coming in of any mosque having been the center of this kind of hooliganism or sloganeering in any manner. Back to you.
Well, this was, of course, about the communal tension in another part of the United Kingdom. Just a few days ago, we did see videos surfacing online as well regarding the Hindu community being attacked as well. That was in Leicester. This one, of course, coming out of Smethwick in Birmingham, where, of course, the video shows hundreds of people inside a temple chanting religious slogans as well, and people were making obscene gestures inside the temple complex. What we also understand is that the British police were forced to intervene.
French President Emmanuel Macron backed Prime Minister Modi's message to Putin on Ukraine war. The remarks by the French President at the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly in New York City.
Prime Minister of India was right when he said, the time is not for war. It is not for revenge against the West or for opposing the West against the East. It is the time for a collective time for our sovereign equal states to cope together with challenges we face.
Prime Minister Modi held bilateral meetings with the Russian president on the sidelines of Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit in Uzbekistan's Samarkand. While Prime Minister Modi said that it is not an era of war, Putin acknowledged India's stand, saying that he knows about India's position on the Ukraine conflict and that they want all of this to end as soon as possible. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
We're getting visuals from Jalandhar University where massive protests erupted last night over students' death at Jalandhar University. We'll get you all of that information on the other side of the break, only on Live and Breaking. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
It's a big excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley. Revival of cinema almost 32 years earlier when the cinema halls were targeted by the terrorists, so it was difficult for the owners of these halls to open the cinema halls. But now with the improvement in the situation in the Kashmir Valley, we are seeing cinemas back in the Kashmir Valley.
जयपुर में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता लंपी गायों को लेकर के जिस तरीके से सरकार का रुख रहा है उसको लेकर के यहाँ पे बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अशोक गहलोत सरकार को घेरने की तैयारी में आज बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता निकले थे। 3 से 4 लेयर सिक्योरिटी है, इसके साथ साथ में अलग अलग जो लाइन है पुलिस कर्मियों की वो बनी हुई है यहाँ इन्हें रोकने के लिए।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
जो बाउंड्री वॉल है देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। यहाँ पर मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है। अभी तक 4 लोगों की मौत यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है, जिसमें कि कुछ को कैलाश अस्पताल पहुँचाया गया और कुछ को सिविल अस्पताल में पहुँचाया गया।
बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सतीश पूनिया सड़क पर निकले हैं बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ने के लिए आगे बढ़ते हुए। यहाँ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जिस तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डंडे बरसाते हुए पुलिसकर्मी आपको नजर आएंगे कि पुलिस बल इतना तैनात था, बावजूद इसके 3 से 4 बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ी है।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
Excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley. Revival of cinema almost 32 years earlier when the cinema halls were targeted by the terrorists, so it was difficult for the owners of these halls to open the cinema halls. But now with the improvement in the situation in the Kashmir Valley, we are seeing cinemas back in the Kashmir Valley.
जयपुर में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता लंपी गायों को लेकर के जिस तरीके से सरकार का रुख रहा है उसको लेकर के यहाँ पे बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अशोक गहलोत सरकार को घेरने की तैयारी में आज बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता निकले थे। 3 से 4 लेयर सिक्योरिटी है, इसके साथ साथ में अलग अलग जो लाइन है पुलिस कर्मियों की वो बनी हुई है यहाँ इन्हें रोकने के लिए।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that
At least 4 people people died and 3 sustained injuries after a truck ran over them while they were sleeping on a road divider in Delhi, Simapuri, late Wednesday night. The police said that several teams have been formed to trace the truck. Now you can see those visuals as well on your screen of this horrific incident that has taken place where at least 4 people died and 3 sustained injuries after a truck ran over them. Now, according to the police, 2 people died on the spot and 4 people were immediately shifted to the GTB hospital, where one was declared brought dead and the other one breathed his last during the initial treatment. What we're also understanding is that the incident took place at 1:51 a.m. and an unknown speeding truck mowed down 4 people and injured 2 people who were sleeping on the road divider while crossing the DTC depot red light in Simapuri. The 4 deceased persons, in fact, what we're gathering so far have been identified as 52-year-old Kareem, 25-year-old Chote Khan, 38-year-old Shah Alam and 45-year-old Rahul. But to give us more information on this incident, we're joined in by Harsha. Harsha, we understand that this incident did take place in Simapuri, but what else have we gathered? What time did it happen and what really led to this unfortunate incident?
It is a very shocking incident which I've been reported from the national capital. The incident is at 1:15 a.m. in the morning when few labourers were sleeping on the road divider. A DTC bus which was crossing DTC depot red light. At that time, the driver was driving very rashly, and the negligent driving could be seen by the truck driver, the canter driver, and he literally negligently driving it swapped his canter or truck on the people who were sleeping at the road divider. The 2 died on spot because there were 6 people who were crushed by the truck on canter, and at that time 2 died on spot, and the 4 who were injured were taken to the nearby hospital, in which one was declared dead in the hospital and the other one died while being given the initial treatment. Only 2 have survived and they are also being treated right now in the hospital. Let me tell you that the 4 the people who have died in this entire incident, all 3 of them belong to Simapuri area. Only one of them is from Shalimar Garden. The police is right now investigating who the truck driver was, where he was coming from, because he was going towards the DLF T-Point 1 area, crossing the DLF depot red light at the night. It was 1:50 a.m. in the morning. Now the CCTV camera nearby that area of Simapuri is being investigated by the police official because negligent driving case is being reported in this entire incident. Police have also registered a case against truck driver and the owner of the truck as well. Now both are being searched by police officers because right now none of them have been arrested by police. Now police is gathering all the information regarding the truck driver and the owner of the truck as well, to which owner it belongs. Does the owner belong from New Delhi only or from other place? Right now investigation is on the investigation is going on, and the CCTV footage is also being looked into this entire incident. But a very serious incident of the negligent road driving could clearly be seen in the national capital when there's a debate and discussion going on in the entire national capital regarding the driving and the norms and everything. Now this incident comes as a very shocking, in which 2 died on spot, 2 died while being treated in hospital, and 2 injured are being taken care of in the hospital. They are very serious injuries has been seen to those who are being seen, by 4 of them have succumbed to this entire incident. Back to you.
Harsha, all right. Thank you for getting us all that information. This is, of course, an unfortunate incident that has taken place in Delhi. We'll continue to track the story and get the latest developments on this. On the other side of a short break, stay tuned.
जयपुर में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता लंपी गायों को लेकर के जिस तरीके से सरकार का रुख रहा है, उसको लेकर के यहाँ पे बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अशोक गहलोत सरकार को घेरने की तैयारी में आज बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता निकले थे। 3 से 4 लेयर सिक्योरिटी है, इसके साथ साथ में अलग अलग जो लाइन है पुलिस कर्मियों की वो बनी हुई है यहाँ इन्हें रोकने के लिए।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
बाउंड्री वॉल है देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। यहाँ पर मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है। अभी तक 4 लोगों की मौत यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है, जिसमें कि कुछ को कैलाश अस्पताल पहुंचाया गया और कुछ को सिविल अस्पताल में पहुंचाया गया।
बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सतीश पूनिया सड़क पर निकले हैं बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ने के लिए आगे बढ़ते हुए। यहाँ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जिस तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डंडे बरसाते हुए पुलिसकर्मी आपको नजर आएंगे कि पुलिस बल इतना तैनात था, बावजूद इसके 3 से 4 बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ी है।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
Excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley. Revival of cinema almost 32 years earlier, when the cinema halls were targeted by the terrorists, so it was difficult for the owners of these halls to open the cinema halls. But now with the improvement in the situation in the Kashmir Valley, we are seeing cinemas back in the Kashmir Valley.
जयपुर में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता लंपी गायों को लेकर के जिस तरीके से सरकार का रुख रहा है, उसको लेकर के यहाँ पे बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अशोक गहलोत सरकार को घेरने की तैयारी में आज बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता निकले थे। 3 से 4 लेयर सिक्योरिटी है, इसके साथ साथ में अलग अलग जो लाइन है पुलिसकर्मियों की वो बनी हुई है यहाँ इन्हें रोकने के लिए।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A,
countering the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi for his shut Jamia Masjid remarks. The Srinagar police has now fact-checked Owaisi and said that the Jamia Masjid is fully open and the leader was speaking far from the truth and there is no excuse for ignorance. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come after France, the United States lauds Prime Minister Modi's diplomacy at the world stage.
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
जो बाउंड्री वॉल है देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। यहाँ पर मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है। अभी तक 4 लोगों की मौत यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है, जिसमें कि कुछ को कैलाश अस्पताल पहुंचाया गया और कुछ को सिविल अस्पताल में पहुंचाया गया।
बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सतीश पूनिया सड़क पर निकले हैं बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ने के लिए आगे बढ़ते हुए। यहाँ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जिस तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डंडे बरसाते हुए पुलिसकर्मी आपको नजर आएंगे कि पुलिस बल इतना तैनात था, बावजूद इसके 3 से 4 बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ी है।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
Excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley. Revival of cinema almost 32 years earlier, when the cinema halls were targeted by the terrorists, so it was difficult for the owners of these halls to open the cinema halls. But now with the improvement in the situation in the Kashmir Valley, we are seeing cinemas back in the Kashmir Valley.
जयपुर में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता लंपी गायों को लेकर के जिस तरीके से सरकार का रुख रहा है, उसको लेकर के यहाँ पे बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अशोक गहलोत सरकार को घेरने की तैयारी में आज बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता निकले थे। 3 से 4 लेयर सिक्योरिटी है, इसके साथ साथ में अलग अलग जो लाइन है पुलिस कर्मियों की वो बनी हुई है यहाँ इन्हें रोकने के लिए।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
जो बाउंड्री वॉल है देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। यहाँ पर मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है। अभी तक 4 लोगों की मौत यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है, जिसमें कि कुछ को कैलाश अस्पताल पहुँचाया गया और कुछ को सिविल अस्पताल में पहुँचाया गया।
Mega crackdown on terror. 2 IS-linked terrorists are arrested in Karnataka's Shivamoga district. Face off over the Bhagavad Gita in Karnataka. The Congress and the JDS oppose. The BJP asks what's communal about it.
What Prime Minister Modi said, a statement of principle on behalf of what he believes is right and just, was very much welcomed by the United States.
After France, the United States of America lauds Prime Minister's diplomacy at the world stage. The 200 crore rupee scam is getting bigger after Jacqueline Fernandez designer Lipakshi is to be grilled today. From Iran's anti-hijab revolution to focus on the PFI role, arguments will continue in the top court as the hijab debate is raging on. It was the Chandigarh University video scandal first. Now massive protests erupt over students' death at a Jalandhar University. Days after Leicester communal tensions in Birmingham, mobs target a Hindu temple. Good morning and welcome. You are watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with news that's just coming in. In fact, we're now learning that the BJP has attacked the Congress over the Republic news break on abuse tape. Now, Republic TV had earlier brought to you the story of how the Congress abuse tape on Tuesday. Now, in that tape, there was some communal abuse that was spouted, and the BJP, of course, has compared Hindu abuse tape to Rahul Gandhi meeting a hate preacher. So the BJP attacking the Congress party yet again. We are given to understand that the BJP has attacked the Congress over the Republic news break earlier. Republic, of course, has had broken the Congress abuse tape on Tuesday. The BJP has compared Hindu abuse on tape to Rahul meeting a hate preacher. As you are pointing out, this of course was the tape that we had brought to you. The Congress of course has defended itself over this, saying that this was not the party's line in this particular video that you can see on your screen. This Congress leader had spoken about Brahmins, and he had essentially made derogatory remarks about Brahmins. So the BJP of course attacking the Congress party on this. As we are pointing out, of course, the Congress party, of course, has said that there was nothing communal about this, but the BJP continuing to attack the Congress over that news break that you first saw on Republic TV. The Republic TV, of course, had broken out had broken this story This, of course, essentially is a Congress abuse tape that we had brought to you on Tuesday. Well, Mr. Poonawalla now on the phone line with me. Mr. Poonawalla, good morning. Thank you very much for speaking to us on Republic TV. Mr. Poonawalla, how do you see what happened in this particular tape? It's very, very clear that the leader over there seems to be targeting a particular subset of Hindus.
You see, this is the true character of the Congress. On the one hand, they say that they are doing Bharat Jodo, but it is in fact Hinduon ko gali do or Nafrat Jodo. First they had George the Hater, who was abusing Hindus, who was abusing Bharat Mata. Now KK Mishra, who's the chief of the media department of the Congress party in Madhya Pradesh, is openly abusing Brahmins, and they say that this is a party of a Janyudhari Brahmin Rahul Gandhi. But time and again, whether it's linking Hindus with terrorism, linking Hindutva with ISIS, opposing Ram Mandir, abusing Hindus, saying saffron terror, or now abusing the Brahmin community. This shows the mindset of the Congress. On the one hand, they have George the Hater, they are legitimizing hijab on a young girl, but on the other hand, they abuse Hindus and the Hindu community. And this is yet another instance. Now, will the Congress party take action on KK Mishra, or will they defend him? Because KK Mishra is saying that he does not regret this comment at all.
Right, absolutely. As you're pointing out, when we did confront KK Mishra earlier, he said that there was nothing derogatory in his comment.
Well, if it is not derogatory, then he should perhaps go and ask the Hindu community, and particularly the Brahmin Samaj, whether this kind of commentary is acceptable. And Mr. Rahul Gandhi, who also claims to be a Janyudhari Brahmin, a Dattatreya Brahmin, he should tell us that is this kind of language acceptable against Hindus? Is it acceptable against Brahmins? And Rahul Gandhi should tell us about this.
All right, Mr. Shehzad Poonawalla from the BJP, thank you very much for speaking to us. The BJP over there saying that senior leadership of the Congress party needs to explain this. KK Mishra himself, of course, when confronted by Republic TV, did not respond directly. However, he did target the RSS instead. Now, in the run-up to the elections in Karnataka, the Congress party is stepping up the 40% Sarkar campaign. Pay CM posters along with the QR code are seen across the Bengaluru city this morning. Now, posters with the title Pay CM with a picture of the Chief Minister Baswaraj Bommai were affixed across Bengaluru city. And the QR code will take the user to the 40% Commission Sarkar website that was launched by the Congress recently for complaints. Now, the posters were designed to highlight how 40% commission rate has become a norm under the current BJP regime. So, ahead of elections in Karnataka, of course, the Congress party over there stepping up its attack on the Bommai government. We're going to try and put across those pictures for you in just a bit, but these essentially are posters that have been put up across various parts in the city. They have the title Pay CM and a picture of Baswaraj Bommai on it. Now, in these pictures, there's also a QR code that's seen across the poster, and when you actually go from the QR code, it takes you to a website which is a 40% Commission Sarkar website that was launched by the Congress party. Prajwal is bringing us the latest on this. Prajwal, tell us more in terms of where all these posters have been put up and any response that you're getting right now from the BJP on this.
As of now, this poster has been put up across the prominent roads of Bengaluru city in Jai Mahal extension near RT Nagar, near Coles Park, as well as Shivaji Nagar, Commercial Street, and the business districts, the central business districts of Bengaluru by Congress workers. And now they are basically stepping up their attack in relation to the 40% Commission Sarkar. That is the allegation that is being put by the Congress. Recently, they also launched a website and KPCC President Mr. DK Shivkumar, as well as the leader of opposition in the assembly Siddaramaiah, had launched this particular website asking the people of Bengaluru and Karnataka to put forward their complaints if they are facing any sort of harassment by either government officials, by babus or netas, demanding bribe from them for any sort of work that has to be done. So they have stepped up their ante, and more of now the Congress is basically going local because they know that if they attack attack the Prime Minister or the Home Minister, there will be no sort of, they will not be getting any sort of political mileage. So they're basically concentrating on local and civic issues pertaining to the state and Bengaluru, and therefore they have asked all the people to come forward and scan this QR code, and it is also there in the website where they can again go ahead and scan the QR code and later enter a complaint section and put forth their problems or any sort of queries, where the Congress has a special team which is handling this entire process, and then they will bring it to the notice of the government and the officials concerned.
And Prajwal, the timing of it is also extremely interesting, and perhaps something that will make the BJP worry, because it comes at the back, of the massive flooding that Bengaluru saw just a couple of weeks ago, and the kind of civic apathy that essentially has made headlines.
Absolutely, because the Contractors Association recently, about 2 weeks ago, had gone on and filed a complaint against the Horticulture Minister, Mr. Muniratna, stating that he was demanding 40% commission to allocate any sort of tenders that has to happen in his constituency. And the BJP Minister immediately...
Prajwal, stay with us. Let's in fact get a quick reaction from the BJP on this. S. Prakash from the BJP joining us on the phone line. Mr. Prakash, how do you respond to these pictures that have been put up by, obviously, the Congress party? You can see them on the screen. They're essentially PayCM pictures that have been put up.
It is an election-driven campaign. They're making baseless allegation against the government. If the Congress party or those who are making allegation have any evidence, they should approach the Lokayuta or the High Court to get the redressal. Here, they are only going to the media. They are not going to the investigation authorities make complaint. So in the 7 months' time, Karnataka is going for poll. Congress believes this 40% issue is their trump card, but making empty allegations will not convince the people. People are aware and they are feeling the developmental activities in Karnataka. Just yesterday, Mr. D.K. Shivkumar was in ED facing corruption charges, and they were interrogating him. And this party today talks about the corruption. That is the irony.
Right. Mr. Prakash, coming at the back as it does, we are seeing these pictures being put up in Bengaluru, specifically at various areas, and citizens from Bengaluru have in the past talked about civic issues they face.
Civic issues, if there is any shortfall, it is the Congress. He was in power for the last 17 years. BJP was in power, is in power for only 7 years from 2000 to 1999. Balance, it is rest of the time it is Congress and the Janata Dal who are in power in Karnataka. They are more answerable to it. If there are any civic issues, and they have got about 14 to 15 MLAs in Bangalore city, what are they doing about it? Are there roads in their constituencies are free from potholes? Are there no civic issues in their constituencies? Let them answer.
Right, Mr. Prakash, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you very much for joining us. So, Prajwal, coming back to you, you just heard the BJP's response over there. They say that this is just wild allegations from the Congress party. There are no specifics as far as this is concerned.
Absolutely, because look at it, there is no sort of solid evidence that the Congress have stating that the BJP government has taken 40% commissioner. I beg your pardon, 40% commission. Because if you're looking at this scenario now, Muniratna, who's the horticulture minister in the BJP cabinet, filed a defamation case worth 50 crore rupees and said that if they have any sort of proof, let them present it in the court and we will fight it in the court, and let there be no more discussion. And he is also open to discussion on any sort of public forum, and he is willing to resign from the cabinet and also give up his post as an MLA if there are any proof that has been given. The allegations was made 15 days ago. The Congress is still harping on these allegations, but no sort of solid or definitive proof have been provided by the Congress.
All right, Prajwal, of course, joining us on that. Thank you very much for that, Prajwal. He's reporting from Bengaluru, and these pictures that you see on your screen are of posters that have come across at major arterial roads in Bengaluru.
During an address to the world leaders at the high-level UN General Assembly session, Turkish President Erdogan once again raked up the Kashmir issue.
India and Pakistan, after having established their sovereignty and independence 75 years ago, they still haven't established peace and solidarity between one another. And this is much unfortunate. We hope and pray that a fair and a permanent peace and prosperity will be established in Kashmir.
The Turkish president, a close ally of Pakistan, called for peace between India and Pakistan over the Kashmir issue. In the recent years, the Turkish leader has referred to the Kashmir issue in his address to world leaders at the high-level UNGA sessions, causing a strain in ties between India and Turkey. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
All right, now going across to the incident that took place in the lovely professional university in Jalandhar. Now, we are given to understand that the university, of course, has issued a statement on the suicide of the student, and the statement says that initial investigation and all contents of the suicide note point towards personal issues of the deceased. The university is providing full support to authorities for a further probe. Do remember that this comes at the back of massive protests that had erupted in the university in Jalandhar following the suicide of the student. Now, let's go across to Amandeep, who's joining us. Amandeep, to begin with, give us an overall sense of what's happening at the university. The police and the university both seem to suggest that this was a case where the student essentially had personal issues, but students at the university seem to suggest that this is the second suicide that's taken place and that the university needs to come out and address this.
Well, absolutely. Nupur, the point is that students are very much upset and not satisfied with the statement of the university as well as police. They are basically highlighting the fact that a day after another the suicide reports are coming inside the hostels as well. Why the university is not addressing that issue? Why the continuously students are committing suicide inside the university, in fact inside the hostels as well. And even last night they held a huge protest and they come out on the roads till midnight, and heavy police deployment with the intervention of the university authorities, the situation remained calm. And even the police have initiated the investigation. They have informed the family members of the deceased, who is basically from the south side of the nation, and even the family is on the way to get the body and to check and verify the facts that either it was a suicide attempt or something else, just because it is completely dependent on the statement of the family that how to proceed the case. Meanwhile, university has also released a statement revealing the fact that they are all ready and they are all coordinating with the police for every kind of investigation. And in fact, they have also claimed that it was a sad incident that a first year student has committed the suicide inside the hostel, and now the investigation is on and university is providing all kind of assistance in the investigation, and even the students are not very much satisfied. But now the current situation inside the university is that university authorities has resumed the classes with the heavy police deployment so that at least peace and calm should prevail inside the campus. But meanwhile, the investigation has also been initiated by the police, and they are analyzing the suicide note that has been recovered from the hostel room, and they have also logged the scene of crime, that is hostel room where the student has committed suicide. Yes, Nupur.
All right, so Amandeep bringing us those details of the suicide that took place in the lovely professional university in Jalandhar. The university, of course, has issued a statement also saying that personal reasons were behind the suicide of the student. Situation right now, of course, we are told the police, there's a heavy police deployment in the area, and the university is asking students to remain calm.
स्टूडेंट है ਇਹਦੇ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਗਾਰਡ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਸੀ ਬ੍ਰੌਡ ਡੈਡ ਹੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ
ਕਿੰਨਾ ਡੈਡ ਕਿਦਾਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕੀ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਮੌਕਾ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ
ਹਜੇ ਤਾਂ ਪੋਸਟਮਾਰਟਮ ਦੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਪੇਪਰ ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੈਂਟ ਹੋਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਫੇਰ ਹੀ ਕੁਝ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ
ਨਹੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਨਿਸ਼ਾਨ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਕੋਈ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਮਤਲਬ
ਨਹੀਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਕੋਈ ਕੁਝ ਚੈੱਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਹੈ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਪੋਸਟਮਾਰਟਮ ਤੋਂ ਹਜੇ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ
ਤੇ ਕੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਮ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਹੋ ਗਏ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ
और मुंडे का नाम सीगा एजिनएस दिलीप करके है नाम
ਕਿਹੜੀ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਤੇ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਸੀ
केरल का रहने वाला जो डिटेल्स उन्होंने सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स वगैरह ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ
ਤੇ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਵੀ ਐਸੀ ਮੌਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ
ਨਹੀਂ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਗਾਰਡਸ ਹੀ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਦਿੱਤੀ
All right, so as we were pointing out, university authorities, of course, have released a statement now and have asked students to remain calm as the police carries out its investigation into the suicide case of a first-year student at the university. And here's a quick look at the top international news this morning. A bipartisan group of mayors said that whatever political differences they might have, they are united in their fight against recent voting restrictions enacted in some Republican-controlled states that they view as an attack on democracy.
We are all standing here together, Democrats and Republicans, elected officials on all different levels, to say that the infrastructure should be nonpartisan.
Absolutely.
The campaigns can go and do what they do, but the infrastructure, our democracy, is nonpartisan. And when that happens, then I think people can start trusting the system, respecting the process, and then feel comfortable with the outcome, regardless of where it may be.
New Zealand's Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern and the French President Emmanuel Macron have hailed progress made by the Christchurch Coal Cyberspace Initiative, which was set up after a white supremacist in New Zealand live-streamed the slaughter of 51 Muslim worshippers on Facebook in 2019.
It's clear that you can prevent this kind of terrorist behavior, and what will guide people to terrorism through artificial intelligence. And it's impossible to pretend the opposite. So we will put pressure as well to have more commitment. The third point, because algorithm and artificial intelligence are the two pillars of our strategy to have, I would say, a much more efficient prevention. And I think the change, reverting to your question, is that all these players are more and more aware that the current system is no more sustainable, because the pressure will increase constantly.
The U.S. Attorney General met with the Ukrainian Prosecutor General at the Justice Department to discuss investigating atrocities that have occurred since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine in February. The two signed a memorandum of understanding that establishes a framework for the two governments to work more closely to identify, apprehend and prosecute individuals involved in war crimes.
Know that the road ahead is neither short nor easy, but we and our Ukrainian partners will work tirelessly to pursue truth and justice. Our message is clear. There is no hiding place for the perpetrators of these atrocities.
The U.S. Secretary of State met with the Lebanese Prime Minister at the United Nations. Lebanon has been in the grips of 3 years of a severe economic crisis that has left 3/4 of the population in poverty after the Lebanese pound lost more than 90% of its value.
We are working very closely in support of Lebanon in a number of ways, particularly working through the incredibly challenging economic issues, and very much supportive of Lebanon moving forward in dealing with these challenges, including with the IMF. At the same time, I think it's quite extraordinary that we see, even as Lebanon is dealing with these acute challenges, the incredible generosity of the country, particularly in giving refuge to so many people from conflict. I think the highest number of refugees per capita of any country in the world, something we greatly admire.
The world's problems seized the spotlight as the UN General Assembly's yearly meeting of world leaders opened with dire assessments of a planet beset by escalating crises and conflicts that an aging international order seems increasingly ill-equipped to tackle.
The divergence between developed and developing countries, between North and South, between the privileged and the rest, is becoming more dangerous by the day. It is at the root of geopolitical tensions and lack of trust that poison every area of global cooperation.
You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, it's a mega crackdown on terror. 2 IS-linked terrorists are arrested in Karnataka's Shivamogga. And days after Leicester, communal tensions are high in Birmingham. Mobs target a Hindu temple.
बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सतीश पूनिया सड़क पर निकले हैं बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ने के लिए आगे बढ़ते हुए। यहाँ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जिस तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डंडे बरसाते हुए पुलिसकर्मी आपको नजर आएंगे कि पुलिस बल इतना तैनात था, बावजूद इसके 3 से 4 बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ी है।
These were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
Excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley. Revival of cinema almost 32 years earlier, when the cinema halls were targeted by the terrorists, so it was difficult for the owners of these halls to open the cinema halls. But now, with the improvement in the situation in the Kashmir Valley, we are seeing cinemas back in the Kashmir Valley.
जयपुर में बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता लंपी गायों को लेकर के जिस तरीके से सरकार का रुख रहा है, उसको लेकर के यहाँ पे बैरिकेड तोड़ करके आगे बढ़ने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। अशोक गहलोत सरकार को घेरने की तैयारी में आज बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता निकले थे। 3 से 4 लेयर सिक्योरिटी है, इसके साथ साथ में अलग अलग जो लाइन है पुलिसकर्मियों की वो बनी हुई है यहाँ इन्हें रोकने के लिए।
These were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
जो बाउंड्री वॉल है, देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। यहाँ पर मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है। अभी तक 4 लोगों की मौत यहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है, जिसमें कि कुछ को कैलाश अस्पताल पहुंचाया गया और कुछ को सिविल अस्पताल में पहुंचाया गया।
बीजेपी के प्रदेश अध्यक्ष सतीश पूनिया सड़क पर निकले हैं बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ने के लिए आगे बढ़ते हुए। यहाँ बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जिस तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, डंडे बरसाते हुए पुलिसकर्मी आपको नजर आएंगे कि पुलिस बल इतना तैनात था, बावजूद इसके 3 से 4 बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ी है।
These were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
Excitement for the cinema lovers in the Kashmir Valley. Revival of cinema almost 32.
Mega crackdown on terror. 2 IS-linked terrorists are arrested in Karnataka's Shivamogga. The face-off over the Bhagavad Gita in Karnataka intensifies. The Congress and the JDS oppose. The BJP asks what's communal.
What Prime Minister Modi said, a statement of principle on behalf of what he believes is right and just, was very much welcomed by the United States.
After France, the United States lauds Prime Minister's diplomacy at the world stage. The 200 crore rupee scam gets bigger after Jacqueline Fernandez designer Lipakshi is set to be grilled today. From Iran anti-hijab revolution to focus on PFI's role, arguments to continue in the top court as the hijab debate rages on. Chandigarh University video scandal first. Now massive protest erupt at the lovely university in Jalandhar over the death of a student. Days after Leicester, communal tensions high in Birmingham, mobs target a Hindu temple. Welcome back. You are watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Sovi. Now, Mizoram's Chief Minister Zoramthanga and the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma are slated to meet in New Delhi today. This is to find a solution and to resolve the long-standing border dispute between the two northeastern states. This is, of course, the second such meeting that is taking place between the two chief ministers on the border issue. Ahead of that meeting, Assam's Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma will also be meeting Prime Minister Modi. Anirudh, of course, is also reporting on this. He joins us live from Guwahati right now. Anirudh, these talks are extremely crucial because this has been a long-standing border issue, and things took a turn for the worst last year when about 6 policemen and 1 local, of course, lost their lives over a clash between the two sides.
Yes, Nupur, the border development that has been taking place after that violent clash that took place along the Assam-Mizoram border last year has been very significant. In fact, several rounds of talk had already taken place between the group of ministers that has been constituted by both the states. And today, for the second time, the chief minister level talks will be taking place in New Delhi's Assam Bhavan, and the meeting is scheduled at 1 p.m. and we are expecting that some key breakthrough is expected out of today's meeting between the two chief ministers. Meanwhile, we are also getting to know that Assam Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma will also be meeting the Prime Minister today afternoon, and we are getting to know from our sources close to the Chief Minister that several issues related to the state of Assam, including some of the issues pertaining to the border disputes between all these states might also come up during this meeting with the Prime Minister and Chief Minister of Assam, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma. Shifting the focus back on the talks that will be taking place today at 1 p.m. We are getting to know that both Chief Minister of Assam and Mizoram have already arrived in Delhi, and at Assam Bhavan they will be having the talks at 1 p.m. Several other ministers who are part of the group of ministers from both the states and have been taking tour of the border disputed areas along with the bureaucracy, top bureaucracy of both the states will be taking part in these talks. The border dispute that exists between Mizoram and the state of Assam dates back to almost 50 years, and the union government had a very keen focus that as the country celebrates Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, at least the border dispute that exists between the states of Northeast should be amicably solved at the earliest possible time as the country celebrates Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and we have already seen how through talks the disputes have been solved in the case of Assam and Meghalaya.
Right.
Similar developments are also taking place in between Assam and Arunachal Pradesh, and today a major development is expected between the chief ministers of Assam and Mizoram. Nupur.
All right, so Anirudh over there bringing us the latest on the talks that take place between the two sides. They're scheduled to take place at about 1 this afternoon, and there is, of course, a lot of optimism surrounding these talks that perhaps this long-standing border dispute may find a resolution. Same. Thank you very much, Anirudh, for joining us. Now, silent on the allegations of corruption that he faces, Manish Sisodia has repeated the Operation Lotus charge. He's tweeted and said that the CBI and the ED are only working today to carry out Operation Lotus. In 95% of the cases, agencies have become the tool of their conspiracy to topple elected governments of the people. How will the country progress like this? So that's the tweet that's coming in from the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia. I'm going to try and put that tweet out for you in just a bit. But that tweet, of course, is something that the Aam Aadmi Party has been repeating over and over again. They have in the past said that there is an attempt by the BJP to poach its MLAs in Delhi. So in that sense, this is not the first time they've made that allegation. On your screen right now are pictures of what he said. He's essentially alleged that in 95% of the cases, agencies have become the tool of the BJP's conspiracy to topple elected governments of the people. He then goes on to say, how will the country progress if this continues? CBI and ED are only working today to carry out Operation Lotus. Manish Sisodia, of course, and the Aam Aadmi Party's convener Arvind Kejriwal have been accusing the BJP of trying to topple their government in Delhi. And we have heard this refrain before from them. Let's go across to Madhurima. Madhurima, any response that we are getting to this? Of course, this is not the first time that the Aam Aadmi Party has said this. They have maintained this for the past some time now.
Well, absolutely, Nupur. The Aam Aadmi Party has been aggravating their attack as far as using this vocabulary of Operation Lotus is concerned. They have been alleging that in the past 8 years of the BJP government in the central, in fact, Arvind Kejriwal said it on the first day of the AAP Sammelan, that 285, the number was very specific from the side, that 285 MLAs have been bought by the BJP. These were some very serious allegations that were levelled by the Chief Minister of the National Capital, and he said that all this had happened under Operation Lotus. So once again mounting the attack on the Bharatiya Janata Party, Manish Sisodia has now once again tweeted that the BJP is using the central agencies to its convenience to topple the government, and that the Delhi government is under the scanner as far as the BJP wishes to topple the government in the national capital. Remember, Manish Sisodia in the past had also said that the BJP had approached him and a couple of MLAs asking them to quit the Aam Aadmi Party and that they will be awarded accordingly. However, the BJP has very, very aggressively denied and refuted all such statements. The BJP has been pressing upon the fact that if any calls were made, please show us the record. If any offers were made, please show us the records. Do not go around and blabber any allegations. The BJP is very firm on their stand, and they have been maintaining the stand that the Aam Aadmi Party, instead of making brazen claims, should come out and show us any records or any evidence that they have against the BJP, and that could prove that the BJP has offered Aam Aadmi Party MLAs or any other MLA to walk out of their party so that they could topple a government that, like Mr. Sisodia is saying, has been elected by the people of the state. And the BJP has also said that they have been producing evidences like the multiple sting that they have aired on their press conferences. They are saying that if you have any such evidence that the BJP is trying to topple the government, then please show us the evidence. We'll have to wait and watch if a formal word comes once again by the BJP on this particular tweet by the Deputy Chief Minister. Nupur.
All right, Madhurima bringing us those details. Thank you very much for joining us. As Madhurima is pointing out, of course, this is another attack that's been launched by the Aam Aadmi Party on the BJP. Well, news just coming in. We're now learning of the passing away of the comedian Raju Srivastav. He's passed away in Delhi at the age of 58. This confirmation, of course, coming in from his family. He was admitted to AIIMS in Delhi on the 10th of August after experiencing chest pain and collapsing while working out at a gymnasium. So, in a sense, he's been in hospital for about 40 days now, and unfortunate news coming in. Raju Srivastav passing away. There were earlier there was talk of how he had been on the ventilator for all this time and that there was some minor improvements in his health condition. However, the news that's just coming in is extremely upsetting. The 58-year-old who was battling for his life since the 10th of August after he suffered a heart attack and collapsed while working out in the gym has passed away. Just to tell our viewers, this is news that's just coming in after battling ill health for nearly almost a month and 10 days now. Raju Srivastav has passed away at the age of 58. He, of course, is a veteran comedian. He's worked on several TV shows and was extremely popular. He had been working in the entertainment industry since the late 1980s, in fact, and had received recognition after participating in the first season of the stand-up comedy show The Great Indian Laughter Challenge in 2005. He's also featured in films like Maine Pyar Kiya, Aamdani Athanni Kharcha Rupaiya and Main Prem Ki Diwani Hu, amongst others. So Raju Srivastav over there, a considerable body of work in terms of not just television shows but also films that he's worked in. He had, of course, been battling severe ill health ever since he collapsed after a heart attack on the 10th of August while working out in a gym. He was on ventilator. He was being treated at the AIIMS hospital in New Delhi for nearly over a month now. Unfortunate news coming right now. This family, of course, has confirmed that Raju Srivastav has passed away. So this sad news just coming in right now. Raju Srivastav, the popular comedian, as well as someone who had a very, very large body of work behind him in terms of his performances, not just in television shows but also in movies that essentially brought so much laughter to so many audiences across the country, has passed away at the age of 58. The comedian, of course, was battling for his life since the 10th of August when he'd suffered a heart attack and collapsed while working out in the gym. This confirmation now coming in from his family as well. Just about 2 weeks ago, I think there was some news that there had been some minor improvements in his health, but he continued to remain on the ventilator ever since his health deteriorated. Of course, we are now getting the confirmation that he unfortunately has passed away at the age of 58. Just to give you a sense of why this is such a huge loss to the entertainment industry. This is a man who made so many people across the country laugh. He was someone who actually started working in the entertainment industry since the late 1980s. I think he received recognition after participating in the first season of the stand-up comedy show The Great Indian Laughter Challenge. Niranjan Narayan Swamy joins me right now and he has more information. Niranjan, we are of course getting a confirmation that he's passed away, the family confirming that. All right, we're going to go back to Niranjan in just a bit, but as I was pointing out, of course, Raju Srivastav does have a huge body of work behind him. It is the passing away of someone who has regaled audiences with his comic quips through the years. He's someone who began working in the entertainment industry in about 1980, so that's almost really a long time. Almost 22 years of his life were given to the entertainment industry. I think we've got Niranjan back. Niranjan, he'd been battling for his life for nearly 40 days. He was on ventilator for quite a while. The unfortunate news now coming in of his passing away.
Well, he's been, you're right, he's been battling, illness at AIIMS. He was experiencing, and he had collapsed earlier while working out at the gym. And, he's one of the most notable faces of comedy on Indian TV. And on screen, a comedian, an actor, and Raju Srivastava, across the board was known as someone who could make, who connected with people across all ages. Hugely loved, mostly, he mostly, performed in Hindi, professionally known as Raju Srivastava, and often credited as Gajodhar, an Indian comedian and actor. and at some point also dabbled in politics. He had ventured into stand-up comedy. One of his most notable shows and TV performances was in the Great Indian Laughter Challenge. I think many people associate with him on that. One of the shows that really shot him to greater limelight, and someone who's acted in films, was born in Kanpur, Uttar Pradesh. Very young age to pass away. To depart at the age of 58. He collapsed while working out, and it came as a big shock when it happened, when he was taken to the AIIMS in Delhi. He's participated in all the TV shows, the big TV shows, of course, like Big Boss, etc. These entertainment shows, and he started his career by doing small roles, mostly in Bollywood films. He had a part in the Rajshri Productions movie Maine Pyar Kiya as well. I think in the earlier years, those who grew up in the 90s and the 2000s will remember him. And also now, he's someone who's played different roles in big movies. Like, for example, I think Bazigar is one movie where he was seen, and he's also acted as an actor and comedian in many such films.
Right, Niranjan, stay with us. I'm just going to go across to Mr. Arun Bakshi, who joins us on the phone line. Mr. Bakshi, sad news coming in this morning of Raju Srivastav unfortunately passing away. He did, of course, have a huge body of work and someone who made audiences across India, laugh.
Republic, this is the first instance कि राजू श्रीवास्तव कोई किसी फिल्म में उसने अपना इम्पैक्ट नहीं जमाया. स्टेज से, थ्रू स्टेज ओनली, हमने देश विदेश में बहुत शोज किए हैं. वी हैव डन so many shows together. Sheer on the power of comedy, sheer on the power of timing, he has come up to this level, and this is a very, very sad news. Very sad news. A good friend of mine और एक अच्छा साथी हमारा, फाइन कॉमेडियन जिसकी टाइमिंग बहुत अच्छी थी. ही वॉज ए गुड सोल, एंड हमको बहुत दुख हो रहा है, बहुत दुख हो रहा है मैम, बहुत दुख हो रहा है. अभी जस्ट 1 minute back I came to know about this. बहुत दुख हो रहा है मैम.
Well, absolutely, Mr. Bakshi. We understand that this is a moment of personal loss for you as well, since you both work together. But if you'd just like to share a few memories with our viewers who are watching currently.
बहुत अच्छी memories हैं. There were so many shows we have done together. I used to sing. I used to see him from far off. His timing, his vocabulary. He was extra vocabulary. He had 50-60 words. He had extra, जो कि usually लोगों में नहीं होते हैं. और वो ऑलवेज अपनी जो आइटम्स हैं वो बनाता रहता था 24/7. लास्ट टाइम भी जो हमारी बातचीत हुई थी, उसमें भी बातचीत करते उससे कुछ सूझा कि नहीं सर, आपकी बात में एक पंच है. वो पंचेस ढूंढता रहता था और उसको इम्बाइब करता रहता था. और फिर ही हैड एम्प्लॉयड 1 or 2 people जो उन पंचेस को लिख लेते थे. अपनी डायरी भी उसकी पर्सनल थी जिसमें अब पंचेस लिखता था वो. एंड अ वेरी गुड सोल, हंसता खेलता. मेरे ख्याल से पूरी दुनिया को एक हंसी देके, एक मुस्कुराहट देख के गया. मैम, रियली वी आर वेरी सॉरी. आज अभी दिन अजीब सा चढ़ा है, अभी पता चला है. एंड ही वॉज अ वंडरफुल मैन.
Absolutely. Mr. Bakshi, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you very much for sharing your memories of him. And as Mr. Bakshi, of course, was pointing out, timing is so critical in comedy, and Raju Srivastav seemed to have mastered that. Madhurima also joining us right now. I think Madhurima, he was being treated at the AIIMS hospital for nearly a month and a half now. Unfortunately, there was some piece of news that came in between during the duration that he was improving. However, sad news coming in today, the family confirming his passing away.
Well, yes, absolutely, Nupur. Raju Shrivastava got admitted at AIIMS here in the national capital on August 10th. And yes, you rightly pointed out it's been over a month that he was being treated, where in between this particular span of over a month and a half, there were news that he is getting better, he's recovering. But all of a sudden, this very remorseful news of the comedian passing away has now been confirmed by his family, that he has finally passed away after jostling through that illness of prolonged one and a half month at the All India Institute of National Sciences here. Remember, Nupur, Raju Shrivastava is somebody who made it big from a very, very low situation in his life. He rose from the bottom, from being a comedian on stage to performing at several occasions, to participating in numerous Bollywood films and making a mark in those Bollywood films. As we know that you were pointing out, that comedy has its own critical timing so as to please the viewers, and Raju Shrivastava knew it well. He from multiple characters that he played, from Gajodhar to many other, his comedy was of the essence of UP, from where he hailed. So a lot of his comedy was based on that as well, Nupur.
Right.
And
Absolutely.
he always managed to tickle that funny bone in his viewers. And finally, yes, Nupur.
Oh yes, absolutely. As you're pointing out, he did win the King of Comedy title. I'm going to go across on the phone line right now to Uday Dhaya. He's also a comedian. Uday Dhaya, thank you very much for speaking to us on Republic TV. It is, of course, a sad day when we've got the news that Raju Shrivastava has passed away after battling for nearly 40 days. But his work and his body of work over so many years is just testament to the fact of how hard work essentially can get you to the top. He was known as the King of Comedy in India.
राजू श्रीवास्तव जी हमारे साथी रहे हैं। हम लाफ्टर चैलेंज 1 में साथ में थे और बहुत ही अच्छे उम्दा कॉमेडियन और बहुत अच्छे इंसान। हम लोगों ने साथ में बहुत समय बिताया है, बहुत सारे शोज हमने साथ में किए हैं, टीवी के शो भी साथ में किए हैं, लाइव शो भी हम साथ में करते थे। और हिंदुस्तान में अगर कॉमेडियन की बात आती है तो स्टेज परफॉर्मेंस में राजू श्रीवास्तव जी का नाम पहले नंबर पे आता है और आगे भी आता रहेगा। जिस तरह से उन्होंने बहुत सारे कैरेक्टर्स को उठाया और छोटे छोटे कैरेक्टर जो पॉलिटिक्स से, समाज से, जहां से भी वो उठा के लाते थे, उन कैरेक्टर्स को कुछ इस तरह से पेश करते थे कि लोगों की हंस के हालत खराब हो जाती थी। और दूसरा वो कुछ ना कुछ एक मैसेज भी छोड़ते थे अपने कॉमेडी में। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा लॉस है और हम कॉमेडियन बिरादरी जो हम कॉमेडियंस हैं, हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ी क्षति है। हमारे कॉमेडी के सिरमौर कहते हैं हम उनको, वो हमारे बीच नहीं रहे तो बहुत ही दुख की बात है। मुझे अभी पता चला, मैं कहीं यात्रा में हूँ, रास्ते में हूँ और यहाँ से आपसे बात कर रहा हूँ। बहुत ही दुख की बात है। और वो हमेशा, वो भले दुनिया में ऐसे ना रहे, लेकिन उनकी कॉमेडी, उनके वीडियोस, उनकी फिल्में, वो सब चीज उनको हमेशा यहाँ पर लोगों के बीच में जिंदा रखे।
All right. Uday Dhaya ji, कुछ हमारे साथ शेयर कीजिए in terms of when you were both working together, some moments. I know it is a personal loss for everybody who's worked with him and knew him personally, but any moments that you'd like to share with audiences who are watching currently?
हाँ, मैंने काफी उनके साथ में काम किया है। हम लोग लाफ्टर चैलेंज में तो थे ही साथ में। जो लाफ्टर चैलेंज शुरू हुआ था टेलीविजन पर, कॉमेडी के जो रियलिटी शोज की शुरुआत हुई थी, वो द ग्रेट इंडियन लाफ्टर चैलेंज 2005 में आया था और उसके पहले सीजन में राजू श्रीवास्तव थे, हम साथ में थे। तो उसके बाद हमने कॉमेडी चैंपियन किया सहारा पे और भी टीवी के काफी शोज किए। फिर हम लोग लाइव शो के लिए ट्रिप पे जाते थे तो हिंदुस्तान के कई अलग अलग शहरों में हमने साथ में शो किए। वो हमेशा अपने को आर्टिस्ट को कभी भी ऐसा महसूस नहीं होने देते थे कि वो बड़े स्टार हैं, हम लोग नए हैं। हमेशा उनका बड़ा एक आगे बढ़ाने का और एक मोटिवेशन का उनका रहता था और अपने साथी कलाकारों को हमेशा आगे बढ़ाते थे वो, और कार्यक्रमों में भी अपने साथ रखते थे। और जिस तरह से उन्होंने उत्तर प्रदेश फिल्म विभाग के चेयरमैन का पद संभाला था। तो ये भी हमारे कॉमेडियंस के लिए एक बड़ा प्राउड फील होता था कि हमारे साथ का एक कलाकार आज इतने बड़े पद पर है और धीरे धीरे करके कॉमेडियंस का भी एक अपना दायरा बढ़ते जा रहा है। क्योंकि लाफ्टर चैलेंज से पहले मैं
अपनी मेहनत से, अपने संघर्ष से और अपने टैलेंट से ही कई स्टेज से लेकर के देश और दुनिया में उन्होंने अपनी पहचान बनाई। इतने दिन लगातार वो अपने जीवन से लड़ते रहे। डॉक्टरों का प्रयास रहा होगा, जो बेहतर इलाज मिल सकता है बेहतर से बेहतर इलाज मिल रहा उन्हें, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी आज हमने उन्हें खो दिया है। ऐसे कॉमेडियन और ऐसे हुनर के लोग कम पैदा होते हैं। मुझे याद है कि जब वो समाजवादी पार्टी में शामिल हुए थे और कानपुर से चुनाव लड़ना चाहते थे, बहुत ही साधारण व्यक्तित्व और ज़मीनी चीज़ों को पहचानना और समझना, और कई बार ऐसी बातें जो बिल्कुल ज़मीनी हैं वो अपने टैलेंट के सहारे लोगों तक पहुंचा देते थे। हमें दुख है ऐसे व्यक्ति को जिसने अपना नाम रोशन किया, यश भारती से सम्मानित रहे। ऐसे लोग कभी कभी हमारे बीच में आते हैं।
समाजवादी पार्टी कल सर सदन में डटी रही कई घंटों तक मामलों को लेकर के।
देखिए, स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं और स्वास्थ्य को लेकर के चिंता होनी चाहिए। ये प्राथमिकता का विषय इसलिए है।
All right, the legendary comedian Raju Srivastava has passed away this morning. The family has confirmed the news a short while ago. He was being treated at AIIMS Hospital in New Delhi for quite some time now. He had collapsed on the 10th of August after suffering a heart attack after working out at a gym.
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the video what has been happening. The lunch which was served in the toilet, that is something which could be clearly seen. Earlier there was complaint about the rice also, later it was changed, but the kind of food which was given, A, this is about the quality, B, where it was served.
Here's a look at what else is making news this morning. In a fresh face-off, the Karnataka Congress has questioned the ruling BJP over the introduction of the only the Bhagavad Gita in the school curriculum and asked why not the Quran or the Bible, clarifying the stance of the state government. The Karnataka Education Minister B.C. Nagesh has said that Bhagavad Gita is not a religious text. The Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing has now summoned actor Jacqueline Fernandez's designer Lipakshi for questioning in the Sukesh Chandrasekhar case. This comes after Jacqueline Fernandez was grilled for over 7 hours 2 days ago. The arrested Aam Aadmi Party lawmaker Amanatullah Khan will be produced before the court today at the end of his police custody remand in a case registered against him by the Anti-Corruption Bureau over alleged irregularities in appointments as the Waqf Board.
US Attorney General met with Ukrainian Prosecutor General at the Justice Department to discuss investigating atrocities that have occurred since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine in February. The two signed a memorandum of understanding that establishes a framework for the two governments to work more closely to identify, apprehend and prosecute individuals involved in war crimes.
Know that the road ahead is neither short nor easy, but we and our Ukrainian partners will work tirelessly to pursue truth and justice. Our message is clear. There is no hiding place for the perpetrators of these atrocities.
US Secretary of State met with Lebanese Prime Minister at the UN. Lebanon has been in the grips of a 3-year severe economic crisis that has left 3/4 of its population in poverty after the Lebanese pound lost more than 90% of its value. Here's also what's making news across the globe. A bipartisan group of mayors said that whatever political differences they might have, they are united in fighting against recent voting restrictions enacted in some Republican-controlled states that they view as an attack on democracy.
We are all standing here together, Democrats and Republicans, elected officials on all different levels, to say that the infrastructure should be nonpartisan. Absolutely. The campaigns can go and do what they do, but the infrastructure, our democracy, is nonpartisan. And when that happens, then I think people can start trusting the system, respecting the process, and then feel comfortable with the outcome, regardless of where it may be.
New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern and French President Emmanuel Macron hailed progress made by the Christchurch called Cyber Security Initiative, which was set up after a widespread
You're watching Live in Breaking, and breaking news coming in now. Comedian Raju Srivastav has passed away. He passed away in Delhi. He was 58 years old. His family has confirmed the news. Raju Srivastav was admitted to AIIMS in Delhi on the 10th of August after he experienced chest pain and collapsed while working out at the gym. Condolences continue to pour in. As we were telling you, he was 58 years old when he passed away. He suffered a heart attack while in the gym on the 10th of August. It was during his routine exercise regime, and while he was on the treadmill, reports say that he suddenly fell down. He was taken to AIIMS, and nearly a month ago, news had come in that he was in a very critical condition. But now hospital sources as well as family members have confirmed that he has passed away. He was a popular comedian, and he has been regaling Indian audiences, lovers of comedy and connoisseurs alike, with his jokes, with his many sequences. And he took his last breath at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences in New Delhi. He was admitted to AIIMS after he had a heart attack on the 10th of August.
राजू श्रीवास्तव जी आज हमारे बीच में नहीं रहे हैं। राजू श्रीवास्तव जी बहुत गरीब परिवार से निकल करके अपनी मेहनत से, अपने संघर्ष से और अपने टैलेंट से ही कई स्टेज से लेकर के देश और दुनिया में उन्होंने अपनी पहचान बनाई। इतने दिन लगातार वो अपने जीवन से लड़ते रहे। डॉक्टरों का प्रयास रहा होगा, जो बेहतर इलाज मिल सकता है, बेहतर से बेहतर इलाज मिल रहा उन्हें, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी आज हमने उन्हें खो दिया है। ऐसे कॉमेडियन और ऐसे हुनर के लोग कम पैदा होते हैं। मुझे याद है कि जब वो समाजवादी पार्टी में शामिल हुए थे और कानपुर से चुनाव लड़ना चाहते थे, बहुत ही साधारण व्यक्तित्व और ज़मीनी चीज़ों को पहचानना और समझना, और कई बार ऐसी बातें जो बिल्कुल ज़मीनी हैं वो अपने टैलेंट के सहारे लोगों तक पहुंचा देते थे। हमें दुख है ऐसे व्यक्ति को जिसने अपना नाम रोशन किया, यश भारती से सम्मानित रहे। ऐसे लोग कभी कभी हमारे बीच में आते हैं।
And joining us now is Upasana Singh, who is joining us. Upasana ji, very sad news coming in. Comedian Raju Srivastav no more. Your thoughts?
जी, मुझे अभी पता चला है और बहुत शॉकिंग न्यूज़ है ये मेरे लिए, क्योंकि राजू बहुत अच्छा दोस्त था मेरा और जब भी हम मिलते थे, ये जरूरी नहीं कि हम लोग लगातार बात कर रहे हो या कुछ, लेकिन कुछ लोगों के साथ आपका दिल से संबंध होता है। वो जब भी मुझे मिलता था तो हम लोग बहुत सारी बातें करते थे। मैंने उनके साथ फिल्में भी की हैं, मैंने उनके साथ कॉमेडी शोज भी किए हैं, स्टेज शोज भी किए हैं, और अभी कुछ दिन पहले मुंबई में हुनर हाट करके एक प्रोग्राम है गवर्नमेंट का, वहाँ पे वो मुझे मिले थे और इतना अच्छे से मिले। और वो हमेशा जब भी मिलते थे बहुत हंसते हुए मुझे मिलते थे। मैंने कभी उनके चेहरे पे ऐसा देखा ही नहीं कि वो टेंस है या दुखी है, या कभी भी हम मिले तो मतलब उनका जाना बहुत बहुत दुख की बात है। और वो इंसान जो इतनी मतलब परिवार से, ऐसा नहीं कि वो कोई बहुत रिच फैमिली से थे, यहाँ उन्होंने अपनी एक जगह बनाई, एक बहुत साधारण परिवार से उन्होंने अपना इतना बड़ा मकाम हासिल किया। आज दुनिया का हर इंसान उन्हें जानता है। बहुत दुख होता है मुझे, मैं बहुत तकलीफ में हूँ।
जी उपासना जी, हम आपसे एक सवाल पूछना चाहते थे। ऑब्वियसली यू हैड अ वेरी क्लोज रिलेशनशिप विद हिम एंड वी अंडरस्टैंड दैट दिस इज अ पर्सनल लॉस टू यू, बट क्या आप हमारे दर्शकों के साथ कैन यू शेयर सर्टेन मोमेंट्स दैट यू स्पेंट विद हिम एंड यू नो समथिंग दैट यू रिमेंबर ऑफ दिस मैन हु मेड मिलियंस लाफ?
मेरा तो उनके साथ संबंध, मतलब मैंने जैसे कहा कि हम हमेशा से बहुत अच्छे दोस्त रहे हैं, और अभी मेरे को समझ में ही नहीं आ रहा है कि मैं क्या बोलूं। तो मैंने कभी उनको उदास देखा ही नहीं, और वो जब भी मुझे मिलते थे और बोलते थे और 22 ईयर ओल्ड बहुत सेक्सी लड़की, क्या हाल है। और वो मतलब मेरे साथ हमेशा मजाक करते थे जब भी वो मुझे मिलते थे, और हम बहुत हंसते थे। मतलब वो मुझे फ्लाइट में भी कई बार मिले, तो फिर वो हम लोगों ने एक बार हमारी फ्लाइट में, हमारी सीट बहुत अलग अलग जगह पे थी, तो उन्होंने मुझे मतलब रिक्वेस्ट करके, जो हम मेरे साथ के पैसेंजर थे उनको बोला कि प्लीज आप हम दोनों को साथ में बैठने देंगे। और वो जर्नी इतनी अच्छी थी, मुझे उनकी अब हर बात याद आती है। मतलब जब कोई इंसान नहीं रहता तो उसकी छोटी छोटी बातें भी, मुझे उनका फेस, उनका हंसना, उनका मेरे साथ फोन पे बात करना, कई शोज के लिए भी हम एक दूसरे को बात करते थे, वो कई बार मुझे रिकमेंड करते थे शोज के लिए। तो क्या बोलूं मैं, अभी मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा।
उपासना जी, कहा जाता है कि राजू श्रीवास्तव डिस्पाइट वो बहुत बड़े स्टार बन गए, सभी उनको पहचानते थे, अ हाउस होल्ड नेम ही वॉज एज फार एज कॉमेडी वॉज कंसर्न्ड और इवन अदरवाइज एज एन आर्टिस्ट, एज अ परफॉर्मर। तो लोग कहते थे कि अभी भी कहते हैं उनके साथ जिन्होंने काम किया, दैट यू नो इट वॉज हिज डाउन टू अर्थ नेचर दैट दे विल रिमेंबर द मोस्ट। आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे इस बारे में?
बिल्कुल, वो इस स्टेज पे पहुंचे, मैंने कहा ना कि एक बहुत, वो अपनी स्ट्रगल से पहुंचे हैं। ऐसा नहीं कि उनके लिए कोई गॉडफादर था या वो इंडस्ट्री के इंसान थे, उनके लिए किसी ने हेल्प की थी। वो अपने टैलेंट और अपनी वजह से इस मकाम तक पहुंचे। तो वो हमेशा अपनी रूट्स के साथ, अपनी जड़ों के साथ जुड़े रहे। उनको पता था कि इस मकाम तक पहुंचना आसान नहीं है। उन्होंने जो भी पाया बहुत मेहनत से पाया, इसीलिए वो इस चीज की कद्र करते थे। मतलब आप जो भी लोग उनको मिले हों, मुझे नहीं लगता कि उन्होंने कभी ऐसा शो भी किया हो कि मैं इस टाइम राजू श्रीवास्तव बन चुका हूँ, मुझे पूरी दुनिया जानती है। और वो ऐसा लगता था कि एक आम साधारण आदमी से आप मिल रहे हैं। टैलेंटेड वो थे, वो तो पूरी दुनिया ही जानती है कि वो कितने टैलेंटेड थे, लेकिन वो रियली एक अच्छे इंसान थे। इसी वजह से लोग हमेशा उनको, जो भी जिनके साथ भी वो शोज करते थे, उनको बार बार बुलाया जाता था वहाँ। और यहाँ तो क्या होता है कि आप एक बार भी मिसबिहेव कर,
प्रार्थना हम लोग करते थे कि ये जो लगभग असंभव है इसे संभव कर दो। एक ऐसा आदमी जो जीवन भर सबको हंसाता रहा है, उसके लिए लोगों को रुलाओ मत। परंतु भाग्य को कुछ और मंजूर था। मैं अपनी ओर से, अपने भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस की ओर से विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं एक ऐसे कलाकार को जो बहुत ही साधारण परिवार से उभर कर आया और पूरे हिंदुस्तान में छा गया। गजब की विलक्षण प्रतिभा थी उनमें, हास्य की। मैं उनके साथ चलता रहता था, कभी मेरे साथ वो हेलीकॉप्टर पे यात्रा करते थे और ऊपर से देख के कुछ ऐसी बातें कह देते थे कि बरबस हंसी आ जाती थी। मैं पुनः एक बार अपने मित्र, अपने साथी, अपने पारिवारिक मित्र के प्रति विनम्र श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूँ और कहना चाहता हूँ कि आज भारत की हास्य की दुनिया में एक अद्भुत नैसर्गिक प्रतिभा वाला कलाकार चला गया।
सर, कुछ राजनीति की आपसे बात करना चाहूंगा। कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष का जो चुनाव है उसको लेकर
Pramod Tiwari of the Congress party over there condoling the demise of Raju Srivastava. You know, Rukma, the one thing that he said when he was talking was the fact that he said it in Hindi. He said, "Ekdam hasi aa jati thi," and you know that, in a sense, encapsulates his comic timing. Everybody we've spoken to since the morning, since we learnt of his sad passing away, has talked to us about how incredible his timing in comedy was, and that's so essential for a comedian to know when to crack that joke that will make you essentially explode into laughter.
Right, Nupur, as you said, it was his splendid comic timing, and that was what actually, in fact, he can be credited with having changed stand-up comedy forever. With his expressions, you know, the most mundane and simple of things, he would bring it into his into his dialogue, into his monologues, and regale audiences of all ages, across all, you know, whether it was age, whether it was a profession.
Oh yes, absolutely.
And he, as it said, he carved a niche for himself.
Oh yes,
and,
absolutely.
The world of stand-up comedy loses one of its greatest exponents, Nupur, as a comedian, as we report that comedian Raju Srivastava is no more. He passed away this morning at AIIMS after he was admitted there. He had collapsed while working out, and that is the tragedy that
Absolutely, Rukma, as you're pointing out, just to recap what's happened this morning, unfortunate demise of the comedian Raju Srivastava this morning at the age of 58. His family has confirmed the death. Do remember that he was battling for life, essentially. For the past 41 days, he was on ventilator. He'd collapsed after having suffered a cardiac arrest, and thereafter we're given to understand that, of course, his family had admitted him to AIIMS. His passing away was confirmed early this morning by his family. Raju Srivastava, the comedian who was known as the king of comedy, passing away at the age of 58. And we've been speaking since this morning to so many people, and they encompass political parties.
दिवंगत आत्मा की शांति की कामना करता हूँ। शोक संतप्त परिजनों के प्रति अपनी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूँ। ईश्वर उन्हें सद्गति प्रदान करे, यही प्रार्थना करता हूँ।
Well, Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, from where Raju Srivastava hailed, speaking about how sad he is to hear about his demise. Just to tell our viewers, Nitin Gadkari, the Union Minister, has also tweeted. He said, anguished to hear about the demise of comedy legend Raju Srivastava ji and entertainer par excellence. His mannerisms and observational comedy truly mirrored daily life of us Indians. My condolences to family members. Nitin Gadkari over there tweeting. And we have, of course, been speaking to a cross-section of people who worked with Raju Srivastava through his entertainment career, just to give our viewers a bit of a sense of how long he'd been associated with the entertainment industry. He started his career in the 80s. He worked in the very popular film.
और भारत में एक मुस्कुराहट, एक हंसी की लहर और बड़ी-बड़ी सामाजिक समस्याओं को अपने छोटे-छोटे चुटकुलों से लोगों का जागरण कराने का काम, उन्हें जागरूक बनाने का काम करने वाले महान कलाकार राजू श्रीवास्तव जी हमारे बीच नहीं रहे। मैं बहुत ज्यादा दुखी हूं, इसलिए क्योंकि वो एक ऐसे कलाकार थे जो बहुत वर्षों में होते हैं और भारत में इस तरह का कलाकार कोई दूसरा हुआ भी नहीं। मैं ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि उनको, उनकी आत्मा को शांति प्रदान करे, और मेरी प्रार्थना उनके परिवार वालों के साथ, उनके सारे फैंस उनके सारे प्रशंसकों के साथ है जो सारी जिंदगी उनके हास्य को सुनते रहे और उसका आनंद उठाते रहे। ओम शांति।
All right, so people over there speaking about this great loss to India's comic scene. Rukma is also continuing to be with us from our Delhi studios as we take you through this journey of Raju Srivastav. He passed away early this morning, of course, after battling for nearly 41 days. He was in the intensive care unit for a long period of the AIIMS hospital. There was, as I was saying earlier, a bit of a talk in between of shifting him to Mumbai, where he lives essentially. And there was also a bit of a talk in between of how there had been minor improvements in his health, but unfortunate news coming in early this morning of his passing away at the age of 58. We've been talking about how this man brought smiles and laughter across to millions of audiences in India. He was extremely well loved by audiences in India, and his body of work encompassed not just television but also stand-up comedy, but also the fact that he did act in several of those movies. We were earlier talking about some big movies that he worked in. Of course, one of them was in the 90s, Maine Pyar Kiya. There were others that he worked in. I think the last film that he actually worked in was Toilet Ek Prem Katha. And when we were talking to Pasna Singh over there, you know, somebody who'd worked with him, she spoke about the fact that he was someone who worked in these projects which had a social message, and his comedy, in fact, also did come across with something that had a social message going out to audiences. And we just had, you know, Nitin Gadkari tweeting over there, where he spoke about how he was able to essentially bring in everyday Indian mannerisms into his comedy. So that was Raju Srivastav's body of work. So tweets coming in from a large number of people who are, of course, all condoling the demise of Raju Srivastav. We are given to understand that, as I was earlier saying, his family had of course, did consider shifting him back to Mumbai, where he actually lives, for a treatment. But unfortunately, he passed away this morning at the AIIMS hospital in New Delhi, where he was admitted for about 41 days. Raju Srivastav, of course, extremely familiar face in the world of entertainment since the 1980s. He, of course, tasted also unparalleled success, because the comedy scene in India, essentially, which has picked up over the years, was something that was put forward and actually moved ahead leaps and bounds by comedians like Raju Srivastav, because earlier comedians were not given, you know, that kind of respect in the Indian entertainment industry as the likes of Raju Srivastav were. So in that sense, he got fame in the genre that he chose for himself. Mr. Pandit on the phone line with us. Mr. Pandit, good morning. Thank you for joining us. A sad, sad day for not just the Indian entertainment industry, but also for lovers of comedy. What are your thoughts?
Well, really, it's a great loss to the industry, because of not only because he was a great artist, but also a great human being, because I was very close to him. And his contribution to the industry has been massive. See, he actually redefined humor. And he was a person who, after redefining humor, stood up to that classy humor which he created. A concept of mimicry, a concept of common man's humor. He was another kind of R.K. Lakshman who brought his humor on stage. And his contribution to the industry has been immense. So the humor which he created, a kind of a area, a genre which he created for public, for masses, it was a great stress buster to the people, to the masses. And the kind of audience, the way, you know, the audience is to react on his humor was absolutely brilliant. And then he has done some good work in UP government as far as cinema is concerned, as far as film is concerned. He was the chairman of the body there. So it's a great loss, and we will never forget him. There's no two opinions on that. And he was a great fighter. See the way he fought for his life in the hospital for so many months. But finally, I don't want to say that he lost the battle, but because he can never be a loser. It's a natural thing. You cannot stop anybody, you know, going away. But it's a very emotional moment for all of us. I've lost a dear friend. I've lost a great artist. I've lost a great human being. In fact, the industry. So on behalf of Indian Film and Television Directors Association and Indian Motion Pictures Producers Association and Federation of Western India Cine Employees, we pay our homage to Raju. We pay our heartfelt condolences to the family, because all of them were are very close to us.
Right, absolutely, Mr. Pandit, that you were saying, you know, he was a personal friend. We understand that this is a personal loss for you as well. But Mr. Pandit, you know, he was someone who actually made so many people laugh. You know, any anecdotes that you'd like to share with our viewers who are watching currently? You know, anything in terms of your memories?
See, he was a very spontaneous performer, very spontaneous. I know when he had to perform in a show or something, in a film award night and all that, and if I would have met a day before that, or the same day, we used to sit and chat. He was never prepared. What he used to do is, when he's on the stage, he used to get very spontaneously those kind of anecdotes, those kind of looking at the people. He used to create humor. Looking at the people, or the incidences which must have occurred to him while traveling from his home or the studio to that venue, or to that theatre where he's going to perform, on the way his experiences, he used to turn into humor. So he was a common man's performer. He was a common man's. He used to represent a common man on the streets. You know, his humor was not high funda. His humor was not that people would have not understood. His humor was daily life, daily routine-based humor, where everybody could identify with the kind of situations which he used to create for humor. You know, every person, every human being, whether it's home, whether it is your workplace, whether it's on the street, he used to create humor which was everyone's experiences in their life. So everybody used to identify himself in that kind of a situation which Raju Srivastava used to create.
Oh, yes,
so that's why people identified with him. And it's not a loss only of the industry. You know, it's a loss of the country at large, because these were the people who were stress busters. These are the people who taught us to laugh. These are the people who taught us how to come out of the difficult situations and face those kind of difficult situations. So they have done immense social work also to the society. You know, apart from being good performers and good actors.
Absolutely, Mr. Pandit, as you're pointing out, you know, it was something, his comedy was about improvising on everyday situations. Appreciate your speaking to us, Mr. Pandit. Thank you for joining us. So that was Ashok Pandit over there speaking about what a personal loss this has been to him as well. Raju Srivastava passed away early this morning. He was just 58 years of age, and he, of course, was working out in a gymnasium. Thereafter, he suffered a heart attack and collapsed. He was taken to the AIIMS Hospital, New Delhi. He was being treated over there for quite some time now, 41 days. That's how long he battled to survive, but unfortunately passed away early this morning. Now, there was some talk of, how his situation and his condition medically was improving about 2 weeks ago, but that unfortunately was not to be. He passed away this morning, and his family, of course, has confirmed this news. Now, condolences, of course, pouring in from across the country.
दूसरों की खुशी में अपनी खुशी देखने वाला राजू श्रीवास्तव भैया नहीं रहा। मुझे पता है ये समाचार देश में बहुत लोगों को व्यथित करेगा, मगर हम सभी जानते हैं काफी दिनों से वो अस्पताल में जीवन और मौत से जूझ रहे थे। बहुत कोशिशें की गईं, लेकिन हम उन्हें बचाने में असफल रहे। मैं प्रार्थना करता हूं प्रभु से कि राजू भाई को अपने श्री चरणों में स्थान दें और उनके जितने चहेते हैं उन सभी लोगों को ये दुख बर्दाश्त करने की शक्ति दें। राजू श्रीवास्तव भाई वैसे तो कॉमेडी किंग के रूप में जाने जाते रहे, लेकिन मैं कुछ और भी बताना चाहता हूं साथियों। राजू भाई से हमारा संबंध लगभग 20 वर्षों का संबंध है। पहली बार अमिताभ बच्चन जी के साथ हम उनको मिले थे और अमिताभ बच्चन जी हो या फिर देश के बड़े बड़े कलाकार, वो सभी लोग राजू श्रीवास्तव जी को बहुत प्यार करते थे, बहुत प्यार देते थे, बहुत सम्मान था। और राजू श्रीवास्तव लोगों के दिलों में समाना जानते थे। कॉमेडी करने वाला एक शख्सियत कितना गंभीर है कि उनके पीछे कई घटनाओं से आपको पता चलेगा। वो उत्तर प्रदेश में उनको पीछे यूपी फिल्म डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन का अध्यक्ष बनाया गया था। इस रूप में भी उन्होंने बहुत सेवा करी है और एक कॉमेडियन होते हुए भी उनकी जो स्टार वैल्यू थी बहुत बड़ी थी। जब जब देश में कॉमेडी की बात आएगी तो सबसे ऊपर नाम राजू श्रीवास्तव जी का लिखा जाएगा। जो कुछ लोग हैं उनमें वो शामिल है। मैं बहुत व्यथित मन से प्रभु से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि हमारे राजू श्रीवास्तव भैया के परिवार को, उनके सभी चाहने वालों को ये दुख बर्दाश्त करने की शक्ति दे। ओम शांति।
Well, of course, condolences pouring in from across the country. Just to tell you that JP Nadda, the BJP president, has also tweeted. He said, "I'm speechless to hear about the demise of the renowned comedian Shri Raju Srivastav ji." Here's a look at what else is making news this morning. In a fresh face-off, the Karnataka Congress has questioned the ruling BJP over the introduction of the only the Bhagavad Gita in the school curriculum and asked why not the Quran or the Bible, clarifying the stance of the state government. The Karnataka Education Minister B.C. Nagesh has said that Bhagavad Gita is not a religious text. The Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing has now summoned actor Jacqueline Fernandez's designer Lipakshi for questioning in the Sukesh Chandrasekhar case. This comes after Jacqueline Fernandez was grilled for over 7 hours 2 days ago. The arrested Aam Aadmi Party lawmaker Amanatullah Khan will be produced before the court today at the end of his police custody remand in a case registered against him by the Anti-Corruption Bureau over alleged irregularities in appointments as the Waqf Board.
US Attorney General met with Ukrainian Prosecutor General at the Justice Department to discuss investigating atrocities that have occurred since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine in February. The two signed a memorandum of understanding that establishes a framework for the two governments to work more closely to identify, apprehend and prosecute individuals involved in war crimes.
Know that the road ahead is neither short nor easy, but we and our Ukrainian partners will work tirelessly to pursue truth and justice. Our message is clear. There is no hiding place for the perpetrators of these atrocities.
US Secretary of State met with Lebanese Prime Minister at the UN. Lebanon has been in the grips of a 3-year severe economic crisis that has left 3/4 of its population in poverty after the Lebanese pound lost more than 90% of its value. Here's also what's making news across the globe. A bipartisan group of mayors said that whatever political differences they might have, they are united in fighting against recent voting restrictions enacted in some Republican-controlled states that they view as an attack on democracy.
We are all standing here together, Democrats and Republicans, elected officials on all different levels, to say that the infrastructure should be nonpartisan. Absolutely. The campaigns can go and do what they do, but the infrastructure, our democracy, is nonpartisan. And when that happens, then I think people can start trusting the system, respecting the process, and then feel comfortable with the outcome, regardless of where it may be.
You are with Republic TV, and celebrated comedian actor Raju Srivastava has passed away this morning after over 40 days of hospitalization at the AIIMS hospital in New Delhi. He was 58 years old. Raju Srivastava suffered a heart attack on the 10th of August. While working out at a hotel in the capital, he was rushed to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences and underwent a surgery over there. Since then, he was on the ventilator and never gained consciousness. His family, of course, has confirmed his passing away earlier this morning. He, of course, was a familiar face in the entertainment industry since about the 1980s. The comedian tasted unparalleled success after participating in the first season of the reality stand-up comedy show, The Great Indian Laughter Challenge. He was, of course, crowned the king of comedy in that particular show, and that's a name that has stuck to Raju Srivastava ever since. He's also featured in several Hindi films such as Maine Pyar Kiya, Bazigar, and the remake of Bombay to Goa. The last film that I think he worked on was A Toilet Ek Prem Katha. He was also the chairperson of the Film Development Council for Uttar Pradesh. He was also someone who actually fought elections as well from Kanpur. I think he was the Samajwadi Party's candidate from there briefly. But he was someone who millions of Indians will remember as bringing comedy into everyday lives. He was someone who essentially had great comic timing, and as we've been speaking to several people over the phone, and they've all commented on how he was so fantastic at essentially improvising with his comedy, and that's something that Indian audiences across the country will always remember him for. He was also someone who brought comedy to the fore. He was one of the earliest stand-up comedians that this country witnessed, and we've been also speaking to people from various political parties. They've also been talking about how he was someone who brought comedy into the lives of Indians across the country in terms of the TV shows that he worked in. So
मुझे अभी बहुत ही दुखद समाचार मिला है कि हमारे भाई, हमारे मित्र और भारत में एक मुस्कुराहट, एक हंसी की लहर और बड़ी-बड़ी सामाजिक समस्याओं को अपने छोटे-छोटे चुटकुलों से लोगों का जागरण कराने का काम, उन्हें जागरूक बनाने का काम करने वाले महान कलाकार राजू श्रीवास्तव जी हमारे बीच नहीं रहे। मैं बहुत ज्यादा दुखी हूं, इसलिए क्योंकि वो एक ऐसे कलाकार थे जो बहुत वर्षों में होते हैं और भारत में इस तरह का कलाकार कोई दूसरा हुआ भी नहीं। मैं ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि उनको, उनकी आत्मा को शांति प्रदान करे, और मेरी प्रार्थना उनके परिवार वालों के साथ, उनके सारे फैंस, उनके सारे प्रशंसकों के साथ है जो सारी जिंदगी उनके हास्य को सुनते रहे और उसका आनंद उठाते रहे। ओम शांति।
बिना किसी भेदभाव के सबका मनोरंजन करते रहे। आज वे हमारे बीच में नहीं है। मैं प्रदेशवासियों की ओर से दिवंगत आत्मा की शांति की कामना करता हूं। शोक संतप्त परिजनों के प्रति अपनी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं। ईश्वर उन्हें सद्गति प्रदान करे, यही प्रार्थना करता हूं।
And joining us on the phone line is Payal Rohatgi. Thank you very much for speaking to us on Republic TV. It's a very sad day for India's entertainment industry, the passing away of Raju Srivastava. What are your thoughts this morning?
Very, very saddened to hear about the demise of Raju Srivastava ji. We all were getting his health updates and we thought that he is getting better. But today's news is devastating. My prayers go to his family because he was a very strongly opinionated individual and he was fighting for his life since so many days. I just hope Bhagwan unki atma ko shanti de and unke parivar ko shakti.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, of course, this is a loss for everybody who's associated with the entertainment industry in India. But any memories that you can share with our audiences this morning, who are all, of course, the connection that he drew with Indian audiences is perhaps unparalleled with his comedy.
Well, I did interact with him in his event when he was performing on stage, and he was really awesome when he would perform on stage, keep his audience in laughter, and actually the man who made people laugh and feel lighter about life, because life is so much full of stress, is no more with us. So his passing away should teach us how to be better human beings, how to stop spreading hatred, and to become better human beings and kind to everybody.
Right, absolutely. Payal Rohatgi, thank you very much for speaking to us on Republic TV. So that's the common refrain that we are hearing from everybody we've spoken to this morning, of how he was someone who could turn ordinary situations into comic ones. He drew his inspiration from everyday lives that all of us lead, picking up the little bits and turning it into comedy. We are, of course, still awaiting an official statement essentially to come out from the family. But there was in the interim of his long hospitalization period, about 2 weeks ago, a time when there was actually some hope that we were getting updates of that he has shown minor improvements. But that was not to be. He has unfortunately passed away this morning, and everybody that we've spoken to since this morning is been telling us of how humble a human being he was, and how humble his beginnings were essentially, and then to be able to get this unadorned love from the Indian audiences. We've been getting a lot of reactions from various politicians as well as people who were associated with him. Let's listen to some of those.
बहुत ही दुखद समाचार आज हम सबको सुबह सुबह मिला है। दुनिया को हंसाने वाला राजू श्रीवास्तव, अपना भाई, जन जन का चहेता, एक राष्ट्रवादी व्यक्ति, हमेशा दूसरों की खुशी में अपनी खुशी देखने वाला राजू श्रीवास्तव भैया नहीं रहा। मुझे पता है ये समाचार देश में बहुत लोगों को व्यथित करेगा, मगर हम सभी जानते हैं काफी दिनों से वो
13वीं में आना, फिर महीना भर आना, तुम्हारा काम चालू है। चलो। ये अभी जब ये आए हुए थे सर्किट हाउस में, सर्किट हाउस में जब हम लोगों के बीच में क्या बताया जाए।
अफसोस है,
अफसोस, इतना अफसोस है कि अब कुछ कहा नहीं जा सकता। इतना अधिक अफसोस है कि हम ही नहीं, पूरी गली में हमारे क्षेत्र के सभी लोगों को बहुत अफसोस है, और इस समय तो पूरा भारतवर्ष अफसोस कर रहा है। हम चैनल में अभी देख रहे थे, चैनल बंद करके निकल करके आए हैं।
आप लोगों से बहुत अच्छी तरह मिलना,
बचपन से हम लोगों के साथ, हाँ 63 की पैदाइश उनकी, 63 की पैदाइश मेरी भी है। हम लोग बचपन के रहे, सब लोग यहीं रहे, यहीं खेलते थे, कूदते थे, क्रिकेट खेलते थे। कोई इतना बड़ा आदमी होने के बावजूद भी कोई भी घमंड, किसी भी प्रकार की कोई जेलसी किसी के प्रति नहीं। सबसे मिलना, सबसे जुलना, सबके कामकाज में शामिल होना, सबकी मदद करना, बच्चों की शादी, गरीबों लड़कियों की शादी कराना, है बहुत बड़ी बात है। आने के बावजूद भी सबसे मिलते थे, बुलवाते थे सबको, बुलाओ भाई, इनको बुलाओ, उनको बुलाओ, कोई दिक्कत, कोई परेशानी, ऐसा व्यक्ति कहाँ मिलेगा। पैसा तो बहुत कमाया उन्होंने, बहुत कमाया, लेकिन जितना प्यार दिया, जितना हंसाया, अब शायद हम लोगों को देखने को नहीं मिलेगा। थोड़ी उम्र मेरी भी बची है, अब ऐसा नहीं हो पाएगा, देखने को नहीं मिल पाएगा।
राजू भाई से आखिरी बार मुलाकात कब भाई थी, बात किया था आपने?
बात हुए तो उनसे 1-1.5 साल हो गया था। मुलाकात जैसा कि बताया मेरे पिताजी ने कि सर्किट हाउस में आए थे लास्ट टाइम, तभी उनसे मुलाकात हुई थी। जब वो अब शब्द नहीं है कोई भी, क्योंकि कुछ नहीं कहा जा सकता। हम लोग एकदम
The Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing has now summoned actor Jacqueline Fernandez's designer Lipakshi for questioning in the Sukesh Chandrasekhar case. This comes after Jacqueline Fernandez was grilled for over 7 hours 2 days ago. The arrested Aam Aadmi Party lawmaker Amanatullah Khan will be produced before the court today at the end of his police custody remand in a case registered against him by the Anti-Corruption Bureau over alleged irregularities in appointments as the Waqf Board.
US Attorney General met with Ukrainian Prosecutor General at the Justice Department to discuss investigating atrocities that have occurred since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine in February. The two signed a memorandum of understanding that establishes a framework for the two governments to work more closely to identify, apprehend and prosecute individuals involved in war crimes.
Know that the road ahead is neither short nor easy, but we and our Ukrainian partners will work tirelessly to pursue truth and justice. Our message is clear. There is no hiding place for the perpetrators of these atrocities.
US Secretary of State met with Lebanese Prime Minister at the UN. Lebanon has been in the grips of a 3-year severe economic crisis that has left 3/4 of its population in poverty after the Lebanese pound lost more than 90% of its value. Here's also what's making news across the globe. A bipartisan group of mayors said that whatever political differences they might have, they are united in fighting against recent voting restrictions enacted in some Republican-controlled states that they view as an attack on democracy.
We are all standing here together, Democrats and Republicans, elected officials on all different levels, to say that the infrastructure should be nonpartisan. Absolutely. The campaigns can go and do what they do, but the infrastructure, our democracy, is nonpartisan. And when that happens, then I think people can start trusting the system, respecting the process, and then feel comfortable with the outcome, regardless of where it may be.
New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern and French President Emmanuel Macron hailed progress made by the Christchurch called Cyber Security Initiative, which was set up after a white supremacist in New Zealand live-streamed the slaughter of 51 Muslim worshippers on Facebook in 2019.
मैं हूँ राजू श्रीवास्तव। हम तो शादी वगैरह में यूं ही किसी के घुस जाते थे, वहां परफॉर्म करते थे कि चलो इस बहाने खाना पीना तो मिल जाएगा। आप किसी को हंसा पा रहे हो तो ये सुपर पावर नहीं तो और क्या है। हो सकता है आप एक टीचर हो या एक सेल्समैन, या आपको बस अपने ऑफिस या कॉलेज में एंटरटेनिंग बनना है। कॉमेडी एक ऐसा आर्ट फॉर्म है जिसे सीख के आप रोजमर्रा की जिंदगी को रंगीन बना सकते हो। मोगेम्बो खुश हुआ, आप हमें बोर कर रहे हैं, समझे।
US Attorney General met with Ukrainian Prosecutor General at the Justice Department to discuss investigating atrocities that have occurred since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine in February. The two signed a memorandum of understanding that establishes a framework for the two governments to work more closely to identify, apprehend and prosecute individuals involved in war crimes.
Know that the road ahead is neither short nor easy, but we and our Ukrainian partners will work tirelessly to pursue truth and justice. Our message is clear. There is no hiding place for the perpetrators of these atrocities.
US Secretary of State met with Lebanese Prime Minister at the UN. Lebanon has been in the grips of a 3-year severe economic crisis that has left 3/4 of its population in poverty after the Lebanese pound lost more than 90% of its value. Here's also what's making news across the globe. A bipartisan group of mayors said that whatever political differences they might have, they are united in fighting against recent voting restrictions enacted in some Republican-controlled states that they view as an attack on democracy.
We are all standing here together, Democrats and Republicans, elected officials on all different levels, to say that the infrastructure should be nonpartisan. Absolutely. The campaigns can go and do what they do, but the infrastructure, our democracy, is nonpartisan. And when that happens, then I think people can start trusting the system, respecting the process, and then feel comfortable with the outcome, regardless of where it may be.
New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern and French President Emmanuel Macron hailed progress made by the Christchurch called Cyber Security Initiative, which was set up after a white supremacist in New Zealand live-streamed the slaughter of 51 Muslim worshippers on Facebook in 2019.
It's clear that you can prevent this kind of terrorist behavior and what will guide people to terrorism through artificial intelligence. And it's impossible to pretend the opposite. So we will put pressure as well to have more commitment. The third point, because algorithm and artificial intelligence are the two pillars of our strategy to have, I would say, a much more efficient prevention. And I think the change, reverting to your question, is that all these players are more and more aware that the current system is no more sustainable, because the pressure will increase constantly.
US Attorney General met with Ukrainian Prosecutor General at the Justice Department to discuss investigating atrocities that have occurred since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine in February. The two signed a memorandum of understanding that establishes a framework for the two governments to work more closely to identify
दोस्तों, मेरा भी दिल करता है कि मैं तिरंगे वाली डीपी लगाऊं, गर्व के साथ लगाऊं, तिरंगे वाली डीपी। हमारा देश है यार, देश आजाद हुआ है 15 अगस्त को, तिरंगे वाली डीपी मैं लगाऊंगा। लेकिन ये सोच के दुख होता है कि मैं ये डीपी हटाऊंगा कैसे। मेरी इतनी औकात नहीं है कि मैं तिरंगे वाली डीपी हटा सकूं। मैं भी एक देशभक्त हूं आपकी तरह।
New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern and French President Emmanuel Macron hailed progress made by the Christchurch called Cyber Security Initiative, which was set up after a white supremacist in New Zealand live-streamed the slaughter of 51 Muslim worshippers on Facebook in 2019.
It's clear that you can prevent this kind of terrorist behavior and what will guide people to terrorism through artificial intelligence. And it's impossible to pretend the opposite. So we will put pressure as well to have more commitment. The third point, because algorithm and artificial intelligence are the two pillars of our strategy to have, I would say, a much more efficient prevention. And I think the change, reverting to your question, is that all these players are more and more aware that the current system is no more sustainable, because the pressure will increase constantly.
US Attorney General met with Ukrainian Prosecutor General at the Justice Department to discuss investigating atrocities that have occurred since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine in February. The two signed a memorandum of understanding that establishes a framework for the two governments to work more closely to identify, apprehend and prosecute individuals involved in war crimes.
know that the road ahead is neither short nor easy, but we and our Ukrainian partners will work tirelessly to pursue truth and justice. Our message is clear. There is no hiding place for the perpetrators of these atrocities.
US Secretary of State met with Lebanese Prime Minister at the UN. Lebanon has been in the grips of a 3-year severe economic crisis that has left 3/4 of its population in poverty after the Lebanese pound lost more than 90% of its value.
Here's a look at what else is making news this morning. In a fresh face-off, the Karnataka Congress has questioned the ruling BJP over the introduction of only the Bhagavad Gita in the school curriculum and asked why not the Quran or the Bible, clarifying the stance of the state government. The Karnataka Education Minister B.C. Nagesh has said that Bhagavad Gita is not a religious text. The Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing has now summoned actor Jacqueline Fernandez's designer Lipakshi for questioning in the Sukesh Chandrasekhar case. This comes after Jacqueline Fernandez was grilled for over 7 hours 2 days ago. The arrested Aam Aadmi Party lawmaker Amanatullah Khan will be produced before the court today at the end of his police custody remand in a case registered against him by the Anti-Corruption Bureau over alleged irregularities in appointments as the Waqf Board.
US Attorney General met with Ukrainian Prosecutor General at the Justice Department to discuss investigating atrocities that have occurred since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine in February. The two signed a memorandum of understanding that establishes a framework for the two governments to work more closely to identify.
हमसे कहला बुआ हम सुना तुम खासे हो हम कहा नहीं बच्चा जल्दी तो नहीं खासा कहने कब से नहीं खासे हो हम कहा कि हमका खांसे 2-3 महीना हो गया क्या बात हुई है कह नहीं बीमारी आए खांसे हो ना अरे हम कहा तब ही आज हम यहाँ चबूतरम बैठी रहा हमारे साथ गांव की औरतें बैठी हम जोर से खांसी अब बुढ़ापा का शरीर तुम का दिख यादव चाची उठ के चली गई हाँ राम सुगुल के बिटेवा भाग गए हाँ कह लाग हम लोग ना रुको तुम खसती हो अब बताओ बच्चा खांसब अपराध हुई का अब बुढ़ापा के शरीर आदमी खसबे करी
US Attorney General met with Ukrainian Prosecutor General at the Justice Department to discuss investigating atrocities that have occurred since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine in February. The two signed a memorandum of understanding that establishes a framework for the two governments to work more closely to identify, apprehend and prosecute individuals involved in war crimes.
Know that the road ahead is neither short nor easy, but we and our Ukrainian partners will work tirelessly to pursue truth and justice. Our message is clear. There is no hiding place for the perpetrators of these atrocities.
US Secretary of State met with Lebanese Prime Minister at the UN. Lebanon has been in the grips of a 3-year severe economic crisis that has left 3/4 of its population in poverty after the Lebanese pound lost more than 90% of its value.
Here's a look at what else is making news this morning. In a fresh face-off, the Karnataka Congress has questioned the ruling BJP over the introduction of only the Bhagavad Gita in the school curriculum and asked why not the Quran or the Bible, clarifying the stance of the state government. The Karnataka Education Minister B.C. Nagesh has said that Bhagavad Gita is not a religious text. The Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing has now summoned actor Jacqueline Fernandez's designer Lipakshi for questioning in the Sukesh Chandrasekhar case. This comes after Jacqueline Fernandez was grilled for over 7 hours 2 days ago. The arrested Aam Aadmi Party lawmaker Amanatullah Khan will be produced before the court today at the end of his police custody remand in a case registered against him by the Anti-Corruption Bureau over alleged irregularities in appointments as the Waqf Board.
US Attorney General met with Ukrainian Prosecutor General at the Justice Department to discuss investigating atrocities that have occurred since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine in February. The two signed a memorandum of understanding that establishes a framework for the two governments to work more closely to identify, apprehend and prosecute individuals involved in war crimes.
Know that the road ahead is neither short nor easy, but we and our Ukrainian partners will work tirelessly to pursue truth and justice. Our message is clear. There is no hiding place for the perpetrators of these atrocities.
US Secretary of State met with Lebanese Prime Minister at the UN. Lebanon has been in the grips of a 3-year severe economic crisis that has left 3/4 of its population in poverty after the Lebanese pound lost more than 90% of its value.
दोस्तों, कोरोना के बचाव का संदेश हर एक के मोबाइल पे अमिताभ बच्चन की आवाज में आता था। मैंने सोचा शशि कपूर होते, अगर वो इसको बोलते तो कैसे बोलते। आपको तो पता ही है कि आज हमारा देश कोरोना की चुनौती झेल रहा है। कोरोना अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है। 2 गज की दूरी है बड़ी जरूरी। इसलिए थोड़ा सा मास्क पहनिए, हाथ धोते रहिए, थोड़ा सा घर में रहिए, और तो कुछ आपसे नहीं मांग रहे हैं। जब तक नहीं दवाई नहीं होनी चाहिए कोई ढिलाई। दोस्तों, अगर इसी को विनोद खन्ना से कहलवाते तो आहा, तो तुमको तो ये पता है।
Here's a look at what else is making news this morning. In a fresh face-off, the Karnataka Congress has questioned the ruling BJP over the introduction of only the Bhagavad Gita in the school curriculum and asked why not the Quran or the Bible, clarifying the stance of the state government. The Karnataka Education Minister B.C. Nagesh has said that Bhagavad Gita is not a religious text. The Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing has now summoned actor Jacqueline Fernandez's designer Lipakshi for questioning in the Sukesh Chandrasekhar case. This comes after Jacqueline Fernandez was grilled for over 7 hours 2 days ago. The arrested Aam Aadmi Party lawmaker Amanatullah Khan will be produced before the court today at the end of his police custody remand in a case registered against him by the Anti-Corruption Bureau over alleged irregularities in appointments as the Waqf Board.
US Attorney General met with Ukrainian Prosecutor General at the Justice Department to discuss investigating atrocities that have occurred since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine in February. The two signed a memorandum of understanding that establishes a framework for the two governments to work more closely to identify, apprehend and prosecute individuals involved in war crimes.
Know that the road ahead is neither short nor easy, but we and our Ukrainian partners will work tirelessly to pursue truth and justice. Our message is clear. There is no hiding place for the perpetrators of these atrocities.
US Secretary of State met with Lebanese Prime Minister at the UN. Lebanon has been in the grips of a 3-year severe economic crisis that has left 3/4 of its population in poverty after the Lebanese pound lost more than 90% of its value. Here's also what's making news across the globe. A bipartisan group of mayors said that whatever political differences they might have, they are united in fighting against recent voting restrictions enacted in some Republican-controlled states that they view as an attack on democracy.
We are all standing here together, Democrats and Republicans, elected officials on all different levels, to say that the infrastructure should be nonpartisan. Absolutely. The campaigns can go and do what they do, but the infrastructure, our democracy, is nonpartisan. And when that happens, then I think people can start trusting the system, respecting the process, and then feel comfortable with the outcome, regardless of where it may be.
New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern and French President Emmanuel Macron hailed progress made by the Christchurch called Cyber Security Initiative, which was set up after a white supremacist in New Zealand live-streamed the slaughter of 51 Muslim worshippers on Facebook in 2019.
It's clear that you can prevent this kind of terrorist behavior and what will guide people to terrorism through artificial intelligence. And it's impossible to pretend the opposite. So we will put pressure as well to have more commitment. The third point, because algorithm and artificial intelligence are the two pillars of our strategy to have, I would say, a much more efficient prevention.
End of an era, Raju Srivastava passes away at the age of 58 after a 41-day battle at hospital. An artist, a comedian, a politician, millions pay tribute as one of India's best comedians is no more.
Prime Minister Modi said a statement of principle on behalf of what he believes is right and just. Was very much welcomed by the United States.
After France, the United States lauds Prime Minister's diplomacy at the world stage. 200 crore rupee scam gets bigger after Jacqueline Fernandez, the designer Lipakshi, is to be grilled today. From Iran, the anti-hijab revolution is to focus on the PFI's role. Arguments to continue in the top court as the hijab debate rages on. Chandigarh University video scandal first. Now massive protests that are erupting over students' death at the Jalandhar University. That's the lovely university there. Days after Leicester, communal tensions in Birmingham, mobs target Hindu temples. Good afternoon. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. News just coming in. In fact, we are now learning that the Russian President Vladimir Putin, while making a televised address, has announced a partial military mobilization. This, of course, is seen as escalation of the conflict. Perhaps what we are given to understand is that in that televised address, Vladimir Putin has announced a partial military mobilization.
Remind them that our country also possesses various types of right weapons. And in some components, we have more modern weapons than NATO countries. And if the territorial integrity of our country is threatened, to defend and protect our country and our people, we will use all the means that we have. And I'm not bluffing.
Граждане России могут быть уверены. Территориальная целостность нашей Родины, наша независимость и свобода будут обеспечены.
Can be confident that we will defend the territorial integrity and sovereignty of our country. And I would like to emphasize it with any means that we have in our possession.
All right, Niranjan Narayan-Swamy on the phone line with us. Niranjan, this of course will appear to be an escalation, and it does come right at the back of the referendum that is going to be taking place on Luhansk and Donetsk. Niranjan, are you there with us? All right, I don't think we seem to have Niranjan on the phone line yet, but here's what we know so far. The Russian President Vladimir Putin has announced a partial military mobilization in Russia, putting the country's people and economy on a wartime footing as Moscow's invasion of Ukraine continues. Let's go across to Niranjan. I think we've got him. Niranjan, this of course will perhaps be seen as essentially an escalation in this war that's been going on for a while, and it also comes right at the back of the referendum that takes place in Luhansk and Donetsk.
Well, that's correct. This has come as some sort of warning, and going by what he says, he's not ruling out using extreme weapons, hinting, of course, at nuclear weapons, perhaps. And we've seen the kind of weapons that Russia has used. We had those videos of missiles being launched by Russia, and they're escalating the war now. And he's saying that they will use all resources. He's just addressed the people of Russia, and in his address, he has said the West's goal was to destroy Russia. And they say openly that they managed to collapse USSR, and now it's time for Russia. The liberation of the entire territory of Donbass remains the unchanging goal of the special military operation. The special military operation that began, I think, in March, April, around that time, will continue, is what Russia says. And Putin says that his aim will be to liberate Donbass completely, and that they're going to not change any goals as far as the special military operation is concerned. And he has also said that Kiev has openly abandoned conflict resolution plans on Donbass and has announced claims to obtain nuclear weapons. An attack on Crimea could happen, is what he's saying. So he's anticipating. Putin anticipates an attack on Crimea. And I think that's another breaking news update. He's anticipating trouble in Crimea. And he says that Ukraine and Kiev were reacting positively to Russia's proposals after the start of the military operation. But the West has instructed Ukraine to abandon negotiations. And therefore, the Russian president has now asked for his defense ministry to determine the legal status of volunteers and Donbass militias as soon as possible. And the decision on partial mobilization also corresponds to the current state of affairs, is what Putin has said to the people of Russia in his address. He says a decree on partial mobilization has now been signed. Putin adds that the decree on partial mobilization stipulates additional measures for state defense orders. He says Western countries are pushing Kiev to transfer the hostilities to Russia. And he says that if the territorial integrity of Russia is threatened, Russia will use all available means. And he says this is not a bluff. He says he's willing to go all out. And he says that the decree on partial mobilization will come into force from the day of its official publication. And the Russia's defense minister, in fact, has just given a soundbite just now. Defense Minister Shoigu of Russia has said Russia is at war with the collective West. So I think that is a big statement. They are saying that they are going to war with the entire West. Russia says our war is with the collective West. So very interesting use of words there. So it's not just about Russia.
Right.
Russia versus Ukraine alone. It appears now that Russia is at war with the entire collective West. So this is a big escalation now. Will be interesting to see what happens. We know the levels to which Russia can go.
Absolutely.
The surprise with which they pummel Ukraine in the early months.
Niranjan, the timing of it would also seem extremely interesting because the US President Joe Biden as well as the Ukrainian President Zelensky will be addressing world leaders later at the United Nations General Assembly, and as always it does appear that Putin has chosen his timing very wisely.
Well, yes, and it's also interesting because there were parts of eastern Ukraine from where Russian troops had to retreat earlier. They remobilized and they moved their troops out of some key areas after Ukraine pushed ahead. And this was about 6 to 7 days ago, or in the last week. the Ukrainian troops have really kept up the pressure on the Russian forces who were retreating in different parts, especially in cities like Kharkiv, where the Ukrainian forces continue to press deeper into occupied territory and send more Russian troops fleeing ahead of the counter-offensive, and had claimed inflicting a stunning blow to Russia's military prestige. So I think the timing is interesting because Russia did suffer some setbacks in Eastern Europe, and I think on the back of those reports of a retreat in Eastern Europe and Kharkiv, this offensive is strategic, perhaps aimed at sending a larger message.
Right, absolutely. As Niranjan is pointing out, of course, this call for partial mobilization from the Russian president, of course, comes at the time when there is supposed to be a referendum that will be held. It's been called as a hurriedly called referendum that takes place in Luhansk and Donetsk. And obviously, there is perhaps worry as far as this is concerned, because this does seem to be the Russians escalating the war in Ukraine. Niranjan, of course, continues to be with us. He's bringing us reactions as well. Niranjan, we are of course still awaiting for reactions to come in from the West to this, but this will be of grave concern because as winter months approach and the prices of things continue to rise and cost of living crisis essentially continues to spiral out of control across the West, this perhaps is going to be even more worrying if Russia goes through with this, because a partial mobilization also then means that this is going to be wartime economic practices as well for Russia.
Well, what's interesting is that he's saying it's not a bluff. He says he will use all kinds of weapons, nukes if needed, and this makes I think the threat all the more serious, all the more dangerous, and I think in the next few days, we're getting a soundbite on APTN as well. Let's see if we can cut across to that on the surface device in the newsroom. That's what Putin has said to the people of Russia. I'd like to play that out. Okay, I'll just go back to that. In just a bit.
All right.
Available if we can play that, please, on the surface device in the newsroom.
All right, as we are pointing out, of course, the Russian President Vladimir.
The questions that will arise from that, will emerge after that. No one is going to mobilize to recruit students and other people so they can keep going to their colleges and universities. No one is going to recruit them or to mobilize them. And those who were conscripted, it doesn't have to do with them as well. So they will not be mobilized, they will not be sent to the special military operation area. Our conscripts, they will continue serving. We have a huge mobilization reserve to those who have more experience, those who have necessary competence and skills. We're speaking about almost 2.5 million people, so this partial mobilization is like 1%, maybe slightly more than that, 1.1% maybe, of the total number of our mobilization reservists. The contact line, you can describe it as a front line, it exceeds 1,000 kilometers. So obviously,
well, that, of course, is the Russian President Vladimir Putin announcing a partial military mobilization in Russia, putting the country's people and economy on a wartime footing as Moscow's invasion of Ukraine continues. Now, this appears, of course, to be a pre-recorded statement in which Putin says, and I'm quoting what he says, the West wants to destroy our country and claim that the West had tried to turn Ukraine's people into cannon fodder. These, of course, are translated comments that we are telling you about. Now, the backdrop of this is extremely interesting because it comes as we are hearing that there has been a hurriedly called referendum in occupied territories, that is Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson as well as Zaporizhzhia. Zaporizhzhia is the place where the nuclear plant is, and in that statement I think he also goes on to say that we will use nukes. This is not a bluff. So Zaporizhzhia in that context becomes extremely important, because there has been a lot of concern about the nuclear plant in Zaporizhzhia and the safeguards that are in place. Also interesting timing in terms because do remember that the UNGA is taking place, and the US President Joe Biden as well as Ukraine's President Zelensky will be addressing world leaders at the UN. So as we are pointing out, of course, the Russian President Vladimir Putin, of course, has announced a partial mobilization in Russia as the war in Ukraine reaches nearly 7 months and Moscow loses grounds on the battlefield. Now, Putin, of course, has also warned the West that this is not a bluff, that Russia would use all means at its disposal to protect its territory. The Russian leader's televised address to the nation comes a day after the Russian-controlled regions in eastern and southern Ukraine announced plans to hold votes on becoming integral parts of Russia. So that's what I was talking about, of course, that there is going to be a referendum that will be held in these places. Now, these, of course, are 4 territories. There is Donetsk, there is Luhansk, there is also Zaporizhzhia, as well as certain other parts in eastern Ukraine. Now, the Kremlin-backed efforts, of course, to swallow up these 4 regions could set the stage for Moscow to escalate the war following successes of Ukraine. And Ukraine's success, of course, has been due to largely weapons that have come in from the West. The US, of course, has supplied Ukraine with a large amount of weapons, and that is something that's turned the tide, perhaps. And what we are given to understand is that Putin, during that address, also accused the West of engaging in nuclear blackmail and noted statements of some high-ranking representatives of the NATO states about the possibility of escalating that war. Wing Commander Praful Bakshi on the phone line with me. Wing Commander Bakshi, good afternoon. How do you read what's happening currently? Would you say that this perhaps is an escalation, and that this could perhaps signal a major push by the Russians in this war?
Absolutely right, madam. This is now an indication that Putin has realized that his commanders at the lower level probably have not carried out their act properly, and they may have lost the ground. But there are other expert opinion ways they mentioned that Putin wanted to give away this ground because it was not very necessary, and it is pressurizing on regularizing the areas which he has won. But whatever the case may be, this is going to escalate the whole war further. And not only this, now Russia is now going to use its main weaponry, their main soldiers. A lot of conscript soldiers were being used. Probably now they are going to use the main army, and they will be more ruthless in the tactical area. But this also will spell more loss to humanity, because Ukraine is keeping their weapon systems, defensive systems within the civil area, and that is why the attack will be carried out on the civil areas. Not because Russia wants to attack civilians, and that also will be a great loss to humanity. But whatever the case may be, the whole thing now will develop and things will become serious. America will have to now, and America and the allies, especially the NATO countries, now that they realize that the game, they have overplayed the game, now they will have to do something very, very fast, whether it is on reconciliation, whether it is on a diplomatic movement, or intervening in the war by using weapons themselves. I mean, physically coming in. I doubt whether America would like to come physically in, as it is promising Taiwan. But here, the case is quite different. Lot of armament industries now will gain momentum and gain a lot of profit at the cost of humanity, Russia and Ukraine.
Right. Wing Commander Bakshi, in that statement, which appeared to, of course, be a recorded one, Vladimir Putin, some part of that, of course, was aimed at the West, where he says, and I'm quoting what he said that if our territorial integrity is threatened, we will defend Russia and our people. We will do it by all means that we have possible. And this is not a bluff. How do you read that statement? Do you now see perhaps a widening of this conflict?
Yes, it is not a blackmail at all, as they are saying. Putin is very serious. Now, Putin is going to make a lot of changes in the higher command. That is also, and probably he will start monitoring the whole thing himself. That is there because there has been a lot of, misgivings at the way the command has been carried out at top level. A lot of tactical mistakes have been done. They have exposed themselves quite a lot. There's no doubt about it. A lot of lives of civilians have been lost where Russia has been blamed. And and you will understand, madam, that the Russian media has been very, very poor in this. In fact, the Western media supporting Ukraine has been very active, and they have spread around the idea that the Russians are purposely attacking the civilians. That may not be the case because I know the humanitarian laws and how they are violated. They are being violated because of wrong placement of defense and offensive weapons.
Right. Wing Commander Bakshi, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you very much for joining us. Let's also go across on the phone line to Major General S.P. Sinha. Major General S.P. Sinha, good afternoon. How do you see the move that has been made by Vladimir Putin? Of course, he's announced partial mobilization. Do you think that this perhaps will essentially signal the escalation of this conflict?
You see, the counter-offensive by Ukrainian forces have produced unexpected result, firstly. And more than 6,000 square kilometers of area Ukrainian forces have regained. Now, that is a worrisome point for Russia. Now, what Russia is trying to do is that till now they said that this Ukrainian offensive was specialized operation. So as a result of tracing it or terming it as a specialized operation, the entire Russian army was not mobilized. It consisted of volunteers and militia. Now this has not produced satisfactory result, and Ukrainian forces have regained a significant portion of area in the east. Now Putin has only two options: A, that he continues to lose the ground, or B, order general mobilization to ensure that the troops who are well trained and fully trained are sent to Ukraine to thwart any attempt of advance by Ukrainian forces towards Russia in the eastern sector. So if that happens, it is an admission of fact by Putin that till now his military planning has gone awry and it has not gone as per the plan. So it will have certain very important ramifications. This will raise the morale of Zelensky. This will raise the confidence that NATO countries have reposed in Zelensky. But it's in a very serious situation. Yeah.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, of course, this will also essentially signal the escalation perhaps and of Russia going all in. Thank you very much for joining us. I think we've got Group Captain Augustine Vinod also on the phone line with us. Group Captain, good afternoon. How do you see these announcements that have been made by Vladimir Putin, and what should we be expecting?
All right. Thank you, first of all, having me on such an important discussion. So, see, a couple of things I wanted to make it very clear to us, I mean, as Indians and our viewers as well. Ukraine had stunning counteroffensive gains in past few months. In fact, last week, backed by Western weapons especially. So heavy armor that probably advanced tanks are going to go. HIMARS are going to go soon, and they are already using HIMARS, which was given earlier. So this nibble that Ukraine has been successfully doing has probably pushed Putin to go for this referendum. But a word about referendum, ma'am, is that I don't know how many people know the Donetsk People's Republic,
Yes.
the Donetsk province, was already an independent province. Already they had issued their own passports.
Absolutely.
They have a flag. They have an emblem. Similarly, is Luhansk People's Republic. Again, it was declared independent long ago. In 2014 onwards,
Yes.
they consider themselves partially an independent area. So what remains to be seen is the other two areas for which the referendum was held, and they wanted to join forces with Russia, is not something which we should be surprised about. And contrary to what the West is making it all about. So that we need to understand and report very, very clearly. West is making it as if the Donetsk as well as Luhansk is joining new Russia as per the new referendum. No, it is not. It is partially true. It is not fully true. So that is one point to understand. But what my worry, ma'am, is this little counteroffensive that gains that Zelensky is able to get in last 1 week, that should not push him or give him a false sense of security to push further. To me, it appears the little move back or little setback, to me it appears more of a strategic pullback rather than something which was by design. To me, it appears that they are wanting to suck in this rest of the troops that is now left in Ukraine to finish them off in Kherson and Zaporozhye. So Kherson and Zaporozhye regions are the ones which will now newly join the new Russia. But if you push Russia, and this what I'm going to say is very important. If you now push Russia, then we could look at tactical nuclear weapon being used. It will be the second nuclear weapon that will be used, or third after Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Which is what, if you remember, day before Biden requested or sort of told Putin that please don't use tactical nuclear weapon. A tactical nuclear weapon is not like Hiroshima and Nagasaki, like huge weapon, but it is still a nuclear weapon that still cannot be used for a few 100 years to come. So my issue is usage of tactical nuclear weapons will spiral this war into a different dimension altogether. Even India probably, or all other United Nations, may have to go on a sanction against Russia, which will, further dwindle the energy supply to Europe. And today, 6 out of 10 people are devoid of energy just in Germany alone. Yes, ठंड में कितने लोग मरेंगे, only time will tell. So it is time that we weigh upon, like we weighed upon the SEO meeting, we weigh upon both the parties to stop this, unnecessary bloodshed and war. Because to me, if usage of tactical nuclear weapons will usher in third world war, which I don't want to see it in my lifetime because I didn't see the second.
Absolutely. Absolutely. As you're pointing out, obviously, Group Captain Augustine Vinod, this is going to increase fears of a larger scale conflict. Thank you very much for speaking to us on Republic TV. So that's the latest news that we are bringing to you about Vladimir Putin essentially upping the ante. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, Jacqueline Fernandez's designer Lipakshi is also summoned by the ED. And the top court will be hearing the hijab issue again.
Amity has been ranked among the top universities globally for producing the most employable graduates by the Times Higher Education UK. Yet another testimony to Amity's excellent placement record.
The Delhi Police's Economic Offences Wing has now summoned actor Jacqueline Fernandez's designer Lipakshi for questioning in the Sukesh Chandrasekhar case. This comes after Jacqueline Fernandez was grilled for over 7 hours 2 days ago. The arrested Aam Aadmi Party lawmaker Amanatullah Khan will be produced before the court today at the end of his police custody remand in a case registered against him by the Anti-Corruption Bureau over alleged irregularities in appointments as the Waqf Board.
US Attorney General met with Ukrainian Prosecutor General at the Justice Department to discuss investigating atrocities that have occurred since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine in February. The two signed a memorandum of understanding that establishes a framework for the two governments to work more closely to identify, apprehend and prosecute individuals involved in war crimes.
Know that the road ahead is neither short nor easy, but we and our Ukrainian partners will work tirelessly to pursue truth and justice. Our message is clear. There is no hiding place for the perpetrators of these atrocities.
US Secretary of State met with Lebanese Prime Minister at the UN. Lebanon has been in the grips of a 3-year severe economic crisis that has left 3/4 of its population in poverty after the Lebanese pound lost more than 90% of its value. Here's also what's making news across the globe. A bipartisan group of mayors said that whatever political differences they might have, they are united in fighting against recent voting restrictions enacted in some Republican-controlled states that they view as an attack on democracy.
We are all standing here together, Democrats and Republicans, elected officials on all different levels, to say that the infrastructure should be nonpartisan. Absolutely. The campaigns can go and do what they do, but the infrastructure, our democracy, is nonpartisan. And when that happens, then I think people can start trusting the system, respecting the process, and then feel comfortable with the outcome, regardless of where it may be.
New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern and French President Emmanuel Macron hailed progress made by the Christchurch called Cyber Security Initiative, which was set up after a white supremacist in New Zealand live-streamed the slaughter of 51 Muslim worshippers on Facebook in 2019.
It's clear that you can prevent this kind of terrorist behavior, and what will guide people to terrorism through artificial intelligence. And it's impossible to pretend the opposite. So we will put pressure as well to have more commitment. The third point, because algorithm and artificial intelligence are the two pillars of our strategy to have.
It's the end of an era. Raju Srivastav passes away at the age of 58 after a 41-day battle in hospital. An artist, a comedian, a politician, millions paid tribute as one of India's best comic artists passes away. Russia-Ukraine war enters day 211. Putin escalates the war, drops fresh new threat, says it's no bluff.
Prime Minister Modi said a statement of principle on behalf of what he believes is right and just. Was very much welcomed by the United States.
After France, United States lauds Prime Minister's diplomacy on the world stage. $200 crore scam gets bigger after Jacqueline designer Lipakshi is to be grilled today. From Iran, anti-hijab revolution to focus on PFI role, arguments to continue in top court as the hijab debate rages on. Days after Leicester, communal tensions in Birmingham, mobs target Hindu temple. And Raju Srivastav, who regaled audiences for decades with his immense comic timing and his jokes, is no more. Condolences are pouring in from all quarters. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has tweeted saying, Raju Srivastav brighten our lives with laughter, humor and positivity. He leaves us too soon, but he will continue to live on in the hearts of countless people. Thanks to his rich work over the years, his demise is saddening. Condolences to his family and admirers. Om Shanti. The celebrated comedian and actor passed away this morning at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. He had been battling for over 40 days. He was hospitalized for over 40 days after he suffered a cardiac arrest while he was working out at the gym. Raju Srivastav was 58 years old. And for decades, he will be always remembered as the comedian who regaled audiences, who regaled thousands with every appearance. One of the topmost performers of his genre, Raju Srivastav, has passed away. The world of stand-up comedy in India will never be the same again, as his family confirmed.
बहुत ही दुखदायी खबर आज हमें मिली है कि राजू श्रीवास्तव जी, जो केवल एक कॉमेडियन नहीं, केवल एक हास्य अभिनेता नहीं, बल्कि एक उच्च कोटि के कलाकार थे, वो हमारे बीच नहीं रहे। मैं उन्हें व्यक्तिगत रूप से जानता था। 80 के दशक से लगातार वो फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में, एंटरटेनमेंट इंडस्ट्री में कार्यरत थे और अपनी कड़ी मेहनत से एक गरीब पृष्ठभूमि में पैदा होने के बावजूद भी केवल अपनी मेहनत और अपनी कला के आधार पर उन्होंने बहुत ऊंचे पायदान और मकाम हासिल किए।
Breaking news coming in now. Jailed Satyendra Jain has moved the Supreme Court now. News coming in about Satyendra Jain, the Aam Aadmi Party leader and Delhi minister, has moved the apex court appealing for bail. And we're trying to get our reporters on this story. Meanwhile, news coming in of Satyendra Jain applying for bail. And that's the latest update. The apex court is to hear his plea tomorrow. Satyendra Jain, who has been jailed on various charges, has appealed for bail to the top court, and the Supreme Court has agreed to hear his bail plea tomorrow. We're trying to get a reporter on this story. So big breaking news coming in now on a plea that has been submitted by jailed Aam Aadmi Party Minister Satyendra Jain to the Supreme Court. And in a major breaking news coming in the Satyendra Jain case, the Supreme Court to hear his appeal for bail tomorrow. And the Supreme Court has directed the Sessions Court to take up for hearing on September 22nd, that's tomorrow, the bail plea of Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain in the money laundering case. That's the latest we are hearing. But for more details, we go across to our correspondent Madhurima, who is joining us here with all the updates on this major breaking story. Madhurima, what can you tell us about Satyendra Jain's appeal for bail? He submitted a plea, we believe, in the top court, which will be hearing in the case tomorrow.
Well,
Nupur, the Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain has approached the Supreme Court against the ED's petition to transfer the case hearing, and now the court will be hearing the matter tomorrow. Needs to be seen that Satyendra Jain has been battling with this Enforcement Directorate investigation for a very long time, and has not been able to get his bail, and all these efforts are being made in the similar direction where Mr. Satyendra Jain wants out. However, till now they have not been able to, the Satyendra Jain side has not been able to convince the court to give him a bail. However, it seems like the Enforcement Directorate's case is very tight gripped, and the evidences that have been presented in front of the court are enabling to move the case further, and this has created a lot of problem for Mr. Satyendra Jain as well, because that is causing a lot of problem for him to attain a bail from the courts. We'll have to wait and watch as to how the hearing proceeds after Mr. Jain has now moved this plea. Back to you.
Well, as we were telling you, Madhurima, stay with us. So we'll be coming back to you right after we tell our viewers about this latest breaking update. The Supreme Court has directed the Sessions Court to take up for hearing on September 22nd, that's tomorrow, the bail plea of Delhi Minister Satyendra Jain in the money laundering case against him.
उसमें 2 लोगों को अरेस्ट किया था, जिनमें से दोनों के नाम थे मुस्तफ़ा स्टैनिकज़ाई, दूसरे का था रहीमुल्ला रहीमी। दोनों अफ़गान नेशनल्स हैं, काफ़ी लंबे अरसे से इंडिया में रह रहे थे, मल्टीपल टाइम इनकी वीज़ा एक्सटेंशंस थी, UNHCR से इनका स्टेटस भी था। इनको जब अरेस्ट किया गया, इनकी इंटरोगेशन करी गई तो इनके इंस्टांस पे पहले 312 किलो मेथएम्फेटामिन और हेरोइन की रिकवरी हुई। गाड़ियाँ जो वेयर हाउस से आया वो सारी चेन इस्टेब्लिश करी गई। उसके बाद भी हमारी टीम ने इस पे लगातार काम किया, और इसी के चलते 16 तारीख को 4 दिन पहले मुंबई में जवाहरलाल नेहरू पोर्ट ट्रस्ट के एरिया में नाव सेवा में हमारी टीम ने बहुत बड़ा सीजर किया लिकोरिस, जो कि हेरोइन कोटेड थी। और अभी तक की जो एस्टिमेशन बाय वेट है, क्योंकि लिकोरिस का बहुत ज़्यादा वज़न था, 20 टन थी, 20,000 किलो, तो तकरीबन जो अभी तक एस्टिमेशन है 1.5% बाय वेट विच कम्स टू अराउंड 345 किलो, और जिसकी वैल्यू बनती है 1725 करोड़ इन इंटरनेशनल मार्केट, वो सीज़ करी गई है। जो पूरा कंटेनर था उसको ट्रांसपोर्ट करके हमारी टीम यहाँ लेके आई है। बाकायदा इसको कस्टम्स अथॉरिटी ने ड्यूली एक्नॉलेज किया और अप्रिशिएट किया कि ये बहुत बड़ा सीजर है, जबकि 21 जून 2021 में ये क्वांटिटी जो थी ये उस GNPT पे आ गई थी। इसके बावजूद क्योंकि किसी और एजेंसी को इसकी इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं थी और हमारी टीम का बहुत एक्सटेंसिव ग्राउंड वर्क था, इसके कारण से ये इतना बड़ा सीजर जो है हो पाया है। और ये एक पूरा जो नेक्सस है ये दर्शाता है कि किस तरीके से जो नार्को टेरर है ये कैसे हमारे देश को इम्पेक्ट कर रहा है, कैसे जो इंटरनेशनल प्लेयर्स हैं, एजेंसीज़ हैं, जो कि इनिमिकल टू आवर कंट्रीज़ इंटरेस्ट हैं, हॉस्टाइल हैं, कैसे वो ड्रग को लगातार अलग अलग ज़रिए से, अलग अलग मेथडोलॉजी से कंट्री में पुश करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, कैसे हमारा जो यूथ है उसको एक बहुत ही ज़्यादा इतना बड़ा ड्रग जो है एक इंटरनेशनली माना जाता है कि अगर 2 kg ड्रग, 2 kg हेरोइन कोई कंज्यूम करता है ओवर अ पीरियड ऑफ टाइम ऑफ कोर्स, तो इट कॉस्ट ऑलमोस्ट 1 लाइफ। तो अगर उस तरीके से देखा जाए तो ऑलमोस्ट हंड्रेड्स ऑफ लाइव्स इस सीजर से हमारी टीम ने प्रिवेंट करी हैं, जो कि ख़राब हो सकती थी, जिनकी फ्यूचर में मौत भी हो सकती थी। तो इवन फ्रॉम प्रिवेंटिव एंगल हम कहेंगे कि ये बहुत ही एक अच्छा पूरा हमारी टीम का काम है। और ये एक पूरा इंटरनेशनल, इसकी कितनी डायमेंशंस हैं ये हम आपको बड़ा ब्रीफली इसी चीज़ से आप समझ सकते हैं कि जिस आदमी जो इसके फाउंटेन हेड पे है वो अफ़गान नेशनल बेस्ड इन पाकिस्तान है, जो ओरिजिनल कंपनी है जहां से ये ड्रग को चैनलाइज किया गया वो अफ़गानिस्तान बेस्ड है। जो कंसाइनिंग कंपनी है वो दुबई की है। जिस पोर्ट से शिप हुआ वो भी एक नेबरिंग कंट्री की है। लास्ट सीजर जो था हमारा मेथएम्फेटामिन का वो चेन्नई पोर्ट से था। ये सीजर जो हमारा है वो जवाहरलाल नेहरू पोर्ट ट्रस्ट मुंबई से है। तो इस तरीके से, और इसमें जैसा कि हम ऑलरेडी बताया है कि अफ़गान नेशनल्स हैं जो इसके पीछे इसको पेडल कर रहे हैं, तो उनको ऑलरेडी अरेस्ट किया गया है। और भी जो स्ट्रिंजेंट सेक्शंस हैं उसमें भी हम उनका अभी देख रहे हैं कि कौन सी सेक्शंस उस पर और अट्रैक्ट होके, ताकि इस पूरे कार्टल को बिल्कुल रूट आउट किया जा सके और ये आउट ऑफ सर्कुलेशन हो। तो आई वुड अगेन से दैट एंटायर न्यू दिल्ली रेंज टीम अंडर डीसीपी प्रमोद कुशवाहा, एसीपी हृदय भूषण नेगी एंड बाकी सारे इंस्पेक्टर साहिबान और तमाम हमारी टीम के मेंबर्स ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है। और किसी भी एजेंसी द्वारा 2 हफ्ते के बीच इतने 2 बड़े सीजर ये फर्स्ट है। पहले 312 केजी मेथएम्फेटामिन और अभी 345 किलो के करीब हेरोइन।
तो ये कंसाइनमेंट, जैसे आपने पिछली जो रिकवरी की 312, ये कंसाइनमेंट पहले ला चुके थे या अब लाए हुए थे?
ये 21 जून 2021 को आ गया था कंसाइनमेंट, JNPT पे पड़ा था। DRI ने इसको वन ऑफ दी होल्ड कंसाइनमेंट्स में डाला था, लेकिन क्योंकि किसी भी एजेंसी को देखिए बहुत सारी पोर्ट पे बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में बड़ी अलग अलग वैरायटी की क्वांटिटीज़ आती हैं, अलग अलग कमोडिटीज़ की। तो जब तक आपको कोई इनपुट नहीं है, जब तक आप इंटेलिजेंस डेवलप नहीं करेंगे, जब तक आपका एक्सटेंसिव ग्राउंड वर्क नहीं होगा, तो उस चीज़ का एग्जैक्ट पता लगना बड़ा मुश्किल है। और इसमें एक चीज़ हम आपको और भी बताना चाहते हैं, जैसे लिकोरेस या लिकोरेस जो भी इसको प्रोनाउंस करें, इसकी जो मेल्टेड फॉर्म है, ब्लैक फॉर्म, वो ऑलमोस्ट हेरोइन की एक फॉर्म से मैच करती है। तो दैट इज़ वाई जो पहले भी एक बहुत बड़ा सीजर हुआ था लिकोरेस का, 3000 केजी के करीब एक पोर्ट पे पकड़ी गई थी। तो तब भी ये जो लिकोरेस रूट है, जिसको मलट्ठी बोलते हैं हिंदी में, ये एक प्रेफर्ड रूट है क्योंकि इसका फॉर्म, शेप, अपीयरेंस जो मेल्टेड फॉर्म का है वो एक हेरोइन के फॉर्म से काफ़ी मैच करता है। और इसकी अपनी क्योंकि फ्रेगरेंस होती है और वो इतनी ओवर पावरिंग होती है कि अगर स्निफर डॉग से भी जल्दी से करा जाए तो इतना जल्दी नहीं होता कि वो पिक करी जा सके कि इस पर कोई ड्रग कोटेड है। तो दैट इज़ वाई दिस इज़ वन ऑफ द प्रेफर्ड रूट्स ऑफ स्मगलिंग इन नार्कोटिक। हाँ जी, क्योंकि हमने पहले भी देखा है, जो स्पेशल सेल ने पहले भी इसमें काफ़ी काम किया था, जब कॉमरेड बलविंदर संधू वाला भी शौर्य चक्र जो जिनको मिला था, जो नोटेबल केस था, तो उसमें भी देखा था कि जो ड्रग से मनी है बहुत ऑफ्टन जो है टेरर केसेस में फाइनेंस करने में, वेपन प्रोक्योर करने में, या पेइंग टू दी ऑर्गेनाइज्ड गैंगस्टर्स जो कि फुट सोल्जर बन के एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं टारगेट्स, जो लोग विदेश में बैठे हैं उनके कहने पे। तो ये भी जो हमारा सारा फोकस था, उसी के चलते स्पेशल सेल न्यू दिल्ली रेंज की टीम ऑलरेडी नार्को टेरर पे बहुत ज़्यादा काम कर रही है। तो इसी के चलते ये सारा पूरा जो ड्राइव है ये उसका वन ऑफ द मेन पार्ट है। मेथएम्फेटामिन भी जो रिकवरी थी इन दोनों के, मुस्तफ़ा स्टैनिक्साई और रहीमुल्लाह रहीमी के इंस्टेंस पे हुई है। इस वाली ड्रग की भी जो रिकवरी है इन दोनों के इंस्टेंस पे हुई है। ये सेंट्रल इंडिया, नॉर्दर्न इंडिया, वेस्टर्न इंडिया, आप समझ सकते हैं 345 किलो हेरोइन है। और अगर स्नॉट करते हैं, जैसे जो इसके एंड रिटेल लेवल पे जो काफ़ी लोग इसका सेवन करते हैं, तो वो तो 1 ग्राम को भी 10-10 में स्प्लिट करके करते हैं। तो इसकी तो फिर आगे फर्दर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन बड़ी रिटेल लेवल पे है, और बड़े लोग हैं जिनकी ज़िंदगियां जो घर बर्बाद हो गए। तो आई वुड से कि ये जो दोनों सीजर्स हैं, दे आर अ वेरी बिग पॉजिटिव स्टेप in preventing damage to lot of families and their individuals' lives.
Is there a pattern to the drug feature in the Mundra court, sir, and these two features that you have done, sir?
देखिए, अगर देखा जाए कि ये जो बड़े तस्कर हैं ड्रग्स के, ये भी अलग अलग पोर्ट को चूज़ कर रहे हैं। पहले वेस्टर्न इंडिया के पोर्ट्स को चूज़ किया, फिर सदर्न इंडिया में चेन्नई पोर्ट सामने आया, अब जवाहरलाल नेहरू पोर्ट ट्रस्ट का नाम सामने आया। तो अलग अलग पोर्ट से कोशिश करते हैं अलग अलग तरीके से, अलग अलग चीज़ों में कंसील करके, और ये कोशिश ये भी करते हैं जैसा कि यहाँ भी हमने देखा, इसमें भी एक्सट्रैक्शन करनी थी फर्दर इन्होंने, तो काफ़ी बार ये अलग अलग चीज़ों में उसको मिक्स करते हैं। और
So mega drug bust, Delhi Special Cell News briefing there talks about a drug bust that has cracked an Afghan drug cartel, and it's one of the biggest seizures in the present time. Moving on to other news stories making headlines at this hour. Coming up next, 200 crore scam gets bigger after Jacqueline, her designer Lipakshi, to be grilled today. Days after Leicester, communal tensions in Birmingham, mobs target Hindu temple.
US Attorney General met with Ukrainian Prosecutor General at the Justice Department to discuss investigating atrocities that have occurred since Russia launched its invasion of Ukraine in February. The two signed a memorandum of understanding that establishes a framework for the two governments to work more closely to identify, apprehend and prosecute individuals involved in war crimes.
Know that the road ahead is neither short nor easy, but we and our Ukrainian partners will work tirelessly to pursue truth and justice. Our message is clear. There is no hiding place for the perpetrators of these atrocities.
US Secretary of State met with Lebanese Prime Minister at the UN. Lebanon has been in the grips of a 3-year severe economic crisis that has left 3/4 of its population in poverty after the Lebanese pound lost more than 90% of its value. Here's also what's making news across the globe. A bipartisan group of mayors said that whatever political differences they might have, they are united in fighting against recent voting restrictions enacted in some Republican-controlled states that they view as an attack on democracy.
We are all standing here together, Democrats and Republicans, elected officials on all different levels, to say that the infrastructure should be nonpartisan. Absolutely. The campaigns can go and do what they do, but the infrastructure, our democracy, is nonpartisan. And when that happens, then I think people can start trusting the system, respecting the process, and then feel comfortable with the outcome, regardless of where it may be.
राजू श्रीवास्तव भाई वैसे तो कॉमेडी किंग के रूप में जाने जाते रहे, लेकिन मैं कुछ और भी बताना चाहता हूं साथियों। राजू भाई से हमारा संबंध लगभग 20 वर्षों का संबंध है। पहली बार अमिताभ बच्चन जी के साथ हम उनको मिले थे, और अमिताभ बच्चन जी हो या फिर देश के बड़े बड़े कलाकार, वो सभी लोग राजू श्रीवास्तव जी को बहुत प्यार करते थे, बहुत प्यार देते थे, बहुत सम्मान था। और राजू श्रीवास्तव लोगों के दिलों में समाना जानते थे। कॉमेडी करने वाला एक शख्सियत कितना गंभीर है कि उनके पीछे कई घटनाओं से आपको पता चलेगा। वो उत्तर प्रदेश में उनको पीछे यूपी फिल्म डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन का अध्यक्ष बनाया गया था। इस रूप में भी उन्होंने बहुत सेवा करी है, और एक कॉमेडियन होते हुए भी उनकी जो स्टार वैल्यू थी बहुत बड़ी थी। जब जब देश में कॉमेडी की बात आएगी तो सबसे ऊपर नाम राजू श्रीवास्तव जी का लिखा जाएगा। जो कुछ लोग हैं उनमें वो शामिल है। मैं बहुत व्यथित मन से
Breaking news coming in now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has chaired a meeting of the Board of Trustees of the PM Cares Fund. The Prime Minister lauded people of India for contributing wholeheartedly to PM Care's works with a larger perspective of responding to emergency and distress situations, not only through relief assistance, but also taking mitigation measures and capacity building. Honorable Justice K.T. Thomas, former Judge Supreme Court Sri Karya Munda, and former Deputy Speaker and Sri Ratan Tata are also trustees of the PM Cares Fund.
Uddhav Thackeray moves the High Court for Dussehra rally. For more on this, we'll be right back after this break.
राजू श्रीवास्तव भाई वैसे तो कॉमेडी किंग के रूप में जाने जाते रहे, लेकिन मैं कुछ और भी बताना चाहता हूं साथियों। राजू भाई से हमारा संबंध लगभग 20 वर्षों का संबंध है। पहली बार अमिताभ बच्चन जी के साथ हम उनको मिले थे और अमिताभ बच्चन जी हो या फिर देश के बड़े बड़े कलाकार, वो सभी लोग राजू श्रीवास्तव जी को बहुत प्यार करते थे, बहुत प्यार देते थे, बहुत सम्मान था। और राजू श्रीवास्तव लोगों के दिलों में समाना जानते थे। कॉमेडी करने वाला एक शख्सियत कितना गंभीर है कि उनके पीछे कई घटनाओं से आपको पता चलेगा। वो उत्तर प्रदेश में उनको पीछे यूपी फिल्म डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन का अध्यक्ष बनाया गया था। इस रूप में भी उन्होंने बहुत सेवा करी है और एक कॉमेडियन होते हुए भी उनकी जो स्टार वैल्यू थी बहुत बड़ी थी। जब जब देश में कॉमेडी की बात आएगी तो सबसे ऊपर नाम राजू श्रीवास्तव जी का लिखा जाएगा। जो कुछ लोग हैं उनमें वो शामिल है। मैं बहुत व्यथित मन से प्रभु से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि हमारे राजू श्रीवास्तव भैया के परिवार को, उनके सभी चाहने वालों को ये दुख बर्दाश्त करने की शक्ति दे।
दोस्तों, कोरोना के बचाव का संदेश हर एक के मोबाइल पे अमिताभ बच्चन की आवाज में आता था। मैंने सोचा शशि कपूर होते, अगर वो इसको बोलते तो कैसे बोलते। आपको तो पता ही है कि आज हमारा देश कोरोना की चुनौती झेल रहा है। कोरोना अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है। 2 गज की दूरी है बड़ी जरूरी। इसलिए थोड़ा सा मास्क पहनिए, हाथ धोते रहिए, थोड़ा सा घर में रहिए और तो कुछ आपसे नहीं मांग रहे हैं। जब तक नहीं दवाई नहीं होनी चाहिए कोई ढिलाई। दोस्तों, अगर इसी को विनोद खन्ना से कहलवाते तो आहा, तो तुमको तो ये पता है।
दूसरों की खुशी में अपनी खुशी देखने वाला राजू श्रीवास्तव भैया नहीं रहा। मुझे पता है ये समाचार देश में बहुत लोगों को व्यथित करेगा, मगर हम सभी जानते हैं काफी दिनों से वो अस्पताल में जीवन और मौत से जूझ रहे थे। बहुत कोशिशें की गईं, लेकिन हम उन्हें बचाने में असफल रहे। मैं प्रार्थना करता हूं प्रभु से कि राजू भाई को अपने श्री चरणों में स्थान दें और उनके जितने चहेते हैं उन सभी लोगों को ये दुख बर्दाश्त करने की शक्ति दें।
और भारत में एक मुस्कुराहट, एक हंसी की लहर और बड़ी बड़ी सामाजिक समस्याओं को अपने छोटे छोटे चुटकुलों से लोगों का जागरण कराने का काम, उन्हें जागरूक बनाने का काम करने वाले महान कलाकार राजू श्रीवास्तव जी हमारे बीच नहीं रहे। मैं बहुत ज्यादा दुखी हूं, इसलिए क्योंकि वो एक ऐसे कलाकार थे जो बहुत वर्षों में होते हैं और भारत में इस तरह का कलाकार कोई दूसरा हुआ भी नहीं। मैं ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि उनको, उनकी आत्मा को शांति प्रदान करे और मेरी प्रार्थना उनके परिवार वालों के साथ, उनके सारे फैंस, उनके सारे प्रशंसकों के साथ है जो सारी जिंदगी उनके हास्य को सुनते रहे और उसका आनंद उठाते रहे। ओम शांति।
दोस्तों, कोरोना के बचाव का संदेश हर एक के मोबाइल पे अमिताभ बच्चन की आवाज में आता था। मैंने सोचा शशि कपूर होते, अगर वो इसको बोलते तो कैसे बोलते।
Viewers, big news coming in right now. Viewers, remember that this is the 9th day of the Supreme Court hearing on the hijab ban. And what we are learning so far is a big admission is coming from the Karnataka government in the court. The Karnataka AG has said hijab can be worn in school. He's also stated that if the hijab is worn in the school, there is no objection. Even there is no ban on the school premises. Big news coming in, viewers, right now. Big news coming in. The Attorney General there making a couple of points, making some big admissions there. The Karnataka Attorney General is saying that hijab can be worn in school and has stated that if the hijab is worn in the school, there is no objection, even if there is no ban on the school premises. We're getting all the updates coming in from the court here on Republic TV. This is the day 9 of the hearings, which is continuing of the hijab ban. Remember, the Supreme Court is also, in fact, hearing multiple petitions, a batch of petitions challenging the ban on wearing hijab in educational institutions in Karnataka. And joining me is Prajwal. Prajwal, this is a big admission by the Karnataka government in the court. Tell us what exactly was said and what transpired in the court. Prajwal, can you hear me? Prajwal,
All right, the hearings are...
We are seeing that petition. Yes, go ahead, Prajwal. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Right. So now the Karnataka Attorney General Nawadgi has said that there is no issue when the students are wearing hijab on the premises of the school or the college. The issue is only pertaining to the fact that when they wear the hijab in the classroom, that is when there is a problem. Otherwise, we have never had problem is what he's stating. He's also, there is also clear mention in the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 as well that on the premises they can wear the hijab, but inside the classroom hijab will not be permitted. So the arguments in this particular case is going in accordance with what the Karnataka Education Act of 1983 had stated.
Right. And also, how do we expect, the court proceedings late in the day? Because it's day 9, in fact, of the hearings. Yesterday, there was a big, statements had come out from the court. In fact, the Supreme Court has heard the petition yesterday. And what had come out is that there was a definite statement being made in the court about the role of PFI and how it is a big conspiracy where students are involved. So, of course, this is going to go on for the next few days, Prajwal. How do we expect the proceedings to go on today and in the next few days?
Absolutely. Pertaining to this particular case, the role of the PFI has already been mentioned by the Solicitor General, as well as even in the Karnataka High Court too. It was mentioned, and the Chief Justice, the Karnataka Chief Justice Rituraj Avasthi too, had questioned the Karnataka Council, asking as to what is the role of the PFI, the Campus Front of India, and other organizations too, and how can these protests be how can these protests be coordinated at one point of time, and how at one point of time can over 300 to 500 people assemble in each school or college? So this seems to be coordinated or planned, and they need more information regarding this, which later was also provided by the Karnataka Council too. But pertaining to the role of the PFI in this particular case, there might be some more there might be some more evidences, documents that will be provided by the Karnataka government's council.
Right. Also, the Karnataka AG has made couple of points, very, very important points. He's also saying that there were some groups which actively associated with this. These are in the charge sheet. So he's making a couple of points. I'm just reading it out right now. We're getting live updates from the court as well. He's also mentioned that whether the right to dress as part of privacy right can be exercised anywhere, it is not so simple. So basically, a lot of nuances coming out from the court right now. Prajwal, just take us through what exactly is happening in court as of now. There's some big submissions in court and statements coming out from the Karnataka Attorney General.
Yeah, the Karnataka Attorney General, Mr. Nawadgi, has said that it has been portrayed that wearing hijab is a right of expression. But right to wear a hijab or whatever dress in school is defiance of the uniform rule is not a fundamental right. And he goes on record and states the Menaka Gandhi case too in this particular case. And he's also stated that the concern of the Karnataka government is to bring the students together. Irrespective of the faiths, it is to make sure that the student community stays united. So, you should not be giving space to any sort of radicals to split the student community. Otherwise, the communal harmony will be spoiled, and there will be no unity among any of the religions.
All right.
The whole
Prajwal, I'm coming back to you. Prajwal, I'm coming back to you. I'm being joined by Swapnil Kothari, advocate. I'm coming back to you. Mr. Kothari, very, very strong statements being made there by the Karnataka Attorney General, where he's saying that there is no restriction even in school campus. It is only in the classroom. Very, very important statement. How do you read this, Mr. Kothari?
Well, it's a good development. I believe that there is some sort of a negotiated compromise coming from the Karnataka government, that they are not any, hardliners as such as far as this is concerned, but they are willing to go to the extent that you can wear it on the school premises. But when you come inside the classroom, you are obviously one inside the classroom, and there is complete secularism. So there is no distinction between somebody, wearing something and somebody not wearing something. So this is a great development in the sense that I believe now the people who are rooting for hijab will sort of also think about it twice and not push their case too hard. But even if they were to do so, the Supreme Court will confirm the ruling of the Karnataka High Court that hijab will not be allowed. But to the extent it may alter it, if the Karnataka High Court had said that it cannot be allowed at all on the school, the Supreme Court might just as well go and say that, okay, if there is a concession by the Karnataka government that you can wear it on the school premises or playground or whatever, but not inside the classroom, then to that extent the Supreme Court will alter the Karnataka High Court judgment. But other than that, it will confirm that judgment entirely. It will not allow the hijab inside the school classes at all. Because as I had said earlier on your channel yesterday, that if they were to allow that, it will open up a Pandora's box. What stops a student from telling me that let me wear, torn jeans or let me wear a capri or anything of that sort? Because that is essential to my practice. In as much as absurd and bizarre it may sound, but people can make tall claims if
Right.
they really want to create a ruckus.
Well, thank you, Mr. Swapnil Kothari, for joining us here. And right now, viewers, the bench is rising for lunch break. Hearing will resume at 2 p.m. So we'll be getting you all the updates from the courtroom. And thank you, Prajwal, for getting those updates as well. I'll be coming back to you after the hearing resumes. Let's go ahead and look at the other big story we're tracking right now. And this one is coming ahead from Maharashtra. Big breaking coming from Maharashtra. The Thackeray faction has now approached the Bombay High Court seeking permission for holding Dussehra rally at Mumbai Shivaji Park, as BMC has not decided on their application. Court to hear the matter on 27th of September. Big news coming in, viewers, right now. The Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena has moved the Bombay High Court seeking permission to hold its annual Dussehra rally at Shivaji Park in Mumbai. So big news coming in. Remember that the court had ruled that the case is urgent and scheduled a hearing for September 22nd. Earlier, after the petitioner's lawyer raised the matter before the bench of justices and said that BMC had no reason to deny permission, that the application needed to be decided immediately. So another round of courtroom talks are expected on this, viewers, because right now the plea has been filed by Shiv Sena, and now this time it's the Uddhav Thackeray faction which has approached the Bombay High Court seeking permission for holding the Dussehra rally at Mumbai's Shivaji Park, because the BMC has not yet decided on the application, and this will happen on 27th of September. So the date is already out, viewers. The date is already out. 27th of September is when this hearing will take place. Remember that this rally, the rallies are being organized, in fact, for a very long time there. In fact, Sandeep is joining me. Sandeep, the party has held the rally at Shivaji Park every year. So for them, this is extremely important, that the permission that they're seeking to hold the Dussehra rally at Shivaji Park.
See, yes, the rally stands a huge importance for Uddhav Thackeray, and in fact, for the same reason, there is a tussle between Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray, and in fact, now, as the permission for Dussehra rally for Eknath Shinde faction at BKC ground has been given by MMRDA. So it will be very much crucial to see whether Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena faction will be getting the permission to do the Dussehra rally in Shivaji Park or not. And remember, due to the court's order, one cannot do any kind of public rally in Shivaji Park. And now, for the same reason, now Uddhav Thackeray has approached the Bombay High Court, and he will be seeking, in fact, the permission from the court for the Dussehra rally.
All right, thank you so much for joining us there, Sandeep, and getting us all the details. So the court will hear the matter on 27th of September. The Uddhav Thackeray faction approaching the Bombay High Court to hold the Dussehra rally. We'll be keeping a very close eye on this story. Let's move on to the other big story we're tracking right now. Now, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin right now has written to PM Modi to instruct the MEA to immediately take up the issue with authorities in Myanmar for immediate rescue and safe repatriation of 300 Indians, which include 50 Tamilians who are held in illegal captivity. So big news coming in right now. The CM there, M.K. Stalin, writing to PM Modi to instruct the Ministry of External Affairs to immediately, I repeat, immediately take up the issue with authorities in Myanmar for the rescue and safe repatriation of over 300 Indians, which include 50 Tamilians who are held in illegal captivity. So this is the big news we're tracking right now. The Tamil Nadu CM writing to PM Modi on this matter. And this is the urgent issue which is coming up, and M.K. Stalin is taking it ahead, writing about it to the Prime Minister right now. That's what we can tell you. In fact, the Tamil Nadu CM Stalin's letter, the letter is also there, as you can clearly see, viewers, on your screen. This is a letter that he wants to bring to immediate notice about the state of those 300 Indians, which include 50 Tamilians who are held in illegal captivity. So letter of that, you can also see that. We have put the letter out for you. This exclusive letter that the Tamil Nadu CM Stalin has written to PM Modi on the matter. And this is the letter that is highlighting the plight of the citizens of India. So he's also requesting that the MEA, the Ministry of External Affairs, look into the matter, the plight of the citizens of India. In fact, 300 Indians, which includes 50 Tamilians, not just Indians, but 50 Tamilians from Tamil Nadu are held in illegal captivity. That is what the CM Stalin is trying to highlight at this point of time. In the letter, you can clearly see, if I can read a little bit of the letter out, he says, I wish to bring to your immediate notice the information has been received by the state government that nearly 300 Indians, including around 50 Tamils, are stuck in Myanmar facing severe hardship. It's informed that they had initially gone to Thailand for IT-related jobs through private recruitment agencies. It is now understood that they were forcibly taken from Thailand to Myanmar for carrying out illegal jobs online. Further reports are being received that they are physically assaulted by their employers on their refusal to do so. The state government is in touch with 17 such Tamils who are desperately seeking to support the government to intervene quickly and rescue them. Also, Varshini is joining me. Varshini, thank you for joining us here. Just try to help us understand and why is this letter which has been written by the Chief Minister Stalin to PM Modi extremely important at this point of time. We understand that many Indians are stuck abroad in Myanmar, and even he has highlighted, the Chief Minister, saying that these Indians are held in illegal captivity.
Well, absolutely, yes. These 50 Tamils who are right now suffering in Myanmar and bringing them back to the state and to the country is what is the main motive of this letter that the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, M.K. Stalin, has written to the Prime Minister. He had mentioned in his letter to request and to instruct the Ministry of External Affairs immediately to take up this issue with the Myanmar authorities and try and to rescue all the Indians who are stuck there and bring back to the country. He's mentioned particularly about how the Tamil Nadu government is in contact with the 17 out of these 50 Tamilians who are stuck in Myanmar, and how that they are able to get all proper details and exact information about their whereabouts in Myanmar, and how it could help out in the rescue process that could be initiated by the Ministry of External Affairs. And this is definitely a very crucial letter, because here in Tamil Nadu, the families of these people who are stuck in Myanmar are constantly trying to speak to the Chief Minister and trying to bring up this matter to his notice to take immediate action upon it. And that is why the Chief Minister has now sought help from the Prime Minister so that he could intervene in this matter and bring about a solution, bring back all these people who are stuck there. Particularly 50 people out of the 300 are Tamilians, and to bring them back, and they were also illegally captivated. And right now there are sources from Myanmar. These 17 people who are in contact with the Tamil Nadu government keep giving information about how they are physically tortured, and that is why the Chief Minister has now taken up this matter with the Prime Minister.
All right, so Varshini is getting us all the big updates right now. Now, what she's saying is that the CM M.K. Stalin writing to PM Modi to instruct the External Affairs Ministry to immediately take up the issue with authorities in Myanmar. Is asking for intervention from PM Modi, because he is saying that over 300 Indians are stuck in Myanmar, including 50 Tamilians who are held in illegal captivity. They are being tortured and they have gone through extremely unfair treatment. Thank you, Varshini, for getting us those details. And as we get more updates in the story, do let us know so we can tell our viewers and get them the fastest updates on this big story we are tracking on Republic TV. Time for this report filed by our bureau.
In a terrible tragedy over here in Simapuri, in national capital, 4 people were killed after a truck who lost its control mowed down these people who were sleeping on a divider. This truck which killed these 4 people was driving at a very high speed. The driver was driving recklessly, because of which it lost control, and suddenly when it lost control, it rammed into the divider and suddenly crushed 6 people who were sleeping on the divider. Now, the 4 people who have died have been identified as Muhammad Kareem, Chote Khan, Shah Alam and Pradeep. What we've been told was that 2 people died instantly on the spot, while other 2 died while receiving treatment at a government hospital in Delhi.
All right, viewers, let's go to the national capital, viewers, because Jacqueline's dress designer, actress Jacqueline we're talking about, dress designer Lipakshi appears before the economic offences weighing in the 200 crore scam. Big news coming in, viewers. After questioning Jacqueline Fernandez for 15 hours for the past 2 days, a Delhi police economic wing has now summoned the actor's designer. The probe, remember, is on the 200 crore rupee extortion case linked to conman Sudesh Chandrasekhar. And Fernandez's designer Lepakshi will be now questioned by the probe agency. So this is what we can tell you right now. Now this, in fact, is happening as we speak because Jacqueline's designer has just reached the Economic Offences Wing office. You can see the exclusive visuals that we have got for you on your screen. Getting those visuals first for you, where you can see her designer enter the Delhi police for further questioning. Remember that this entire case is linked to the conman Sukesh Chandrasekhar, and right now Chandrasekhar is in jail. He's accused of cheating many people, including high-profile individuals such as the former Fortis healthcare promoter Shivendra Mohan Singh's wife as well. So not just his web is not just towards actresses. The actresses are not just in the web, but there are many others who are in the web of the conman. As with Sukesh Chandrasekhar. So this is an ongoing investigation which is happening, and this time after questioning Jacqueline Fernandez for 15 hours for over 2 days now, the Delhi Police's Offences Wing has now summoned the designer of the actress, and right now you can clearly see that she's entering the Economic Offences Wing for further questioning. Piyush Mishra is joining me for more. Piyush, tell us what's happening in the case so far.
Of just the designer of Jacqueline Fernandez, who is there at the EOW wing of Delhi Police. Remember that last time she was summoned by Delhi Police, but she did not appear and she cited health reasons. In fact, last time Jacqueline Fernandez did appear, the Delhi Police was trying to do a confrontation investigation between both the individuals, but it could not take place. Today we are seeing the pictures coming in of the dress designer of Jacqueline Fernandez reaching there at EWO wing of Delhi Police. Remember that Delhi Police has sent multiple summons to Jacqueline Fernandez and has questioned her as far as her links with Sukesh Chandrasekhar is concerned. In fact, Delhi Police wanted to investigate the kind of transactions those took place between Jacqueline Fernandez and Sukesh Chandrasekhar. Also, they wanted to know if the siblings, colleagues, family members of Jacqueline got benefited because of her relations with Sukesh Chandrasekhar, but that investigation could not take place last time, and today it is taking place. We have just seen the pictures coming in of dress designer of Jacqueline reaching there at the EOW wing. We'll have to wait and watch for how long she is going to be interrogated by the Delhi police officers. Remember that Delhi police is investigating the extortion case of Sukesh Chandrasekhar, and earlier not only Jacqueline Fernandez but also Noura Fateh was questioned. This time her dress designer is being questioned. We'll have to wait and watch what would be the further course of action on the part of Delhi police.
Well, Piyush, Jacqueline has been interrogated for several hours, but many aspects of the case are left to uncover. So that is why there are many other people and many other characters which are also involved in this scam. So, of course, the designer is one of them. Take us through exactly who are the people who have been interrogated by the Economic Offences Wing in the past few days, apart from Jacqueline Fernandez.
Those have been interrogated so far. There are a good number of Bollywood personalities. Those have been interrogated so far, which also includes Noura Fateh, Jacqueline Fernandez. Also, the dress designer is now being interrogated, and many other people have so far been interrogated by EOW wing of Delhi Police. What Delhi Police is trying to understand about the kind of transactions which took place between Sukesh Chandrasekhar and these individuals, those work in Bollywood. Remember that Noura Fateh was also questioned by Delhi Police, and so far the clean sheet has not been given to anyone. Jacqueline Fernandez has been questioned for 2 times in the last couple of days. Last time when she was called, she was questioned for around 7 hours. Before that, she was questioned for around 8 hours. She was asked about her bank details, about the transactions which took place between her and Sukesh Chandrasekhar. In fact, Delhi Police wanted to have a joint interrogation with Jacqueline Fernandez and her dress design.
All right, thank you, Piyush, for getting us all the details. Piyush is getting us the top details right now. Jacqueline's dress designer has appeared before the Economic Offences Wing in the 200 crore scam. We'll get you all the updates as we break the news first here. All right, let's have a look at what else is making news from across the nation. In a massive crackdown on anti-India elements, State Investigation Agency is conducting raids in Jammu and Kashmir. The State Investigation Agency has carried out raids in 2 locations in Jammu and Valley. Countering AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi for his shut Jamia Masjid remarks, Srinagar police has now fact-checked Owaisi and said that the Jamia Masjid is fully opened and the leader is staying far from truth is no excuse for ignorance. Students stage a massive protest in private university Jalandhar as a first-year student staying in the hostel dies by suicide. Huge number of students seen were on roads inside the campus of lovely professional university. The deceased student left a suicide note behind. A police claims that suicide note reveals that due to some personal reason a student had taken this extreme step. The students staged protests against the authorities with a demand for justice. JDU MLC Dinesh Singh was questioned at the Patna airport by the IT authorities. Dinesh Singh has been detained at the Patna airport after he arrived there from Delhi and was questioned regarding the cash that was recovered from him. State BJP President Adesh Gupta has urged the Lieutenant Governor to conduct an inquiry into the illegal occupation of the DDA land by Aam Aadmi Party MLAs. BJP State President said that Kejriwal government is now engaged in illegal occupation of Delhi's government land. According to Adesh Gupta, with the help of Waqf Board, Kejriwal government has illegally occupied DDA land adjoining a graveyard. The BBMP has been in the news for all the wrong reasons. The Karnataka High Court even wrapped them on 19 September and given them 10 days deadline to fill up all the potholes in the city. However, in the latest embarrassment for the Bengaluru civic body, the flyover, which is only 12 years old, has now caved in there for the second time in 3 years. A crucial union cabinet meeting will be held today. The Union Cabinet is likely to approve the national logistics policy in its meeting. French President Emmanuel Macron hailed PM Modi at the UNGA, saying that India's stand on the war was right, not for revenge against the West or for opposing the West against East. He further stated that it is time for our sovereign equal states to cope together with challenges we face.
With these challenges, Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, was right when he said, the time is not for war. It is not for revenge against the West or for opposing the West against the East. It is the time for a collective time for our sovereign equal states to cope together with challenges we face. This is why there's an urgent need to develop a new contract between the North and the South, an effective contract which is respectful for food, for biodiversity, for education.
U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has now welcomed PM Modi's remarks on the sidelines of the SCO summit. U.S. says Jake Sullivan said that PM Modi's speech, "Not time for war," is a statement of principle.
I think what Prime Minister Modi said, a statement of principle on behalf of what he believes is right and just, was very much welcomed by the United States and for the Indian leadership, which has long-standing relationships in Moscow from the very top all the way through the Russian government, to continue to reinforce that message that now is the time for war to end.
Here in West Bengal, BJP is protesting against the death of children in different parts of Bengal, especially in Birbhum. We will be looking into that story and coming back with more after a short break.
दोस्तों, कोरोना के बचाव का संदेश हर एक के मोबाइल पे अमिताभ बच्चन की आवाज में आता था। मैंने सोचा शशि कपूर होते, अगर वो इसको बोलते तो कैसे बोलते। आपको तो पता ही है कि
आज हमारा देश कोरोना की चुनौती झेल रहा है। कोरोना अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ है। 2 गज की दूरी है बड़ी जरूरी। इसलिए थोड़ा सा मास्क पहनिए, हाथ धोते रहिए, थोड़ा सा घर में रहिए, और तो कुछ आपसे नहीं मांग रहे हैं। जब तक नहीं दवाई नहीं होनी चाहिए कोई ढिलाई। दोस्तों, अगर इसी को विनोद खन्ना से कहलवाते तो आहा, तो तुमको तो ये पता है।
दूसरों की खुशी में अपनी खुशी देखने वाला राजू श्रीवास्तव भैया नहीं रहा। मुझे पता है ये समाचार देश में बहुत लोगों को व्यथित करेगा, मगर हम सभी जानते हैं काफी दिनों से वो अस्पताल में जीवन और मौत से जूझ रहे थे। बहुत कोशिशें की गईं।
Were the players of under 17 who were there in Saharanpur, and we can clearly see in the lunch which was served in the toilet.
बाउंड्री वॉल है, देखिए पूरी तरीके से क्षतिग्रस्त हो चुकी है। मलबा हटाने का जो कार्य है वो लगातार जारी है।
जयपुर के बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता जो है विधानसभा की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं, लेकिन विधानसभा से ठीक पहले उन्हें रोका गया है।
Thanks for tuning in this afternoon. We are live and breaking. Let's get started with the headlines you're tracking this afternoon. An artist, a comedian, a politician, millions pay tribute as one of India's best comedians is no more. Karnataka government calls out lobby lie on hijab, says no hijab ban inside school. Russia-Ukraine war enters day 211. Putin escalates war, drops fresh nuke threat, says it's no bluff.
Mr. Modi said a statement of principle on behalf of what he believes is right and just. Was very much welcomed by the United States.
After France, US lauds Prime Minister's diplomacy at the world stage. 200 crore scam gets bigger after Jacqueline designer Lipakshi being grilled by the EOW. Communal tensions in Birmingham, mobs target now Hindu temple. And straight up starting with breaking news coming in, where the protest is being staged by the BJP, being led by Shuvendu Adhikari. The visuals coming in right now of the mega BJP protest which is taking place outside the assembly against the TMC government over the dead body of a 5-year-old that was found in Birbhum. And Kishle also joining us live from the Bangla newsroom. Kishle, so that's again a BJP showdown outside the Bengal assembly. Give us more details and also talk to us about the dead body of a minor that was recovered at a location in Birbhum.
Well, Samiksha, it was making headlines when a child was missing, especially in Birbhum, in Bolpur area, Shantiniketan area, and later on the child's body was found in a neighbor's roof adjoining in an adjoining area. Just after that, BJP started today protesting in assembly and inside and outside assembly. And the main thing that what they were saying was that in West Bengal, the security of children, security of women has gone down. Therefore, police needs to take action in these cases, especially when a few days back, 2 boys were missing from Baguyati in Kolkata, and later on they were kidnapped actually, and later on their bodies were found. They were killed by the kidnappers, and it was alleged that in spite of requesting the police multiple times to take action, in spite of going to different ministers and MLAs and MPs, no one helped them. And now the story of Birbhum, where this 5-year-old child was found dead in a neighbor's roof, is also making headlines here in West Bengal. Therefore, BJP is staging protest outside the assembly, demanding action from the police side. They are also demanding that a CBI inquiry must be held in both of these cases, especially in the Shantiniketan case. Shubhendu Adhikari also alleged that the person in whose roof this body was found is connected to terrorist organizations like Al-Qaeda and different other organizations he named. Therefore, Shubhendu Adhikari specifically, the leader of opposition specifically, wants a CBI inquiry and wants action against the police officials and SP who did not take any action in spite of the complaints that were lodged. Samiksha.
All right, Kishne, thank you for getting us all those updates. We'll keep coming back to you. So the BJP demanding a CBI inquiry there on the death of a minor. We'll move on to more breaking news coming in. And news coming in from Andhra, where we are given to understand that face-off that has erupted between the TDP and the YSRCP, the visuals on your screens as well. The protest, the face-off that has erupted between the TDP and YSRCP over renaming the NTR Health University. Now, as the Jagan Mohan Reddy government moves to rename the NTR Health University as YSR Health University, the TDP there holding a mega protest. So a fresh flashpoint that